Yo guys, welcome. Oh, hello. Hello guys. I don't know what happened here. Okay, we are back. Welcome everyone to the stream. We need Merlin to dig up the skill trees. Let's go. So the drops are still going apparently. Is that right? You can't see the builds on Max Level Season 12 anymore. Yeah, you have to click on Archive Builds now. We put a bunch of stuff in Archive now. Basically every build guide is gonna go there. And then we're gonna start making new guides one by one. We will have a news post out as well about the procedure of how we're gonna do it. So the idea is we archive all the builds, we put every single build into an unranked tier on the tier lists, and then basically as the launch happens, we're gonna start putting out builds like one by one and start ranking them on builds one by one, kind of. So is there gonna be a tier list for expansion? Nope. Although I will make a video discussing, a little bit how it's gonna look, I guess. But there's no build tier list. Let's do it on Warlock, the only build power classes. Yes. Is Pit the only way to upgrade glyphs? Yes. Rogue Shade Stones. Sorg worst class by 20 tiers? I don't think so. Sorg has a bunch of stuff going for it, for sure. Human Dude is gonna be Giga Chat, I can feel it. Yeah, he definitely looks like a Giga Chat, yeah. Yo, 7Z, thanks for the sub. Also Chronics, holy, I see, earlier. Stopped. You can't decide between Sorg or Bar for new season, what do you think? I think Bar will be extremely strong. Like season 0 strong. So we'll see. Guys, here, Dunny, thank you. Chronix has been trapped in Azeroth. That's a bad time for that. What's my favorite class in Diablo of all time? I guess Rogue. Infinite damage overwhelmed. Yeah, basically. How do I feel about Abyss Dreadclaws start from a hardcore point of view? Yeah, this is probably what I will start actually. Hey, Cat. We love a good meat grinder build. I think Dreadclaws is a good candidate. Tyrant's Grasp is something I'm gonna put out. So these are like the two builds I'm really looking for to blasting at the start. Whirlwind or Hoda, which one looks stronger? Yes. Did you hear 301 build is encrypted? Yeah, I don't think there's any data mine or anything going on, so we don't have any info. Warlock's primary stat is willpower. We'll do it live. Yeah, that's what I've been doing for the last few days now. Just do everything live. We're gonna do a bunch more recordings today, I guess. So just like some more you need to go through. I think we're missing Necro. And then Paladin, Spiritborn, we're probably gonna combine into one. That was it, I guess, right? We've done the others. We've done the big Warlock video. Okay, and then it's probably like skill tree stuff. We wanna look at some skill tree stuff today as well. And I could look a little bit at commentary there. Spiritborn is a YouTube short. You think expansion will take 10 hours without skipping cutscenes? Nah. I expect that the campaign will be like 3 to 4 hours if you go fast. It's like maybe a bit longer or so than like the Vessel Painter campaign. Is there gonna be any builds at all for start? Yeah, we will publish some Warlock leveling builds, but that's the only thing that we can publish because we have the trees. Everything else we don't have the trees, so you can't make not even a leveling build really. So only Warlock will have some guides on Maxwell. And yeah, the others that will come in like day one basically, once we have the planner. Yeah, there's nothing we can do for Sorg really. We have like a few fragments of the skill tree, but you can't really make a leveling guide out of it. Is the pre-release download huge? Like 15 hours download time? It was more like 15 seconds for me, so... I think about them adding fishing. Incredible. Insane, man. I'm so hyped for fishing, guys. We're not getting any planner updates, yeah. Trying to make a leveling guide with one core skill tooltip. Exactly. Hey, this is crushing hand. There is no modifier. Enjoy. Fishing in Diablo before PoE. True. But what if you actually need a fishing rod and it's just as rare as it is in PoE? You have to find it first. Will we have fishing tier list? Yeah, fishing builds tier list, for sure. Best builds to fish. I mean, sometimes you might fish up a zombie. So we can rank the builds by how fast they destroy that zombie. Cow level guide when? It's gonna be exciting. I think it's very likely we're gonna see the cow level in this expansion. I want to fish up Lagon or something like that. Sounds like that's gonna happen actually. What's crazy is that PoE is now the only one without a loot filter tool in-game. Okay, still has Epoch has in-game. D4, what else is there? I guess Tiding First is gonna get it. Not sure about Grim Dawn or something. D3 has nothing. TLI has it in-game. Hero Siege has it in-game. Yeah, okay. Carlo is reserved for those who beat T150. Fish up a zombie speedrun any percent. Pure cinema. I don't know. Dude, imagine like you actually open pit 150 and it's just a cow level. That'll be funny. Charms with seals use the same slots? No. They're two separate effects basically. So the seal is what gives you the charm slots. And the seal also modifies the charms in some ways. For example, it can have more or less charm slots. We've also seen an example of you can have more than one unique charm with one of the seals. We've also seen an example of your sets now require one less item to complete a set. So there's some stuff like that. How does Mythic Seals? Yeah, this is what I just meant. I've actually posted this on Twitter. Let's see. Yeah. So this is not actually a mythic like quality item, but it has the mythic mod here. So there's like the Ring of Warrior Ranger from Diablo 3 basically. And there might be other effects as well. So I'm hoping that we're gonna see something like, you know, you can have 5 unique charms, but no set or something like that. That would be cool. So this would be pretty awesome. And I'm not sure what else it could be doing here. I'll be surprised if that is the only mythic effect. But it really depends on what they will put there. Is expansion pay to win for endgame? Nope. It feels a bit overwhelming. Well, keep watching my videos. I'm trying to break everything down. We could have 4 unique charms and 1 set for a set of 2. Yeah, something like 4 unique charms and 2 set, or 5 unique charms and nothing. I think something like that could work. Even 3 unique charms and a 3-piece set might be okay. But I would definitely like to have sort of this flexibility there. When you turn a unique weapon into a charm, can you use it on a different class? That will still be class bound for sure. This one has 6 charm slots by default. Yes, normally the seal is 5 charm slots. And I guess it just gets like a hidden +1 or something when you have the mythic effect on it. Or maybe like any seal that has a mythic effect on it just has full charm slots or something. So it's probably something like that. Will Paladin have the new skill tree as well? Yes. Out of color, what do you think other hidden recipes they hinted at might be? I don't know, it would be cool, but I don't really believe in it. But maybe there is some stuff with special item affixes you could craft. But yeah, maybe down the line. Implicits, maybe you can add on items or so. But I feel like this is probably stuff they would have announced, right? It's like relatively core. So, I don't know what else. Rainbow level. I mean, we do have multiple such things in D3, right? There's like, you can cube the puzzle ring to get the goblin level. You can cube the bardish for the cow level. So there might be other like little things like that. They haven't really given us any information about what amalgamation does. Besides, okay, you can upgrade keys or something. So I guess we can do like a 3-to-1 like small layer key into a greater layer key or something. Or you can do like a 3-to-1 like a Undercity tribute into another Undercity tribute or something like that. So I think this is gonna happen. Maybe you can even do like 3-to-1 your shitty hotkeys into the good hotkeys. Yeah, stuff like this, I guess. But it's relatively basic. The action or process of uniting or merging two or more things. That's what amalgamate means, yeah. Next time I talk to Blizzard, can I tell them to make a lightning imbuing skill for Rogue? I can tell them. Is that something about runes being more integrated into the cube? Yeah, there is the recipe to craft the legendary runes. It seems like you probably can't get legendary runes from the jeweler anymore, and they're now in the cube, and they're like a bit more targeted. I think it's like you need 5 rare runes and 1 other specific rune to craft a specific legendary rune, I believe. Well, I added another stack whisper. Yeah, I've been trying, man. I tried. But yeah, oof. Are going to be new runes? There's at least 2 new runes. I think 3 even. There's also like a bunch of deleted ones. They deleted like 10. They made 2 or 3 new ones. They changed the rarity of a few. I think one of the new runes is like when your summons die, you get like 10 offering or something. So it's gonna be really good for like minion stuff on Warlock and like bombardment build on Warlock and stuff like that. But besides that, it doesn't have that much of a purpose. Reroll set charm meta. Dude, our stash is gonna be so fucked actually with all this stuff we have to keep now. Oof. Yeah, the Warlock skills have been out for a while. They are on the Maxwell planner, you can check them. With game getting way more multiplier source of damage on Barb emerge on top as a result. Yeah, Barb will be extremely strong. Do you have combination of Betrayer's Husks are still gonna be viable as keys? Yes, they will be. If you're playing on Eternal. There is a mention of Betrayer's Husks in the Labos tree, so they still exist. Kick Barb Guide when? I don't know. I mean, our bars will definitely be cooking some stuff. I think Kick is definitely a bit of a more of a meme thing, but it might be funny. Mythic rune nodes will change if there's less runes. True. Actually, do we have more mythics than types of runes now? That's a good question. We do have one extra mythic. How many mythics are there? It's like 10 or 11 mythics, I believe. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. And what is missing here? Is missing the Spiritborn one, 11, and the staff, 12. So there's 12 mythics. 13 actually with the new one. There's 13 mythics. And there's certainly not that many different types of runes anymore. I just realized. So maybe they changed mythic crafting altogether. So Ahu is deleted. There's Buck, Igni, Liv is gone, Nagu is gone, Tam. I think Soul is gone. Yul. Aeon, Ja, Om, Vex, Xan is gone, Yom. So we have 9 legendary runes for 13 mythics. So actually, I think it's likely they changed mythic crafting. Previously, you had more runes than mythics, so this wasn't a problem. But I very much doubt they have 2 times the same rune on different recipes. So I'm pretty sure this has changed. Yeah, there's 13 mythics and 9 legendary runes. GA is 25% ignition. Yo, Sarox. Thanks for 50 months, man. Giving us 14 sparks for the journey would be kind of crazy if it still only took 2 to craft. Yeah, it might be that the target craft is just gone. Did you just see which runes people barely used and just took them out? Not only. They also removed extremely much, like, you know, highly used runes, like Quax. You know, Quax was removed. But Quax is just a shitty design, so good riddance, right? So they removed the ones that no one cared about, and they removed some of the ones that were just shit. And now we have a pretty good list of runes, I would say. I think they did a good job at selecting the ones that we don't want. How do you feel about Shroud's G-Dev? Log out. You're flying to Greece Wednesday for vacation just after expansion launch. How did that happen? Xan disparage. That's gonna be fine. I mean, Xan was relatively decent for Capelec builds and stuff, but it's not like a make or break, I think. Rip Shroud, man. Honestly, I'm extremely happy about Shroud just not being like a default option anymore. Depends if Ravager keeps 30% resource region in options. Yeah, without 30% from Ravager, it might be tight for sure. Getting to like 100%. But I think I mapped it out, like as a neck math last time, right? Let me see. So if you still have like, you know, we have 3 tempers for resource gen. So I don't know how much that is, like 15%. So that alone already gives you quite a lot. And you have the Paragon nodes. So you don't need that much. And then you have like what is it, strength or the int or something on the Spiritborn. You can definitely get to the point where at least a well-rolled Midnight Sun is enough. Even without Ravager. But yeah, I think it's definitely quite a downgrade. Like Xan was pretty good. Like the resource cost scaling was pretty good, and now you will not really be able to do that anymore. You also don't have Elixir anymore, that was really good. So there's definitely a bunch of stuff that is hurting the Spiritborn there, I'd say. Didn't Ear get a buff? Yesn't. It's like 80% on a affix now, but you have much less crit. And also the core ranks are not as impactful anymore. Our build's gonna be updated on Maxwell? No. Everything is getting archived. We'll have some Warlock leveling builds. And then on day 1, you can, keep pressing F5 for the new guides for everything. But before launch, there's no builds. We can Coolium Personal Mythic, right? Like Selic? Yes. They're going backwards on 150, now they're going back to it potentially. Doesn't seem like Blizzard can make up their mind. Yeah, I think it might get potentially kind of close to 150 on some of the better builds. But I think that's okay. Ready for Woody Bear Planet, please? Well, I was going to make some Warlock stuff today for the leveling guys on Maxwell. Will Shield Throw Paladin be playable on release? Yes. Doom and Claw is nice for leveling. Doom, huh? To be honest, I don't consider Doom a very good skill. But it does have the advantage, it just hexes stuff for you automatically, which is not terrible. Yeah, so maybe you could do that if you don't have like a better way to apply the hex. Usually I would like to do this through a Sigil of Subversion though, but with like leveling you might have too long cooldowns. But I think for the most part you probably won't really have time to apply Doom to stuff. I think it's just gonna be too slow. You wanna blast and like, punching them with Doom, waiting for it to spread and this kind of stuff, like you don't have time for that. It's all about just like jump in, press Dark Claws, everything explodes, move on. There's an elite, you hold on Hellion Sting, the guy melts instantly. How many hours do I have on D4? I don't know. I mean, it's been almost 3 years, plus some beta stuff and so on. 3 years is like 1,000+ days. Let's say, I don't know, 6 to 8 hours a day on average. Something like 6,000+, I guess. Something like that. I mean, there's not really a clear counter for it. Four years worth in 3 years, don't question it. I mean, there's obviously like a bunch of time I have invested into this game that is not exactly counted as gameplay time, right? Like all of the preparation before launch and, in the betas and, all the, sitting here and analyzing shit. And, if you count all that, then it's even more, I guess. You can log in 8 hours after launch, hope it just skips server issues. 8 hours afterwards, you should be fine, for sure. It's the middle of the night for expansion launches. Is that rough on my sleep schedule? Yeah, my sleep schedule is relatively adjusted to launch already, I guess. I mean, I woke up like 3 hours ago. Ish, 4 almost. So, think it will be possible to reroll the legendary power and roll value once they touch it as an additional on Mythic Amulet? No. What you get is what you're gonna get. So you have to like do it again if you want to try to get better. Is the codex still gonna be in the game? Yes. I mean, you can do the occultist imprinting if that's what I mean. The dungeon aspects, we know there's only 12 new dungeons in the Skull Wars. There's not even any dungeons. And neither Paladin nor Warlock have anything. Do you have a tier list for new season? Nope. There's no tier list for a new season. You should check back on day 1 and just start pressing F5. Everyone should go to the Maxwell tier list now and bookmark. And then check it every day. Do we get leveling guides for all classes on Maxwell? Only Warlock before launch. And the others on day 1. What to look forward to most with LOD feature-wise? Yeah, I think Battle Run's gonna be very cool. It's gonna do that like non-stop all day long. Are mythic items still identical and perfect? Yes. Is that an image of Dance and Ice ability? There is a clip of it in action, but there's no screenshot of the tooltip. Or maybe there is, I don't know. But not all of it. We know there's like a grenade upgrade for it. And there's a marksman upgrade as well. This Warlock as broken as Paladin when he came out. Looks like it. Is fish used for anything? It's just like a collector's thing. They don't seem to have a purpose. But who knows, maybe you can stick them in the cube and craft the Omega Lodon. Is there an estimated time when Blizzard published the other classes' new skill trees? Yes, that time is never. When is Campfire? Campfire was yesterday. It's like these are the screenshots and stuff that we have here from Campfire and like stuff to go through. Basically, the screenshots that we have here right now is from the Campfire chat yesterday. What other topics should I still cover? So there's like Necro Uniques I want to do. Paladin plus Spiritborn is going to be like one video. So I have 2 more unique videos I'm going to record. And then I guess some skill tree stuff. So you can go, maybe I'm going to make like one video talking about all the skill tree stuff that we have seen. Because it's just kind of like little fragments. So we can't really talk too much about everything. I guess itemization might be interesting. So we've been checking out the multipliers on gear. I don't remember seeing if charms or seals are tradable. Are they account bound? Actually, I'm not sure. Maybe you can see a screenshot of that. This one doesn't say account bound. Or this one. Seems like you can't trade them. And since you don't really craft anything on them either, they're just like random rolls. Seems like you can just give them to people. Man, so close. Yeah, they seem tradable. Can you wear 6 unique charms and a talisman? That's my dream with one of the mythic seals, maybe. But we have not seen anything besides the rogue seal. Normally, you can only have one unique. Yeah. Seems like they're tradable. That's gonna be kind of interesting. Like, especially with some of these stats here, it's gonna be kind of wild. Like, look how much cooldown reduction you can stack. Look how much crit you can stack. Okay, these are seals, right? But even the charms, they have... Yes, all stats. 24 movement speed. There's ranks. You can have 6 times 3 ranks. That's 18 ranks. You can like get double the ranks for your skill. You can get like a hit chance to freeze stuff. It's also kind of crazy. Look at this here. 20% damage multi. That's like just a seal mod. Kind of wild, man. It seems like it's only category of skills, right? It's not individual skills. And it's not just the categories of the skills, but it's even like entire tags of skills. Like Judicator skills is not like a skill category on the tree, exactly. It's like a tag, right? There's like a Judicator, you know, basic, a core, you know, all these like different types, justice. And then the set bonuses can again have ranks. What about mods that make skills Judicator after the fact? Yeah, if you convert them, they will have that tag and it will work. I wonder how likely it is you're gonna have like set charms already while leveling. So this guy's level 41. And he has absolutely nothing. He has a bunch of blue and some yellow charms. That's kind of like my expectation until like level 60 or something, and most likely. They did say that in Torment you're gonna start finding the class sets. And before that you are able to find the other sets. But will that actually happen? Doesn't really seem so. Did the charms have no requirements on them? Well, they do have a lot of requirements here. Which I guess there's probably like a hidden item power. It doesn't actually say item power on it, but the stats are clearly lower than high level stuff, right? So it will probably just have another requirement of when it dropped. Like this one is 39, this one is 27. So it's just like, it kind of goes with your character level, I guess. Like yeah, he's a 39 and this is the last one in the inventory. There's only 2 levels behind the character level. And this one is something he slotted in like a while ago. This one says level 70. But yeah, they don't have an item power displayed, but they have like a hidden item power basically. Any builds use Yen's Blessing in Season 12? Too soon. I think the Giga XP one needs to have low or no level requirement. Yeah, so I guess it's probably... The sets have... like this is definitely supposed to be like a leveling or like a twink set, right? So it needs to like not have like a high requirement. So maybe the sets have like fixed low requirement. But it still has these low stats. These are very low stats here. Compared to high level charms we've seen. So I guess they might still scale with when it drops. Actually, yeah, this is that charm, so this is equipped here. Okay. And level 41, so he has one of them. Yeah, summoning does 50% bonus XP thing is gonna be kinda nice. For sure. I wonder which set you're gonna get during the campaign. You're absolutely gonna get some seals and charms and stuff. Or maybe you don't get any set and you just get some random rare charms. There's like the one set that gives you like +2 to all skills, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like that. Because it's like so generic. This one here. I guess you're gonna get something like this one, there's just a quest line or something. $1,000 armor, 100 res, 200 all stats. Get set stuff before moving on in tournaments. Yeah, in D3 you don't really get sets before tournaments. We know what level 70 non-ancestor is always 850, why display it? Yeah, I think that's kind of a fair point, since there's like no variance. I think it would be kind of nice if there was an item power progression and stats would like slowly rise as you go through the tournaments, for example, and stuff, right? Like let's say, okay, like tournament 1 ancestrals start at 900 and then the non-ancestors start at 850 and then maybe like both kind of like go +10 item power per tournament or something. At least like there should be like a broadening band of item power, right? So the max, like, you know, maybe the minimum is 900 for ancestral, and then it goes to 910, like up to 910, right? 900 to 910, and then in tournament 2 it's like 900 to 920, and then in tournament 3 it's like 900 to 930, and so on, right? And then the stats kind of slowly go up a little bit. Primal affixes only found in tournament 10 plus. Yeah, maybe you could make it so that up to tournament 10, you know, the tournament 10 would be like a range of like 900 to 1000 item power. And then maybe tournament 11 and 12, they raise the minimum instead. So, you know, it becomes like 910 to 1000 and 920 to 1000 or something. It goes against the casual idea of not having to go to tournament 12 to start farming. I mean, you still get like all of the same items, legendaries, uniques, and so on, and then the stats are just like slightly off, right? You don't have to make it like super impactful, I think. You still play the same build and everything. And I mean, you know, the progression is the part that is interesting. Just farming at Torrent 12 is not really that interesting, I think. Is there an embargo on a skill tier that Blizzard just released that info to certain fan sites? That embargo is lifted 3 days ago, but Blizzard is not releasing anything themselves. So the only things we know are from people that played in the press access and the little screenshots we collected. So there is just no skill tree info outside of that. Now you won't be able to change item power on item. How many projectiles can we shoot with multi-shot and shadow clones? Well, multi-shot will go up to 9 projectiles, I think. Shadow clone will have 9. And then you have a chance to trigger another shadow clone that does it, so another 9. Maybe more. Looking forward to max loot for this. Yeah, we won't really have to like right away. We have to first figure out like what do you even want to put into loot filters in the first place. Number 1, Shroud of False Death. Okay. Need to catch up. Hi Al. Doing fine, how about you? Hi Adam. Can you buy both DLCs separately or not? No, you can only buy Lord of Hatred, and that has the previous expansion too. When do the full patch notes drop? I don't think there will be any. They posted a 3.01 patch notes, which is like the launch day patch, basically. But it's basically just a bunch of bug fixes. There's not really like that much going on in there. How blind will we be going in for the expansion? Well, quite actually. So we know little details about the skill trees. We know all of the uniques for everything besides Warlock, funny enough. So we know the entire skill tree for the Warlock and not for the other classes. And we know all the uniques for the other classes, but not for the Warlock. We know the Paragons and the Glyphs for the old classes, I guess, plus minus some changes. We don't know the Paragons for the Warlock. We know a few Glyphs. I mean, okay, Glyphs are uninteresting anyway. Paragon in general is like not really interesting, I guess. So it doesn't really matter. But yeah, like aspects and uniques are relatively important and relatively unknown for the Warlock right now. It's like maybe half of them out or so. And yeah, besides that, I mean, we have no fucking idea about war plans. So in terms of what we actually know, in terms of what we're gonna do, yeah, nothing. And we also don't really know the difficulty. I expect it's gonna be relatively easy on good builds. But you know, how long will it take? Like, how hard is it gonna be? Like how you know, how important is survivability? How important is DPS and so on? Who knows? If I expect leveling path to be something like campaign and held to 70, or will I have options? You can do wall plans after finishing the campaign, even before level 70. But you have to do the campaign first. So everyone has to play for the campaign. And then I guess you're gonna be kind of close to 70 anyway. So I guess it's gonna finish it up with strongholds or, you know, wall plans or something. What am I doing over on that other monitor? It's just like a bunch of like Maxwell stuff. We're gonna do a pretty big planner update soon. Not because you have to data mine, but because, you know, we are restructuring stuff. And we have a pretty neat new design and all that. We're just like, you know, doing like the last discussions and polishing. Yeah, the data mine, like we don't have any data mine. It is encrypted. We can't really get anything. I mean, maybe someone is gonna figure it out, but it doesn't seem so. Riker dev interview. Holy shit. What is that? Is that new? 23 minutes ago. Okay. New content. 47 minutes. Let's send it.
Riker, and we are here with Zav. Hey folks, this is Riker, and we are here with Zavin, Associate Game Director on Diablo 4, to talk all about Lord of Hatred, launching in just a couple days now. Zavin, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So again, we're just a few days from the launch of Lord of Hatred. Are you a little excited?
Excited is a massive understatement. This has been a long time coming. I know our community's been waiting for this cool showdown, and honestly, we've been waiting for people to play it. So, as much as everyone's like hyped, oh my god, I want it here. It's like, yeah, we know, we really want it in your hands.
So much is coming with Lord of Hatred. So many new features, so much content. I think this is going to represent the biggest, transformation of the meta the game has seen since launch, and there's been a lot of big changes to the game since launch. What either new feature or new piece of content that's being added with Lord of Hatred is your favorite?
War plans, hands down. Just putting aside, I love Scovos. I think our campaign's awesome, but new feature for something for our players to kind of get their claws into, right? Get their teeth into. War plans has got to be it. And I think the activity tree stuff is kind of mind blowing. We've been playing for months at this point, and I still oh wait, that means this was a realization I had about 3 weeks ago, and I was like, hey, I've talked to the designer, hey, this means this, right? He's like, yes. I'm like, oh shit, all right, cool. We can talk about examples if you want, but yeah, there's been that one is the one I'm most excited for people to get their hands on. I think it's such a transformative feature, and it hits every part of the game. Every single part of the game is affected by it, largely, right?
Awesome. Yeah, War Plans is definitely one of the things I'm most excited for. Something that I've harped on for a long time is meta progression systems, and in the end game specifically, this is exactly that. We're getting individual skill trees to advance every activity, so the more we do that activity, the more we can customize reward and challenge and difficulty. And we also have the war plans themselves are curating our endgame experience more. So for a long time, one of the kind of repeated complaints or criticisms of D4 was about lack of endgame. And for me, it's always been a little bit of a strange thing to say, because it's okay, there are actually a lot of different activities to do in the endgame of Diablo 4. So it's we want more endgame, and then you guys add the pit. We want more endgame, and then you guys add lair bosses. We want more endgame. Where's the endgame? And it's but what about all this? And I think it's the greater context of it, which is now what War Plans are delivering. Do you think that at launch state of Lord of Hatred, War Plans are going to be fully addressing the where's the end game complaints, or is this more of a base to then be able to add stuff onto?
I think we're feeling really confident that we expanded the end game significantly, and the question, is it enough? I think so. I really think so. End game was a core focus for this expansion from literally day one. The very first presentation, the very first pitch, the very first ideation we ever did, Endgame was just a big piece of it. So there's a very early design value that we use for Lord of Hatred, kind of summarizes many paths, many summits. So the idea is that from wherever you are in the game as a player, right, you can see multiple summits, just pinnacle content, challenges, moments, things like that, whatever. And then upon reaching that, you just look down and you just see a sea of other things, and you see multiple paths to get there. And so there's a ton of stuff in there, right? Every class had a massive update. We talk about Warlock, Paladin, but the other 6 classes, they're going to feel totally brand new. But we also have attacked this on the side of itemization and crafting, right? Just even our quality of life features that we've added have been, okay, well, what does it feel like moving through the game in endgame versus during the campaign or anything like that, or as a new player? So pretty much every single thing, we looked at it through the lens of endgame from the beginning. I do think that the criticism is sound. I get it. I think people are hoping for an end game that is more about finality in some cases, and we try to offer that too. And again, that's where the pinnacle challenges come from. But ultimately, action RPGs, the end game is about an end game loop, right? And so that is where we've kind of been focusing as much of our efforts and attention on as much as possible.
Wonderful. Now you're talking about multiple summits, you're talking about pinnacle content, pinnacle challenges. Can you give some examples of those summits, those pinnacle challenges?
So everyone knows at this point we go up to T12, Tournament 12. And you know, the detail there is it doesn't actually go past hit 150. It fills in a bunch of stuff in between. And so part of this is for players who are looking to kind of surmount challenges and things like that, there's just more on the road where it's like very clear sort of mile markers for you to go through in your climb. But then Warplans actually has a whole other difficulty layering system on top of it. So there's something we've called monster power, and it can target either kind of whole activities or even individual monsters within an activity. So you can say, hey, no, this monster in Helltide has +1 monster power or something like that. So players can layer on their own challenge as much as they want. And there's commensurate rewards, right? It goes up with it. So as much as possible, we're trying to give players the kind of the tuning knobs to make the thing their own personal challenge. How do you want to play, right? And then in terms of everything else, oh man, how am I going to say this? Okay. Maybe it's a little spoilery, right? So like we do have a new pinnacle fight, obviously Mephisto. So Mephisto is in there as, you know, I don't want to call him a lair boss because he's kind of bigger than that. We treated him as bigger than that. It's not something you're going to be running, you know, 100 times a day like Duriel or whatever, right? So we do have him there, and his fight is not just kind of a retuning of what you play in the campaign. There's actually new content in there. There's even a whole new phase in there that you don't see in the campaign. So it's a whole new thing for you to experience over there. And then there's a bunch of other stuff. And one of the things that I think you think about, like Echoing Hatred, right? How far can you go is very much a you push yourself and your build to the limits. How far can you go before you die? It felt like it's a perfect fit for all the other systems that we have. There are a few other things, but I'm not going to talk about them because I want players to discover them. But I will say that there's a couple challenges we've put in there that players need to discover. And it's not even just Lord of Hatred. Like I'll say openly, there's a secret in the pit now. So I encourage people to go and try to find it and figure it out.
Secret in the pit. Interesting. Alrighty. So it sounds like what you're saying is that there's new pinnacle challenge content. Is this woven into part of the war plans? Because one thing that people are saying is like, okay, war plans at first blush, it sounds great, but then it's like, but at the end of the day, we're really just doing that same content. But are these pinnacle challenges like the rungs on the ladder through the war plan advancement?
So, Echoing Hatred is not in war plans. It's actually not an activity in the formal, what I call like a capital A activity. So that exists kind of outside that system. That's something you'll engage with separate to that. Same thing with, the new Pinnacle Mephisto fight that we're going to have. So things like that live kind of outside the system. A lot of the rest of it is layering on the things that we have throughout the rest of the game. So if you want, you can get butchers showing up in your Helltide. As an example, you can have Andariel showing up in the pit. So it adds so much stuff to the existing spaces that the existing spaces start feeling very different. Pit in particular has been rebuilt from the ground up. Like when I mean ground up, I really mean like no piece of old data exists. Like it's been literally rebuilt from scratch. And there's a bunch of stuff that can happen in there. There's rare stuff. There's kind of weird stuff, I should say, right? Goblins are back. It's a really very easy example to hit. But if you just like look through the war plans options for the pit, it basically transforms it into a completely different activity. You can find a custom set of crafting materials basically inside the pit that you then use in your future pit runs. That is completely unlike how whatever you are playing right now in the pit. It has It is so different from that in terms of what you can do in terms of transformation, that it starts feeling like it's a completely different thing. And that was kind of the goal of War Plans. It's like, hey, instead of adding maybe one activity or something, let's just have players be able to control and transform every activity in the game, and then they can just make it whatever they want, right? And it's something that, to your point earlier, it also can function as a base. If we're wrong and we need to add more, well, this is a great way to also add more. Not just add more options potentially, but also add more activities in the future.
That's great. When the tower came out as the new leaderboard activity, I thought, okay, this is a fantastic opportunity now to revisit the pit and allow it to do crazy things. Because before, it felt like the pit was being balanced to try to maintain a more a little bit of a competitive experience. Obviously, it wasn't intended to be the competitive activity, but it de facto became that within the community. So now that it's like, okay, we have the thing that needs to be sort of stable. We can go wild with the pit, and it sounds like that's exactly what you guys are doing.
100%. Yeah. It doesn't have to be fair in either way, right? It doesn't have to be like this perfectly tuned like watch or whatever like that, for the tower in terms of balance and stuff like that. It can do that. The pit doesn't have to do that. Who cares? Let it be fun. You can walk into a room and there's 1,000 goblins, right? That's okay. You can walk into a run. It's like, oh, hey, it's, I've made the joke. It's like, it's oops, all bears. Sorry, this population is all bears from top to bottom. Go nuts, have fun. And there's lots of stuff like that. There's lots of things, in terms of just variety. Pretty much every environment, pretty much every monster in the game could show up in the pit now. So the variability is massive, right? And we're talking to everything we've pretty much ever made in terms of environments, going all the way back to base game, every monster and so on, right? And that's just basic. There's layouts that don't appear anywhere else in the game. Like I know people are not the biggest fans of caves, as an example. They're narrow and stuff like that. Well, in the pit, caves are actually like a jackpot moment, because caves in the pit are like wide. You can't see the walls.
Oh.
It's they spawn and they're just absolutely massive and colossal. The other ones also exist, right?
Sure.
But we have these like kind of jackpot moments that can show up now, and when you mix that up with all the other kind of vectors of randomization that can happen, and they can all line up. If you get a goblin pit inside that wide open space, and you've got damned thieves, which is a pit node where they drop progress orbs.
Oh.
Right. And then you've got I think it was Choron's Soul, where they now grant experience. Progress orbs grant experience in the pit. It's like, great. So I have a giant space full of goblins. They can all potentially be dropping orbs, and those orbs can all be giving me experience, right? There's nothing else like it in the game, right? But that's something you can make with the new kind of pit that we've got, and with War Plans added on top of it.
That's awesome. I know a big part of ARPGs is the endgame loop, and it's about kind of running the same content over and over, and the design challenge for the devs is how do we make that experience not feel monotonous, and it sounds like Lord of Hatred is adding so much potential and opportunity for varied, exciting moments, and just unique experiences where, like, I can say at the end of the day, hey, this thing happened that I've never experienced before. I can tell my friends, and like, oh, that's never happened to me. And I those are the kind of moments that I really like to see. So I'm glad that we're going in that direction.
Yeah, it's and I think some modes lend themselves better to this thing than others. So it's not going to be even. I'm not going to pretend like it's even everywhere. Some things are just by necessity a bit more strict in terms of what they're allowing, right? Like Infernal Hordes is still an arena mode. Like, that's not changing, right? But as much as we can, and wherever it matters for each particular activity, is where we've been trying to add that variance.
Now, on the topic of glyph upgrades, will the pit still be the only place to do that? Or now with the different skill trees of the activities and the war plans, is there potential to get glyph upgrades elsewhere?
Maybe down the line, but right now we're still saying, yep, that's the pit. But what we have done in the pit is actually there's multiple nodes that modulate how many glyph upgrades you can get. So you can basically specialize towards getting those out of the pit if you really wanted to. You also have options to convert what those glyph upgrades do for you. So you can convert them to be an XP source instead if you're done with your glyph upgrades, as an example. So instead of kind of this is a great example, right? Like how much do we want to kind of water this down and put it everywhere versus, hey, well, if that's what is kind of a unique element attribute of the pit, how can we make a bunch of nodes that manipulate it specifically, right? There's a node that just says +1 glyph upgrade, right? Like it just get +1. So if you spec for that, oh man, there's another one. I gotta look up the name because I don't remember it perfectly. What was it called? All right, Heart of Stone is pretty good. So I know a lot of people, want like features in the game, objectives in the game, something in the game that's like, hey, I'm going to play really well, right? And be very dexterous and not get hit and be super really good at the game. And I want to get reward for it. So Heart of Stone is something that you have inside the pit that you can choose to do. Where if you're really good at not taking damage, monsters will be dropping more progress orbs, so you can actually progress faster if you're really good at not getting hit. But at the end of it, you can also deposit the object and you can get another glyph upgrade just for playing really well. So anywhere where we can say, like, well, skill plays a component. If you're really good at the game, you can play this way. If you want to play this way, if you expect your character to do that, then you can make more progress in that way, right? Same thing, there's a Choron's Haste. So the pit gains a mastery objective just if you have that node. And it just says, hey, +1 glyph upgrade for every 5 minutes left on the timer. And there's a whole bunch of other nodes that maybe have early.
I just said I think it's really cool.
In the past,
this is a nice
where
node.
Yeah, you can add the butcher to the pit, and if you kill him early, the run just ends.
Oh,
you just win. Like, but if he kills you, you lose.
Oh,
right. So it's like, well, if I want that node, it's like, well, I'm hoping to get him on the first floor, right, in the first scene. Then you could have like a 1 minute pit run or something like that, 30-second pit run if you're really lucky, right? Yeah.
Nice. I'm always liked the pit, but I know a lot of people are like, oh, like it's whether you're grinding XP or whether you're grinding glyphs, it's always the pit over and over. But it sounds like it's not going to be monotonous at all with the amount of customization and variety that now happens in the pit.
Yeah, and not just that, but the addition of all the torment tiers, I think it scales you to, like, last numbers we kind of hit on was, maybe like 100. So a bunch of activities can now scale like almost 50.
And new tiles, that's all going very cool.
Before. So the amount of time that you're stuck in pit jail, or whether you're stuck in it at all, frankly, is something that has also been kind of a target for us. Make sure that all the other activities still have a role to play. If you really like Infernal Hordes, you should be able to play Infernal Hordes, right? We're not trying to make kind of a string of activities that you just kind of graduate out of and then replace eventually with that one mono activity that you do at the end, right? So Hell Tides are really fun. Our shared open world is like a key component of what makes Diablo 4 very different than past Diablos. So making sure Hell Tides also can last into the deep end game, and things like that. So trying to make sure everyone who likes a particular part of it can just do that.
Awesome. Now you've brought up the torments a couple of times here, and this is a bit of a hot topic for a lot of Diablo 3 players who lived through the torment bloat of D3 and were immediately unhappy to see it seemingly returning in D4. What would you say to those of us who have concerns here?
For what it's worth, I was there. I was there right here back in the day, and one of the big things that kind of led to, I think, what we had in Diablo 3 was we made Paragon first. We made Paragon infinite, right? Paragon 1.0 had the 100 cap. We eventually made it infinite, and then we added Greater Rifts, which technically also uncapped. I know players have since found a mathematical cap, but generally speaking, it's like, oh, these were billed as endless difficulty. All right, cool. So that just meant we had the problem back then where bounties, adventure mode, literally anything else we'd ever want to add didn't matter once you surpassed its torment tier, its difficulty scaling. And for that reason, Diablo 3 got kind of locked into this, well, we have to keep escalating this over and over just to preserve the value of this other thing. Otherwise, everyone's stuck in Greater Rift jail. We find ourselves with a pretty similar problem, obviously, but the key differentiator here is Diablo 4 Paragon is not infinite, and Diablo 4's Pit is not infinite. So we already kind of have an upper bound defined for a bunch of this stuff. And so our plan with the Torment Edition in Lord of Hatred is more about filling in the gaps. That's actually the only goal. It's just to make sure that everything outside of the pit tiering system can still, you know, raise their difficulty and then raise their value and still have, you know, a reason to exist in your end game loop all the way at the end. And obviously it coincides really well with the addition of war plans, right? If we said, hey, check out this new feature, it makes all your, you know, end game modes better, this is crazy meta progression thing, it's like, that's great, but nothing scales past, you know, 55 or whatever now. And why would I play it? Why do I care? So it was a problem we had to solve. And the way that we're solving it is not to just kind of raise the cap of the entire game higher, is to make sure that there is a nice on-ramp in the very beginning of Torments, right? So Torment 4 is not exactly the same as it was. Things have come kind of crunched down. I'd say like Torment 8 is pretty close to Torment 4 previously.
Okay.
Something like that. So we've kind of like crunched down the numbers a little bit. But ultimately what it means is players have a more gentle on-ramp right now to getting to that difficulty, and it lasts longer, right? What by lasts longer, I mean the value of the other activities lasts significantly longer now because they can continue to scale. And so the scaling for other activities basically goes to about Pit 100 now.
All right, so T12 then is about Pit 100, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. I know there was speculation. Some were like, oh, it's going to be Pit 150. I'm like, there's no way it's going to be Pit 150, but still.
No.
All right, so
no.
That sounds like T12 is going to be pretty accessible to a lot of like core engaged players who play on a regular basis. It's not pinnacle content that's going to be super grueling. It's rather achievable.
Yeah, at a certain point, it's, you know, to answer the question of what am I getting better gear and more power for, some of it eventually becomes because I want to show that I can, and that's fine. And then there's another one which is like, well, so I can be better than other people, and that's where the tower and stuff like that comes in. But the game is a loop, and eventually it will run out of stuff, and we'll keep adding stuff in future seasons wherever we can, wherever we feel like it needs to. But yeah, the idea here is, yeah, the end game is accessible. We're not requiring people to go to hit 150 to be able to enjoy everything.
So Pit 100 is going to be Torment 12. We're seeing Torment 8 is going to be roughly what Torment 4 used to be. We are gaining more power in Lord of Hatred, correct? I know we're losing passives from the skill tree, which is a loss in power, but then I was kind of looking more into what the talisman system is bringing with the charms and stuff, and it feels like by the end, with maybe more investment than we previously had to do, we will be more powerful overall in Lord of Hatred. Does that sound about right?
So if you think about the removal of passives, this is like order of operations. We did that technically, like we did that first, and then the inflation of health and stuff in the rest of the game, we were able to fix and accommodate the new reality, right? So it's not like we removed power and left the game unchanged. So the passive power that was causing a bunch of inflation in the game was removed, and then those numbers were fixed accordingly so that they made sense again. Talisman coming in and it having things like charms, but also the sets, because it doesn't necessarily have to compete with all of your other gearing options on, you know, what we call your paper doll, right? Your armor, your helm, and things like that. It doesn't actually have to give you stupid amounts of power, right? It doesn't have to have its own inflation problem. Yes, it gives you more power, it gives you more customization, it unlocks playstyles, all these things are true, but it's not intended to be, you know, on par with the best in slot armor you're gonna get. It doesn't have to compete directly with that. It can add its own, you know, correct amount of power, I should say, because it doesn't have to try to one up everything else you have
Yeah,
in your
charm
regular tier
system is
slots.
pretty strong, to
Overall,
be
yes,
fair,
it means you can reach
in
higher
the sets.
heights, but we haven't, taken out the legs. If that makes sense, because when the passives went away, everything kind of went down.
Okay, so like a pit 100 today versus a pit 100 in 3 weeks from now, easier to accomplish or about on par?
I think live what is currently out there today is maybe it's harder. I would say it's harder than it would be.
Okay.
Yeah. So the accessibility and of the end game has been kind of a big focus there today. I think live what is currently out there today is maybe it's harder. I would say it's harder than it would be.
Okay.
Yeah. So the accessibility and of the end game has been kind of a big focus. So it should be easier for more builds to do pit 100 is maybe a better way to put it.
All right.
So we kind of think of this as like a funnel, right? As the difficulty of something goes higher, the number of builds that can actually access that shrinks, and it shrinks pretty rapidly, right? So this is one of the reasons we don't want to necessarily put a bunch of stuff at the very, very pinnacle end at 150 or something. The number of builds that can do that dramatically shrink. So pit 100 kind of being a very clear target for us and saying, okay, what do we have to do to make sure that a bunch of builds can reach this number, and then having that match, T12. So players have something to shoot for. My build can do this. If I want to push harder, you're going to have to make harder choices with your gearing and skills choices and things like that.
All right. So from what you're describing of the thought process behind getting to the 12 torments, it sounds like there's no plans to add more torments in the future. It's kind of like this is it.
Right now, no plans. And when I say no plans, I mean like there's no actual discussion right now about adding a 13 or whatever. But let's see what happens after launch. If players are telling us it's like, hey, 2 more wouldn't hurt, or something like that. Hey, can you smooth out this part of progression? If we feel like that's the right answer, we can. We're not looking to though, right? We'll only do stuff like this if community is telling us like, hey, you guys need to actually add more. So this is actually, for what it's worth, in response to some of that.
Expansion 3, Tournament 16.
There was a big wall at T4 for a lot of players. Maybe not the super blasters. With all due respect, I'm sure they can manage themselves just fine. A lot of players, they hit a wall, right? And it's, oh well, if we just actually add a little bit more kind of steps for them, then they can climb a bit more smoothly, right? And that's kind of the primary goal. And the secondary one was, okay, and then now the activities you like last longer.
This kind of ties into the eternal struggle, the eternal conflict between the blaster type player and the more everyday player, and aspirational content and difficulty and challenge. And it feels like D4 released, and there were aspirational bits of content. There was, Uber Lilith. There were that only certain people could defeat. There were mythic items that you could only dream about finding. And it feels like every bit of aspirational content in the game today has been made accessible to the everyman. Moving into Lord of Hatred, what is the thought process here? Where is the balance intended to be for the future of the game?
Yeah, so I'll just say outright, I think the game needs aspirational content, but I don't think that content, whatever it is, should present itself as the sole or true completion point. So I actually think Uber Lilith is kind of a good example of this. I actually think it was fine. I don't know that we specifically set out to make it more accessible early on. I think it just kind of ended up that way with a whole bunch of other changes that we did. And we're like, it's close enough, like whatever. we sort of inadvertently eroded that a couple times. And then it just sort of ended up, well, if it looks like we're doing it, might as well just do it, right? So I'll say that much. I think if you present the whole game in this way, where you say, and the ultimate challenge is right there, and everyone looks at that and they rightfully expect to be able to reach it, right? Like if you present the entire game as a perfectly linear straight path, then I'm going to expect as a player, well, the things I'm doing in the path from where I am to where I'm going is going to prepare me for something I'm going to have to do there, right? video game 101. Like, it's just like a thing. But it also doesn't mean that like mass player complaints don't always mean blasters are okay with it either, right? It is a matter of degrees. If we put something in game that is too strong or too weak relative to what we intended, we should fix it, or else everything else we make afterwards has to bend in service to it as an outlier. So sometimes we're going to put something in and it's like, oh man, we got to make that easier to get to because it wasn't intended to be the kind of challenge that players are actually seeing. And so what we've tried to do is, as much as possible in Lord of Hatred, is create opportunities for players to make their own goals, their own aspirational goals, things like war plans and echoing hatred for sure. But we also try to go as wide as we can with stuff as well. I know it's like a weird thing to throw out there, but I guarantee you there's a bunch of people who are motivated to find every fish. Like they're just that's like for them, you know, I've seen the memes already. It's like, oh, the true end game. Like they're gonna do that. Right. So it's like, oh, that's great. That's a win. Right. That's a win. There's stuff in the game for all sorts of player types, which means not everything has to be for everyone. And that's great. Like that's, to me, that's very healthy. That's a very healthy amount of aspirational content where there's so many of them, all the summits that we talked about, right? And there's stuff.
Love fishing in every game.
It's funny, you know, Echo of Lilith, Uber Lilith that we kind of talk about. There was so much debate about this when we were making the game originally. It's like, should she drop a reward? Because if she drops a reward, then I expect something. It's like, well, if what players are looking for is an endpoint, then maybe they shouldn't drop a reward. And famously, Diablo and Diablo 1 didn't drop loot, right? And so we kind of took a page out of that. And we're like, okay, well, she is an endpoint. But she had a different, you know, I would say, conflict with her identity in the game, because what we actually saw is a bunch of people couldn't kill her, and a bunch of people that were looking for an ARPG endgame were like, oh, she's not for me. Right, so who is this like narrow audience that she's serving at this point? It's not the ARPG blasters that really care, right? Who are looking for like cool, you know, looping content in their endgame that is worth doing. And it's also not for people who are looking for a finality sort of moment in their experience. So I kind of see her as sort of torn between these two identities. So we try to make sure we don't do that again, right? Where we have this one thing serving two masters, and then failing at both.
All right. One thing you mentioned was, I guess, the ability to come up with our own challenges, and the game now affording us a lot of ways to do that with the customizing of the difficulty. So as of right now, like for the blasters, the only real aspirational content is Pit 150. It sounds like with the war plans and the skill trees for the activities, there will be multiple more, or potentially, maybe you can answer this, will there be multiple more pinnacles for those blaster players to reach that they can feel like, yes, I've done something that average gamer will not be able to accomplish?
Yeah, you can stack some crazy difficulty stuff in some of the trees, and then it could also go right to Torment 12. And by the way, this does mean, you know, I know players got to experience a little bit of this in season 12. It's like, yeah, every boss in every boss lair can now go to Torment 12, including the new pinnacle one that we're adding, right? With Mephisto. So I think there's going to be a ton of stuff for players to be able to kind of again dig into. And there's going to be things that not everyone can just do as easily as other people, but that's what makes it aspirational, right? So we have to have enough of that, and I feel like we have enough of that.
One thing we have seen is the constant push and pull of any time something difficult to either overcome or to acquire, either like through a rarity of a drop, is added to the game. There's a vocal portion of the population that asks for it to be made easier or more accessible. If enough people complain and want it to be easier and more accessible, what is the team's thought process there?
So I feel like, and this is a I'll say this, and it's my conviction on this, right? It's like how I feel about it. And then reality comes in. Let's see what happens. Why can't they get to it? If it's because we aren't giving them enough tools, that is something we should fix. Right, if we can, if that's an accessible fix that we can do and people can understand, we should totally do that. If it's because we messed up the tuning, which we have done in the past, then we should fix the tuning. And I know that whenever the team is kind of faced with these choices, there's kind of an optics issue, right? It's like, oh, they nerfed this for everybody. It's like, yeah, but it was like 10x on accident because of a bug, right? Like we've had that before. Messaging this is something we can obviously do, but I think all this is kind of based on trust between the developers and trust between the community. If everyone is kind of on the same page, it's like, hey, we want to make this kind of game that has the aspirational content, but it also means we can't just leave weird bugs alone, and we have to give people tools to get there. Trust us, we're not taking away the aspirational nature of the game. I think everything goes a lot better, but it's hard to earn that trust, and I'm totally cognizant of that. And that's something that we'll see. Can we build that trust with the community, right? Then I'm not worried about it, right? Because maybe it's like, hey, Uber Lilith is now a lair boss. Like if we said that, like, no, she's just in that system. Great. So that means she's got to go down, but it means you get +1 boss. Maybe that's worth the trade-off, and we'll add more pinnacle content in the future. Eventually, we have to kind of deal with the, as aspirational content gets added to the game, the kind of funnel that I was talking about kind of gets higher and higher, and there's less things that can do stuff. So either we kind of relax the pyramid almost and take some of the stuff at the aspirational level and lower it a little bit so it has other things it could do in the game. Maybe it's stale at this point. Maybe people have done it already. They don't care so much. That's a great way to recycle that content, frankly, right? It's like, well, you've already done it. Game doesn't need it anymore. You don't really care about it anymore. Let more people enjoy it. So it's less about responding to, again, like the masses, demanding stuff. Is just figuring out, hey, what are we going to piss off other people by doing this, right? Because then there's no point, right? Like annoying one portion of our audience to satiate another doesn't make the game better. It doesn't make our community happier in aggregate, right? And it's technically just more work for us, right? It's like, we had to change this, and then now we've left a gap. So we have to just be cognizant of this anytime we go about it, I think. And it is gonna be a case-by-case basis. I wish I could just say bulletproof answer, this is how it's always gonna go. But I don't know, because there's always a lot of, well, it depends. And that's my experience working on Diablo all this time has always been, yeah, these are always an it depends answer. So you can kind of look at, again, the stuff that we're doing right now to try to make people go and get aspirational moments out of the game that they have right now, and then also add stuff. So now there isn't this like dearth of stuff to be excited about being able to do and accomplish, and the only thing left is the stuff at the very, very end that is out of reach. And now I'm frustrated, right? Because I have nothing to do, nothing to try, nothing exciting to see. So I think we need to have, again, many summits, many paths. And I think we've hit it. I think we've got enough, at least for now, until everyone proves us wrong, right? Diablo's got a bright future. We'll add more stuff, I'm sure, and so on and so forth.
Fair enough. So, I mean, since the launch of the game, it's been we're on to 3 years now, and so much has changed. We've gone through so many major updates, so many major overhauls, lessons learned along the way by the team. What lessons do you feel that have been learned from the launch over the past 3 years most directly helped shape Lord of Hatred?
At its core, I would say Diablo 4 learned. It's kind of funny. You mentioned the eternal conflict earlier.
Yeah.
This is like kind of poetic. When we launched, there was a lot of tension between, is this more like Diablo 2 or is this more like Diablo 3? And I think at launch we convinced both kind of parts of this discussion that they were both right, that it was for the other side. Right? I think we successfully convinced everyone that it was explicitly not for them. Because if you think about it, we literally had skill trees. D3 didn't have skill trees in the regular sense, right? Like we borrowed a lot of DNA from both those games, and honestly, even Diablo 1 in some respects, and a whole bunch of action RPGs. But I think the project was kind of mired in that sort of, heaven, hell, eternal conflict. Like it literally had that. And I think the biggest thing that kind of came out of that was like, actually, Diablo 4 just needs to be Diablo 4. It can have, liberally, comfortably use any part of anything it wants. Any previous Diablo game is fair game. Any other action RPG, frankly, there's a lot of great ones out there. We play them all. We're like, hell yeah, that's super cool. And honestly, outside the genre, it doesn't have to just be all action RPG stuff. And I think that's kind of where inspiration is drawn from and breeds innovation and things like that, and then execute it at the highest level that we can. And I think the journey is really Diablo 4 finding its own identity, and not kind of being stuck in this like, well, which one is it more like? It's like, well, actually, it's like all of them because they're Diablo, right? And so this is also Diablo, and so it's going to share that DNA no matter what. Being comfortable to not pick explicitly one or the other, I think, has been a transformative thing for the team. To have the confidence to say like, no, this is just Diablo 4. It is what it is. These are the things we've got. These are the things that are different from all the other games that are out there, including all of our own previous releases. But yeah, I would say that's been our own internal conflict.
That makes a lot of sense. I did feel in the past that I wasn't quite clear on what the identity of Diablo 4 was, and so it's been this discovery process. So now Lord of Hatred is the ultimate form of Diablo 4's core identity now being presented to us. So if you had to, what exactly is that identity? If you had to like sum up what Diablo 4 is, what makes Diablo 4 Diablo 4?
So at its core, this is very simplistic to start, right? Like it's an action RPG first and foremost. Like we know that identity. It's not another genre. It is this genre. It's an action RPG first and foremost. It's a rich dark fantasy narrative. We have that with our campaign. That's something we rely on our campaign to help us kind of communicate and to kind of help establish an anchor for our players. It starts off as a really good action game, but it reveals just immense systems depth as you go through the content, right? That's not something the campaign has to do, but our end game can absolutely do that. Content progression, build choices, right? And so what we want this is to be pretty much action game that just
obligatory Iron Maelstrom use in the trailer, guys.
Into a very deep systems-driven action RPG, and I think we've got that right now. So if you think about the layering of the systems in the game, it gets more complex, but the depth needs to outpace that complexity.
I think Iron Maelstrom might be a
right.
thing.
Every ounce of complexity we add to the game needs to have tenfold output in terms of the depth it creates. Otherwise, just a big tangled mess of stuff, right? So like if you think about just how your skill tree, your paragon, your gear, your talisman all sort of interact, not to mention whatever your class mechanic is. What does that let you do? It lets ideally it lets you play however you want. You look at all these systems in the game and there are tools for you to achieve whatever it is that you want to achieve. And that's been the class side, right? The player side. And the other side that Lord of Hatred is now bringing is the fact that you can do pretty much a similar thing to the content. You have control and mastery over your answer and to the question. The game asks the question, you bring the answer. Now you get to modify both.
Nice, yeah. So for players who
quit
around Season 1, Season 2, what do you think would surprise them the most if they came back for Lord of Hatred?
That would have been like, that era would have been like Nightmare Dungeons have like specific tiers, I think, and a lot of people are not happy about Kill on Monsters, I think, still.
So many changes, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track.
It's like, hey, what I would say is like, hey, come play. Obviously, I think we've got something really special here, but also treat it like something new, because I think it's gonna feel like this is a different game. That's something I've heard. It's like this. Some of these things don't feel like something in an expansion, right? They feel like something in a new entry, and that's been kind of a target for the team from the very beginning as well. It's, hey, Your goal is to make the best expansion we've ever made. Like, have that as your target. You know, look at the past. Look at games like Reaper. You know, for D3. Look at LOD. You know, just look at those games. Imagine how transformative they were for their respective titles. Your goal is to be worthy of, you know, being mentioned in the same vein. So I think we are. And so people who have played back then, 3 years ago or whatever, it's like, hey, come back and realize that the game is completely different. Every single class is completely different. Itemization is different. Crafting is different. The content is different. By the way, you can go through the whole S2R content now. And by the way, Skoas is in the game, right? Like, there's just a ton more. You know, if people played back then, they had 3 activities. They had Whispers, they had Nightmare Dungeons, they have Hell Tides. We have more than doubled that at this point. So it is a night and day difference, I think, to what we had at launch.
Absolutely. Absolutely new game. I guess any closing thoughts, any messages you want to put out there? I mean, you just hit upon a pretty solid one for people that haven't been around since quite a while, but maybe anything for more recent players?
So if you're seeing this and the game's not out yet, I encourage you to actually go back through the campaign, play it. Play it with your preferred class, play it with the Paladin, right? Just have fun. Take it in, breathe it in. I don't, you know, these moments don't happen a lot, I think, where we have this kind of campaign dropping. There'll be plenty of time to blast, there'll be plenty of time to do all that stuff, but the team has put so much effort into making sure that we have a conclusion to kind of the arc, you know, the Age of Hatred that we've been building that is worthy of Mephisto, of having a villain like him. I think it's something special to behold, and I think it's really cool to kind of dive into that sort of on the campaign track. And then when the game does launch, savor the campaign, enjoy it, play through Skobos. It's a shit ton of fun. I love it. And then you know, it's one of those things of like, I keep just listening to the music, just the audio design and things like that. And when you're going a million miles an hour, it's really easy to kind of forget these things exist. But just take that moment, take that breath, plenty of time to blast after. Really savor it. You know, first time in Skobos, final showdown with Mephisto.
Well said. Simon, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So folks, that wraps up the interview. If you haven't seen yesterday's video, we covered all the major announcements from the dev livestream. Lord of Hatred is launching next Monday, late Monday in the Americas, Tuesday for the rest of the world. And stay tuned for more Lord of Hatred coverage, folks. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my supporters who make these videos possible. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to join Rikers Raiders for more Diablo content.
Okay. So yeah, TLDR. They're mostly talking about a bunch of the like Labos stuff and Mephisto and Lilith. So we've seen like a screenshot of like a +12 Lilith that is definitely coming from the Labos feature. I think it has to do with the ultimate Nemesis layer that is like part of the Labos tree. And I guess otherwise you won't even have access to them at all, maybe? I don't know how that's gonna go. Maybe you do. But yeah, kind of interesting to see what's gonna happen there. Will they give you early access to great builds guides before launch? No, they specifically said, fuck you, Woody. And here we are. So, no, like they don't want anyone who can make builds in this press access. So, you know, that happened, it's over now, right? This happened like a week or two ago. And they only had people that are incapable of making builds in there, basically. So that stuff is not solved. That is intentional. The build guides will be archived but still accessible. Yes, like archived guides, you can find them. There's like an archive section on the build guides on Maxwell. How much have I been cooking Warlock? A lot. I've been working on this for weeks, so I have a lot of stuff ready. And we will start launching the Warlock leveling guide soon. And we'll also have endgame guides very soon after release, once you actually have the full plan and everything. So I got like, you know, basically like 5 builds, like 80% ready or so. Like I have to do the final write-ups for the leveling guides. and then they will be published, and then the endgame guides, they're like, you know, kind of in limbo until we have the planner. Is there another interview, guys? Do we have anything else here? Rob has an interview. Okay. Can someone link that? Alright, let's check this out.
Hey everybody, it's Rob here. Today we have an exclusive
With
interview
Art.
for the new Lord of Hatred expansion with Art Peshkov. Art, welcome in. Can you quickly tell us like what you do for this expansion and what you're working on?
Hey, yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm the lead systems designer on Diablo 4. My team is responsible for a lot of the stuff that we're going to be talking about today, you know, like progression, itemization, crafting systems, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, sick. So let's jump right in. My first question is about like balance philosophy, especially on the new Warlock class. Now, when the Paladin launched last season, it was like pretty powerful. Now, I really like when the classes, the new class is starting, you know, a bit on the stronger side, as everybody is still like getting to learn how to play it. But especially some of the like Paragon nodes were very much on the strong side. So how is the team approaching, you know, like the power level of the class and the balance in general?
Yeah, so I mean, for us, when we launch a new class, it's important that like the class release is broadly strong. We really want players to find success across all of the archetypes, so you know we can get actual feedback on how they're all playing in relation to other classes and stuff like that. It's definitely not our intention to release something that is like uncapped and lets you scale to infinity or whatever. But we find that when a class has a weak archetype, it can be really difficult to hear and get like good feedback from our players on whether we've delivered a play style that resonates and is fun. Just because like when there's a lack of strength in an archetype or a build, like that really just dominates the entire conversation.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, like, we're all excited to jump in the new class and give it a go, I think. I mean, I'm also very excited for the existing classes. So very like excited to see how this is all gonna like play out here next week. So when would you then decide that a build is like too strong from like a balance perspective? Like, for example, we have the new Torment difficulties now going all the way up to Torment 12. So like, let's say there's going to be like, I don't know, a Warlock build that is like doing this on like day 1 or 2. Would you consider that like too strong? And like, what would the reaction to something like this be?
I mean, it's all, about the context of where everybody else is at, right? I think a huge part of the fun of Diablo is, you're crafting your build, you're making meaningful decisions with your character about the loot and other things that you find, right? And balance exists as a whole just to make these choices meaningful, right? And if there is a choice that has a clear answer due to balance, like the math is way off or it's some busted interaction, it's not really a choice, right? Because you're just going to pick the most optimal thing. And when there's no choice, it's not fun. So our kind of broad focus on builds being too strong is just when we feel like we're cheating players out of meaningful fun and progression, right? And so our primary goal with balancing is just to really make sure that players can complete all the goals that they've set out for themselves across the season, across all class archetypes.
So like in regards to like the very high difficulties, is that a bit more like aspirational? Like, or are we expected to have this like for, like majority or like a lot of builds that will be able to reach the highest difficulties?
Our goal generally is that players can get to the highest difficulties with every archetype. We've structured the new Torment difficulties so that there is an actual progression. We want the game to broaden and open up as you progress through difficulties. But at the very tail end, we do consider the last couple of Torment tiers to be basically aspirational, right? Like there's some reward scaling, but generally, once you get to a certain point, you've kind of unlocked the whole game, and then anything past that is you're just pushing your build.
Okay, yeah, cool. And I mean, the great thing is even if you manage to beat Torment 12, then there's still the tower and the pit if you want to like, push yourself further. All right. Yeah, super exciting. And then for the new skill tree, so like every class is getting a new skill tree, and that's looking to completely like change the game, especially like for the existing classes, because Warlock is going to be all new, so that's going to be super fresh. But even like every like existing class is getting a full revamp. But so to do that, like it looks like there's like no passives at all in the skill tree anymore. So how does the team ensure that like each level and skill point still feels meaningful? Like because if you already like before, if you already had like I don't know your max Hoda ranks and your max ultimate, then you could still like juice your damage a little bit more by like putting more multipliers or putting more toughness into the skill tree. So how would that like work right now? How does it like how do you ensure that every level basically is feeling meaningful?
Yeah. So I think like the main thing that we want to do and achieve with the skill tree is we really, really want players to basically get their build online, right? Like through the skill tree. So we're very intentionally letting people do that through the skill tree, and that's going to occur before max level. The general expectation is that skill points are the most meaningful when you're making a decision, like what skill am I picking, what variant or what modifiers am I picking, and a little bit less so after that, right? And there's obviously some optimization on like exactly how you distribute your skill points, but we don't intend for every single skill point to be as meaningful as every other single skill point, right? There's like 70 plus of them, right? We do want there to be value when making main decisions. We want you to there to be value when you're choosing how you invest in skill ranks. But we've actually like tuned the other systems while you're leveling to be more present. And so like the burden of I'm making an interesting decision doesn't entirely rest on the skill tree in the later half of progression or your leveling progression.
Mm-hmm. So you're also basically looking to bring like a lot of the aspects then into the skill tree, but also like reworking some of the skills. For example, like right now in the live game, if you add more points in your ultimate, it's basically like reducing the cooldown, for example, in many cases.
Mm-hmm.
And like, what is this look like for some of the existing classes, like where there is a cooldown scaling on the skills? If you put 12 points, like how is that going to work? Is that still going to reduce the cooldown, or is that going to like do more damage, or like how can we envision this?
Generally, the skill point, investing more skill points into a skill will either scale whatever that skill does, whether it's damage or scaling, defensive, something like that. So that's where additional investment in skill points.
Okay, so it's kind of similar like to a passive, but just like in a cooler way because it's the skill itself. Okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
So like with the skill tree work for like the existing classes, like what is like one of or some of your favorites, or some of your like what you think is going to have the most impactful change for existing builds? Because we have our like set meta right now, we have our set builds, and now everything is going to be different. So like, can you give us a few examples? Like, what's your favorite, and what do you think has like a lot of impact?
Yeah, I honestly, it's kind of hard to like cherry pick a few specific things because every class got a huge amount of rework. I think we're kind of upending everything. You guys have your work cut out for you for a little while. I hope.
I can't imagine. That's gonna be wild.
So yeah, every class got a huge amount of updates. I think a couple of examples that I think are going to feel very impactful and radically different to kind of what exists now are the changes to Druid shapeshift form bonuses and them kind of being baked into the skill tree. And you can kind of pick which forms you want your skills to be. And then I think another huge one would be Necro minions. Necro minions are now part of the skill tree. You can invest skill points into them. Ultimately, every class has a huge amount of options to explore and stuff to figure out. So as for me personally, I think one of the most fun builds I like accidentally stumbled upon was this Cold Sork with Ice Chain Lightning. And there's this new Deep Freeze variant that turns it into a targeted AoE with charges. I found some fun scaling stuff, and I was like, okay, this is really cool. Most recently, I had I played a Brandish Paladin. I wasn't intending to go Brandish, but I got a good supplication early, and I just kind of ran with it. Like reimagined what that build would look like with the new skill tree, and I was able to take it all the way through Torment 12, and it was really fun.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I love when you can just like, decide your build depending on like which items you find during your playthrough and then like, scale into that. That's what I really love about the leveling, that basically like every skill is doing damage like while you level. So I think that's like one of the super cool parts. Okay, we're going like on with items and cubes. And with the cubes being, with the Horado cube being introduced, we are looking basically at major changes for how items are obtained and what you can do with them as well. So it has already been teased that Sanctification is going to make like a return in some more tame version as Transfiguration. So could you share some insights of like what are we expecting? Like how powerful are these outcomes of this like new system basically?
Yeah. So yeah, Transfiguration is an evolution of Sanctification. The systems they do share kind of a lot of the same components. They share a lot of the same goals. Obviously, the way that you're using it is different. Now you'll be doing it in the cube now, but both systems have they have a large pool of randomized outcomes. After you do it, your items are generally made unmodifiable. So they're both systems for you to finish your item, right? But they definitely serve slightly different roles. In season 11, Sanctification was filling the role of seasonal power, right? It was seasonal power as an itemization system. So to that end, Sanctification had to be pretty forgiving, right? Which we made even more forgiving during PTR iterations. And then we had to have very, very, very powerful outcomes, like the chance to get legendary or mythic powers on every single slot.
Yeah, we got grandfather double damage on the slot. That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously, having a system with like this level of potential for power can't really exist in like the eternal ecosystem. It would be impossible to balance, and those that just got lucky could be orders of magnitude more powerful than those that didn't get lucky.
That definitely happened. It was like a 1 in a million or something. So it was
totally. In terms of general outcome pool, we've removed the chance to get bonus legendary or mythic powers as a general outcome. So, the system still has a lot of RNG. There's still, like I wouldn't say there's less RNG than in Transfiguration than Sanctification, but the power ceiling is definitely lower.
Yeah.
So one thing that I'll say is like a key difference between Transfiguration and Sanctification is Transfiguration gives you the ability to manipulate some of that RNG. There are actually different ways to influence the outcome of Transfiguration that can be used depending on what input items you put into the cube. As an example, the basic Transfiguration is pretty chaotic. The potential for reward is pretty high, but there's risk. This pool of outcomes is like adding an affix, changing an affix, GAing a non-GA affix, adding quality, or everyone's favorite, making your item indestructible.
Yes.
So good for I mentioned before, we've removed the legendary and mythic power chance as an outcome, but there is a very, very low chance you can transfigure an item more than once with standard Transfiguration. So in terms of like how we envision players to use this is great for items that you expect to kind of upgrade out of relatively soon, or aren't amazing anyway, or you have a backup for, or if you just want to YOLO send it, right? With the gamble. If you're more risk averse, you can add a crafting material called an entropic tuning prism into the cube, and this makes the outcomes more stable. This reduces the reward ceiling, right? So we take the best possible outcomes of Transfiguration out of the pool.
He's kind of
back. We also take away all the bad outcomes. There's no so when you use this variant of Transfiguration, it is always an upgrade. So great
basically the item can't get worse, or it can't break, because this is like what many people are afraid of. You put your perfect item in and then it gets destroyed by removing an affix. So if you use this material, I already love the cube, man. So if you use this material, then that can't happen, but you have a bit less upside.
Yes, less upside. And this version, there's no chance for multiple Transfigurations, but yes, there's no downside. So this is the safe, risk-averse version. And then for amulets, we have something very, very special for amulets. We have a special Transfiguration option that requires a different rare material. When you use this on amulets, we let you add a bonus legendary power onto the amulet,
Dang.
regardless of what rarity the amulet is, right? You could use this on a legendary, you can use this on a unique, you can use it on a mythic. It applies a random legendary. And the other special thing about this transfiguration is that this one has no unmodifiable component, so you can re-roll it. This is one that you can just re-roll until you
can
get
still
the bonus
change the
legendary
original aspect, for example, then, and
you can still imprint and change the original aspect.
Yes. That's what many people were asking in that season as well. And that would also include, because on the amulet, I think you can get pretty much every aspect. So that also includes then the offensive aspect and all this kinds of stuff for the amulet.
Yeah, every amulet in the pool, or every aspect in the amulet pool. Yeah, so
okay, that's gonna be some crazy end game system. I mean, so you'll be able to reuse this then, right? You can still modify it after using this material once, and then you can do it again until you get
until you get the result that you want. So we think the like bonus legendary power is really cool, and we wanted to kind of like distill it down into a very controlled way that actually meaningfully adds to your build expression. Because there's the opportunity cost if you only get to do it on one slot.
And then like roughly like how often, like not necessarily on the amulet, because that sounds like it's super rare, right? But like how would it look like for the normal like transfiguration? Then like how often are you expecting players to engage with this? I mean, to engage with the cube in general, I think that's already like during leveling, right? But then in the end game, like how often do you like expect players to engage with this, basically how it's currently balanced?
Honestly, ideally, I'd hope that transfiguration is something that you'd honestly want to do even like in while you're leveling up in the late leveling phases, or even in early torments, just because you get some of the materials and you have items that you're going to upgrade out of. So like, why not see if you can make it better, right? So
good. I like that. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing about this is that the transfiguration or the sanctification effects back then, they were all scaled for endgame, and when you get them while leveling, they were actually pretty impactful, like even just like stats or some other stuff like that, because they were the same affixes.
So then, like talking about amulets, like obviously, like we don't have passives anymore, as we talked about earlier, and now the amulet has this like crazy like final transfiguration like material step. But like, how does the stats look on the amulet? Because usually we had this like very painful hunt in the current live season where we have to get like 3 or sometimes even 4 passives as like main DPS, and the RNG and the odds on this, they were horrible. So now those passives are gone. But are there like any like new desired stats maybe that we can add, like that we can expect like for the base stats of the amulet, the base affixes?
So we think it's really cool when items have like different roles that they fill. I totally agree that amulets were super painful because of how strong passive ranks were and how much better a tri or quad passive.
Then we made 60% dot multi on your neck.
Amulet was then,
and then even
really
if you found it, you still had to re-roll it to the right passive, and that took like so much gold and mods. It was crazy.
So with Legis or with Lord of Hatred, passive ranks are gone, obviously. So base affixes on amulet don't have such a huge power gap. We've also removed just some of the like least.
Got blood bar or something like that, level 1. Yeah, when I was doing the level, the yellow item only character, right? I had like this aspect on like one of the yellow items. That was kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, this is like gone now. Show me this amulet. Sure. So we can do... I guess I put it here. Where do I have it actually? Okay. So yeah, you can get 60% dot multi, and then you can get 24% elemental multi. There's also like all damage multi. There's crit multi. There's bone multi. Pretty good. So these stats are significantly stronger than passives used to be. I guess they will be much easier to roll. Passives had like extremely low weight, and we have seen a lot of screenshots of items that have these multis, or even 2 of them. So this is on gloves, rings, amulet, weapons, all the offensive slots basically. I wonder if like replace an affix is still a part of the transfiguration, right? Like 1 bigger on kill, you could replace that. and it wouldn't really hurt, I guess, most of the time. Poison, Spirit Bomb OP soon? Yes. I have high expectations for dot builds in general, and we have seen that Noxious Resonance still exists as an amulet now. So yeah, Spiritborn, Centipede stuff, stonks are going quite up.
Desirable affixes on the amulet pool from the amulet pool just to clean it up. So now instead of passive ranks, amulets can roll affixes for skill ranks to various tags and categories, right? Like different archetype tags for your class, and then amulets can also roll all skills. Now the important thing to note. Yes, to a smaller degree, yeah.
Okay.
The important thing to note is that all of the affixes that give you skill ranks to tags or categories are mutually exclusive. So at most, an amulet can ever roll with 2 affix slots that are dedicated to skills. One of those can be all skills. The other can be one tag or category skills, and then the other 2 affix slots are whatever else can roll in the amulet pool.
Yeah, that's going to be super exciting, especially I imagine like for people that can't find a mythic Harlequin's Crest yet, they can still have at least like some all skills then on the amulet or like enchanted on there and stuff. That's going to be wild.
It almost sounds like Harlequin is going to be a desirable item. Or all skills on your neck would be a desirable stat.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that. And then we also get the talisman and the set system. Like that's going to be like probably like one of the biggest introductions as well. So how much of a power boost like can we expect from these kind of sets in Diablo 4?
Yeah, I'm super excited for people to get their hands on Talisman and start coming up with cool stuff to do with it. So as far as like balancing Talisman sets, I think it'd be important to know, like broadly, are the class specific sets in Lord of Hatred, they provide bonuses to broad archetypes rather than specific skills. So some set bonuses might even unlock like a new mechanic or keyword that is utilized when you're wearing the set. Again, the requirements are just that you meet the specific like tag requirement, right? It's not use this specific skill to unlock bonus. So on balancing sets, all of the different tiers of set bonuses, like the two-piece set bonuses, the 3-piece set bonuses, the 5-piece set bonuses, they are all tuned against each other, other set bonuses of the same tier. So, for example, if you're playing a warlock, there's a set that is for demonology tag skills. There's another set for like sigils and occult tag skills, another for demon form, another for shadow form, etc. And any the damage bonus of any given set's 5-piece is tuned against the damage bonuses of all other 5-piece set bonuses. So they should be relatively comparable. You won't have cases where one set is giving, like 5 times the multiplier than some other 5-piece set bonus.
Okay. So you generally expecting like players to try to collect a full set, or like how about the alternative of using the unique or the other charm slots basically?
That is definitely part of we've designed the 5-piece set bonus to be the most immediately obvious and kind of I wouldn't say easily accessible, but most straightforward build path in terms of talisman.
Yeah, like an easy solution if you find it, basically.
Yes, it's an easy solution. It's like I'm playing a disciple paladin. Here's a disciple set. I can't go wrong if I choose this option, right? But yes, we also have unique charms. At the very, very high end, we have mythic seals, and mythic seals have affixes that break talisman rules. So, for example, normally you can only equip 1 unique charm. There are some mythic seal affixes that reduce your total charm count, but let you equip more than 1 unique charm. Right.
Okay.
So at the high end, you can the way that we envision players interacting with it, you could go the straightforward 5-piece set bonus path. You could go focus more on unique charms if you have the right you have the right talisman seals, or kind of like a hybrid of both, or even a multi-set setup.
Dang, that's so cool. So
yeah. It depends on how many unique charms and how much it reduces the count. I think if it goes below 5 total, and they don't all allow unique charms, it's probably not gonna be possible to make this stronger than like a full set plus 1 charm.
Mythic seals basically interact with the charm slots in some way. Oh, that's gonna be exciting. I can't wait to get my hands on this. That's gonna be crazy. So in regards to the cube and crafting materials, in regards to how it works with the loot filter, like I see this like argument a lot of people like, why would I want to use the loot filter? But because then I'm going to be missing out on all these like materials that I might like, salvage. Like, you know, if I have a worse item, I want to salvage it to the blacksmith. So especially like with the loot filter coming out and how much crafting we are doing in the Kanai's cube, like what do you say to those players that are concerned with we don't have an auto salvage function as far as I understood this? So like how is our like material crafting material economy looking?
I say don't worry about it.
Okay.
So
yeah, I remember you said that in like a previous dev stream. Yeah, right. But people are still going on about this. Like, but why would I use the loot filter if I need the crafting mods? You know, it's a very common question.
No, I can understand how you know, how it is a question. So first of all, the cube uses basically an entirely new set of materials. Like you won't be using salvage, you won't be using forgotten souls, you won't even be using gold for crafting stuff in the cube.
Nice.
Cube materials fall into 2 broad categories. There's heraldic dust. There's a bunch of different kinds of heraldic dust, and there's tuning prisms. Dust is generally used as a material directly for executing recipes or for executing cube crafts. And then tuning prisms they're used to modify the outcome of some of these crafts. Like, for example, if you add an affix, then there are tuning stones you can add, and you can specify the category of the affix that is added. It's still a random roll within that category, but you have some narrowing down of results. Cube mats generally come from killing stuff, like elites and bosses drop cube mats. They're also their own reward category now. War plans nodes can have cube rewards. Whispers can have cube reward caches. There's even a whole new line of Undercity tributes for cube materials that have new bargains that let you target farm cube mats. So it's a whole thing you can kind of engage with.
Cool.
As for salvage in general, with loot filter coming in X2, we've just completely kind of retuned the item progression and salvage economy with the loot filter in mind. So salvage is still kind of relevant in your early leveling journey if you want to engage with a lot of like pre-Lord of Hatred crafting. If you want to do a bunch of blacksmith, you know, tempering or imprinting or whatever, salvage is relevant while you're leveling. But once you get into Torment, you basically graduate out of the need for salvage entirely. Like we don't expect you to pick up items and scrap items for using for those legacy crafting functions.
I think that's a massive W, especially on the target farm, because I can imagine, like, for example, myself, but also many other people, like, they're going to be, like, you know, on the hunt for the perfect items, and they're going to probably want to engage a lot in the, like, crafting system. And then if you have a way, like you said, in the Undercity to, like, really, really target farm for all those, like, crazy nerds that want to, like, go super deep into the crafting, the, like, best in slot item or something, like, that's super cool.
Yeah, I mean, so the cube has like a huge variety of different things that it can do. Most of these are useful at all stages of progression. Some of them are only useful at the very, very tail end, and you won't even be able to get to use those late game things, because until late game, until, you know, when you have materials. Anyway, so we expect players to use the cube a good bit, and the possibility space like continues to open up, and so. There's with the new crafting materials and like the ways that you can target farm them, there's a lot of room for personal preference of you as a player. Like, how much do you want to engage with cube crafting? You know, there's a lot of recipes that are like high impact. You push the button, you immediately see something cool, and it's not too noodly, right? But if you are a player that you really like engaging with crafting, you have these new specific sources that you can use to farm materials, and you can use them to really fine tune your items. You know, we have affix modification. You can even build items from the ground up if you really, really wanted to, which actually is really fun. And
I love that. Yeah.
Super meaningful and rewarding because there's some nuance to it. it kind of like rewards mastery and knowing, like figuring out how the cube works and how does it interact with the other different crafting systems in the game. So yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, lots to explore, man. That sounds cool. Is also like runes part of the cube system, or are there any upgrades to like the rune system, like in general?
Yeah, so I mentioned that the cube uses a bunch of new stuff. It does use existing items, just not existing crafting materials, and runes do play a part in the cube.
Nice.
One of the things that I really wanted to do with the cube is make interacting with and upgrading runes easier to manage, because it's kind of not.
Yeah,
great right now.
that's really good.
So the cube has a way for you to combine runes. You can take 5 runes of any specific rarity and put them in and upgrade them to a random rune of the next rarity, right? So it's better than the jewel crafting upgrading.
So basically 5 yellow runes, and then you get a random legendary rune or something like that.
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah. At the very tail end, you'll also have a way to deterministically craft specific legendary runes. There's a really hefty cost associated with this, but like if you have, I just need this specific rune for my build or whatever, then you can do that in the cube directly.
Okay.
Grade them to a random rune of the next. The cube has a way for you to combine runes. You can take 5 runes of any specific rarity and put them in and upgrade them to a random rune of the next rarity, right? So it's better than the jewel crafting upgrading.
So basically 5 yellow runes, and then you get a random legendary rune or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was actually way better than on live server right now. On live server, it's like 3 to 1 with a 15% chance to upgrade and an 85% chance to stay on the same rarity. So I wonder if the jewel crafter will actually still even have that at all.
Nice.
Yeah. At the very
I guess not.
tail end, you'll also have a way to deterministically craft specific legendary runes. There's a really hefty cost associated with this, but like if you have, I just need this specific rune to.
Yeah, I think they might just have deleted this for the non-expansion people. Like, I don't see any reason to keep like 2 systems around for that same purpose. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna say fuck them.
For my build or whatever, then you can do that in the cube directly.
Okay. And with like existing runes, like are we also, because with the Spiritborn and with the Paladin, we got like some new runes. Are we also expecting like some changes to the runes, or are we getting new runes as well?
Yeah, we made some updates to kind of runes in general. We did add a couple of new Warlock runes.
Nice.
We shuffled the rarity of a few of them and upgraded their like offering, cost, and generation respectively. The big thing that we did is like we just took a look at the list of available runes and looked at what was being used, and we just removed a bunch of things that were not being used at all.
Makes sense.
This does act like as a kind of indirect buff to target farming runes, because the pool is smaller now, so it's easier to get the specific thing that you want. This also does a lot for cleaning up inventory pressure, because now that actually anything stackable stacks to 1,000 now, and the new rune list fits entirely within your socketables inventory, so you don't actually like need to put them in your stash anymore. But realistically, with like the new ways that you can upgrade runes, like I don't expect players to be sitting on every single rune type, because you can combine them up and make things that you want directly with the cube. So
yeah, the cube has so much potential. Like this is probably going to fill hours and hours or sides and sides of guides and videos. That's gonna be very exciting to figure this all out and jump into it next week. Dang,
can't wait.
Yes. Okay, for the next one, players are asking for more stash space for quite some time. It seems like we're getting like 1 extra stash tabs, but I feel like there's 2 new classes. So do we have any update on the entire space situation? Especially how do you expect the Horodic cube is gonna like, interact with all of this? Because there's crafting materials and we have to store them somewhere, right?
Yeah. So Lord of Hatred is giving an additional stash tab, but beyond that, it was actually pretty important to me to reduce inventory pressure in as many ways as possible, because new classes, we're adding new things for you to pick up. There's a lot of new items outside of equipment that like you will drop and that you'll care about and want to pick up. So the first thing that we did, is I mentioned it earlier, is that all stackable items now stack to 1,000.
Yes,
so you should literally never need to have more than 1 stack of anything. I'm not gonna, with some exceptions probably, but We've consolidated a bunch of different things, like socketables. Like I mentioned, we consolidated a bunch of rune stuff. There's a bunch of consumables that have been cleaned up and removed. Dungeon keys got consolidated as well because layer boss keys are now generic, right? There's no specific keys based on like this is the Andariel's key versus Duriel's key. There's just tier 1 boss key, tier 2 boss key, and the cube, one of the other things that we did is we let the cube act as a sort of outflow for things that you might pick up that don't quite have value. So we let you combine and upgrade a lot of things in the cube, and like as an example, Undercity tributes that have rarities. Like you can take a bunch of blue Undercity tributes for something and then upgrade them into yellow, and even legendary tributes of that same type. So we've done this across a bunch of different things, which should really, so less inventory pressure, super high stat counts, lots of outflow via the cube should hopefully reduce inventory pressure significantly.
Yeah, how they're gonna allow us to actually like throw in like, you know, a 500 stack of one thing and then convert the entire stack into the thing with the recipe, right? If it's like a 5-to-1, I want to be able to put 500 and get 100 out of it. I mean, that'd be kind of nice.
Dang, okay, sounds exciting. I can't wait to jump in next week, and I'm definitely dying to see like all the new skill trees here, especially the Barbarian one for me. So do you have like a preferred like a starter class? Like are you going to be able to play, or is there like so much stuff going on with the launch? Are you going to be able to log in?
Oh yeah, definitely gonna lock in. I don't know what class I'm gonna start with. I've played obviously everything internally up to this point, so I might just like random roll it and whatever happens.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, that's cool. For me, I think it's gonna be like I want to start with the Warlock because like everything is so new. But then after a couple days, I definitely want to see the Barbarian, man. My dream is that there's like a spin to win Whirlwind Barbarian. This is the build I played on the OG launch, and that's gonna be like.
That was my season 0 character.
Yes,
my season 0 was spin to win.
In my opinion, like, most fun for sure.
except I couldn't kill Uber Lilith with spin to win, and I respect the Hoda, but didn't have enough time to re-gear. So
yeah, the single target has been a long-lasting problem on Whirlwind, Bob. One can only pray. We're gonna be exciting. All right,
I can say that the class team worked really hard to make spin to win a very, very viable play style.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, man. That's
kind of what I expected already.
Even more hype now. Let's go. Just a couple days left. Thank you so much, Artman, for taking the time. And yeah, we're ready to log in. Let's go. GG.
Let's go. Log in.
Yep. Let's go.
And it just ends like that. Okay. Just. All right. Let's go over. Okay, here we go, I guess. Oh, look, there's Riker again. What the fuck? It showed me the same video on both of them. What the fuck? Okay, interesting. Anyway. Ugh, I can't see anything. Third set of glasses. Oh shit. Oh no. Okay. Well, let's go then. Better? Now it's getting really hard to see anything, I gotta say. Holy. Amazing. Can frozen builds be a thing given how stagger builds works now? I mean, there is a ring that is insane for freeze builds. It's called Signet of Pelgrim, which is a universal unique for all classes. It's a ring, and it allows you to stack up your damage done to frozen targets in a pretty big way. There's also Azure Raft that we have seen, which looks ridiculous. So there's definitely some potential there for like cold builds in general, I'd say. DM just watched the reel, he was pleasantly surprised and kind of hyped, then he got to the end of the ads. The ads? You mean like the corn thing? And this, I don't know, the sweets or whatever they have there? And the Fanta? I mean, what about it? You don't want to start this war. Yeah, maybe you want to take back your points, Demalius. Rate my cope. Are we at that point again? Okay. Ice Heart Brace. Frostnova makes vulnerable. Instead of freezing, Frostnova forms an aura. Frostnova size increased. It's good thinking. It could work. I don't see why it wouldn't work. I think if an item says it will do another skill, it should work with all of the upgrades for that skill. And they should all get the aura. This might not be very much cope at all. The question is how often is it going to happen? There used to be like the conjuration. This actually means that the Frost Nova enchant has probably changed, right? So... Oof. Okay, I can do that. The Frost Nova enchant has probably changed. And they also all used to trigger the stuff, but I had like this super low trigger chance and stuff like that. So we'll see. Could be good though. Definitely some potential. I just uni reversed him, yeah. No you. Anyway. Are there any builds I started brew and try now that I have seen so much? There's a lot of stuff I'm stoked for, man. I wanna make all classes during season 13. At least like one build to Torment 12 and stuff like that. And I mean, okay, I will start on Warlock, there's a lot of stuff to try and so on. But yeah, definitely gonna be on Barb, gonna be on Rogue, a bunch. And then we're gonna kind of go for the other classes. I am assigned to still update the Oradin on Maxroll. So that is something I kind of have to check out as soon as I can as well, I guess. But luckily, not too much seems to be changing there, so I can probably kind of like mostly carry most of the guide I have forward. And it's gonna be okay. But yeah, I definitely want to try a lot of stuff, man. Like a ranged rogue. I want to see if calm points is a thing again. Like, you know, barrage, the multi-shot thing. That's gonna be cool. Pen shots, I want to see that. Yeah, on Barb, there's a lot of stuff. Double swing, Velvet, I might try. Iron Maelstrom. All this like ancient stuff's kind of cool. TB, yeah, for sure. Judgment, or then no Judgment. I will probably not touch Judgment again. You definitely want to start Warlock, but it seems a bit slower. Don't worry about that part. What's my second class? Yeah, it's gonna be Barb or Rogue is my second, most likely. What does the item give you more arrows? There's one for rapid fire. The Sky Hunter gives you more arrows for rapid fire. Hi, Mashira. Druid looks so hype. Yeah, Druid has a lot of cool stuff too. Like also looking at the uniques and stuff, I'm very excited for Druid. Then website we can see new skill trees. We have the Warlock tree on Maxroll, but the other trees, they are not available. There's just like little screenshots and little snippets we have. Sky Hunter, Windforce, Hot Swap. Dude, that would actually be something. Honestly, it would be kind of cool if they introduce a feature like that where you can have like weapon sets, just like in other games, and they swap. And you know, if like generally most of the like skill specific effects are on weapons, why not? That would be fun. Have any information about the next seasonal events? There is no seasonal stuff. Have you seen any update on Fawn's gears? No, I have not seen a single razor blade, man. So I expect razor blade will still have 4 times Fawns on it, but we don't know for sure. And also I have not seen a single Fist of Fate. Somehow people wanna hide it, I don't know. You've seen a razor blade and it doesn't have 4 times Fawns? Oh shit. Does it have any Fawns? Okay, so if Razorblade has no Fawns, then the item is completely worthless. Couldn't just do a unique charm for Skylunter and equip Wind Force? You could do that, but then you miss out on another unique charm that would buff your Barrage, right? So the question is it going to be worth doing this? Like, Barrage doesn't seem like it's going to be very good on bosses unless you check the Rain upgrade, but that's not really like the multi-shot playstyle, right? So I think the Rain will be kind of like universally useful, but the other like multi-shot style Barrage setups, they will probably not be great on bosses. So it's just gonna be the question how you're gonna solve single target. You can do it through Poison Impew, you can do it through Rapid Fire, maybe both. So we'll see. It has 3 Fawns rolls and main stat. Okay, so maybe it's 3 and 1 random. Okay, that is probably fine. So Razorblade still seems useful then. I wonder what about Fist of Fate? Is there any rule applied for the next affixes setup? We don't know the rules of unique items. It seems like all unique items are completely random, with a few exceptions. Yeah, they definitely have to like cook a few uniques in the future. Like there's, for example, Arcadia. You know, the only reason to run that pair of pants on a Paladin is because of its stats, and not because of its effect. So that item is just kind of ditched now, I feel. Is Hardcore dead because of Shroud? Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a bit sad with Shroud. Man, Bonkers is just a giga chat styling on entire chat, man. Wait, it has 5 stats. What the fuck? Four times Fawns and the willpower. Interesting. So yeah, Razorblade is actually special. That's a lot of Fawns, actually. It's like 10,000 Fawns with some masterworking, maybe more. Is Razorblade finally gonna do something? I mean, Razorblade has been used at various stages and for various builds, and well, now there's not really any competition anymore for it either, right? So I guess pretty much any Forest build will just run Razorblade. And the Barbs will also run it if they want to do a Fawns build, but we haven't really seen anything that really supports Fawns on Barbs. And the key passive also is gone. And I've not seen that pop up anywhere. There's like this Fawns key passive for Barb. I think there might actually not be a Fawns Barb anymore. Because there's no unique that brings back the key passive. So all the other key passives are there, but not this one. Maybe a set, but making an entire set just for Fawns Barb seems like completely backwards. I don't think that's gonna happen. That seems very strange. Prodigy's tempo as a set for Spiritborn. Any info about Druid's passive Spirit Boons? I would guess they're largely unchanged. Yeah, Thorns, Summon Necro still seems to be a thing. I think there's still something there for Thorns. Do you have any Sork set info? No. We have the uniques though. Think we'll get data mine information? I doubt it. But I wanted to record a video about like skill tree updates. Maybe we should do that. Will I share a Balrog leveling planner? I will. Yeah. But I have to still like piece them together with like the final setups and stuff. So I was thinking about like working on that later actually. I'll be doing like 2 or 3 of the max or leveling guides. Sorg and Druid and Rogue have unchanged star specialization. Well, that is not confirmed. I mean, the system is probably the same, but there might be tweaks, right? Like, for example, we've seen Ice Heart Brace that kind of does what Frost Nova Enchant used to do on the Sorg. So the Frost Nova Enchant is probably changed. There's a full set name list in the Discord. Okay. Five. Okay, it seems always it's 5, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're missing one class here, which is Warlock. Okay. Okay. Welcome back, Vladimir. We got Tyrasha. Yeah, actually, let's see it. So, Storm Shepherd's Call. The Faint's Bestiary. I think this is the companion thing. This is like Storm set, I guess. This looks like Earth set. Oh, wait. There's 2 things here. And Rush of the Red Wolf Moon. Okay, Wolf. This is probably the companion one, right? No, I think this was a companion and this is Bear. I guess it's Bear, Wolf, Earth, Storm. So there's like, you know, one archetype. That's basically also what they talked about, right? There's gonna be something for like archetypes. And it's not gonna be like soul skill specific or build specific. Methane's is a charm. Yeah. Okay, Paladin. Dude, what the fuck is this? Cathan. Yeah, I'm playing the Cathan's build, guys.
That's right.
Yes.
They should do it with hand.
Are you trolling me?
Watch out. Oops. Oh. Okay. Are you trolling me now? Okay.
Nini made some desserts for tomorrow. Because we're gonna visit her mom. It's her birthday.
No trouble. No bully.
Yeah.
I think it's good, yes. In Greek, we call them karyoka. Hi. I'm gonna steal Woody for a while tomorrow. I promise I will bring him early.
I'm pretty sure they will understand. No one is gonna ask and complain about water guides or anything all day long. Yeah.
No, I'm not allowed. Yeah, I'm not gonna
No.
steal him when he's trying to blast because I will be blasting too.
She's gonna be busy too.
Yeah.
Probably outblasting me anyway.
No chance of that. First of all, you're not gonna sleep, are you?
No, not for a while.
Yeah. I'm not gonna do that.
What class are you playing?
Sleep is sacred.
What class are you playing?
I'm gonna start with Warlock.
Why?
And then probably Necro because it's the new class.
And the Necro. What do you want to do in Warlock?
What time?
What do you want to do in Warlock?
I don't know. I'm not gonna check on guides. I'm just gonna rediscover the game on my own.
And in Necro?
Same. And then Rogue. But I haven't read anything. I haven't watched any videos, so I'm gonna go blind. You think it's a good idea?
Well, I've been sitting here for an entire week and I still feel pretty blind, so.
You're blind? What?
Mm-hmm.
No, you're not. If you are blind, then what should be the rest of us?
Okay. In the kingdom of the blind.
The one-eyed are kings.
Yeah. That's what I am, I guess.
Are you a cyclop? Eat that with a fork, maybe.
I need to clean my hand though. Okay, you want to sit for a second?
Time for me to eat as well.
What about Melon? It looks like he wants to have the karaoke too.
No.
No. No chocolate for dogs. Unlucky Melon. Okay, BRB, 1 second, guys. Where is Merlin? That's a very good question. Merlin, where are you? He's waiting to get a piece. But he can't eat chocolate. So unlucky. A whole Marathon set. Let's check that out in a second. Yeah, probably made like one set for every spirit-born like spirit, basically, right? There's 4 spirits. Hello, man. Come here. Okay. Seems like he doesn't want to come here. All right. No dog. All right, let's see this here. So do it. Okay. Guess you can write this down. It's kind of interesting. Companion has like its own set. Indoor, it's kind of just like a build, but I guess maybe not anymore. Maybe there's actually like multiple companion builds now, basically, right? A wolf, a raven, and whatever. Earth. And this must be bear. And then wolf. Okay, and then we saw a few of these here. I think this was like the... this will probably be like Juggernaut, right? Radiant Fire, Righteous Will, Dauntless Faith. Oh my god, man. Wait. They all kind of like sound the same. Like, what do we have? On the Paladin. Okay, here's Righteous Will, enemies cower before you. So this is basically like Juggernaut action. That's actually here, okay. So I think this is basically that. Fuck. Where's the rest? I've seen some set stuff here. Yeah, Lights Epiphany. This is the Arbiter thing. Okay. Radiance, Fire. This is the Judgment. Okay. And then what is missing? There's like a... I guess this might be the Zealot, I guess. And then we have Arbiter. And what is this? There's only 4 archetypes on this class, so I'm not sure what the 5th set is now. Is this Zealot? This sounds more like Zealot than this, to be honest. But yeah, one of them must be Zealot. Disciple. I mean, that's like an Arbiter set. I don't know. Anyway, Barb. Berserker's Crucible, Blood Letters Flow, so it's pretty clear, I guess. Sescheron's Fury, Arms of Akrat, Vulcanos Pride. Do we have Barb stuff? I have nothing here. Okay, so no clue. I guess this sounds more like a Walking Arsenal thing. This sounds more like an Ancients thing. And then, I don't know. Could be like anything, really. There might be something like all power shenanigans or something like, you know, fast attacking versus heavy hitting stuff. What would be, there might be like a fire set, I guess. Fire is like a theme. Oh, thanks for the sub, by the way, Cypher. Okay, there is Spiritborn. Balazan, Rizoka, Quatli, Wumba. Okay, these are the 4 spirits. And Bliss of the Multitude. That sounds cool. Okay, so this is Centipede. This is the Jaguar. This is the Eagle. This is the Gorilla. Mix, I guess. Okay, I guess that's kind of easy. Wild Lightning. And T-Rise Uncanny Sight. I don't know. Arasha's Threefold Way. Okay, this is pretty obvious, I guess. Mix elements. Frost. Fire. What is this? Bliss of Multitude, maybe Prodigy. Oh, Reizüberflutung. Thank you for the Prime as well. The Companions. Ah, Conjurations. Yeah, it could be. Maybe like the others are like all like kind of caster things. And this is like a Conjuration thing. But it's not like really obvious. Okay, this is obvious, I guess. Blood. Piece of the Black Shroud. Art of the Bone Weaver. Okay, Bone. Rathmas is the summons, I guess. There's also Radamant though. And Radamant was also like summoning stuff. Yeah, one of them must be like a shadow set. Yeah, Black Shroud could be shadow, but I don't know, Radamant's Desecration could also be that, so I'm not sure. Maybe one for Golem. I was surprised if they make something just for Golem, to be honest. That is a bit too niche. Yeah, they both sound like Shadow. Okay, Nilthor's Narrow Eye, this is the Marksman. We've also seen this one. This is Cutthroat. And then Applied Alchemy, Spellbound Steel, Legacy of the Sightless. What the hell, dude? So this sounds like Stealth. This sounds like Imbuments. I don't know. Desecration sounds like something that works with corpses. And it could be corpses, actually. You're right. But you don't have like a lot of like corpse stuff going on Necro. There's a Cult Explosion, but there's not even like a build these days. And then what? Spellbound is a lighting imbuement set for sure. Corpse Explosion, Imagine. Yeah, Cope Man. Macabre skills. Yeah, it must be something a bit broader than just Cult's Explosion. I mean, I guess you'll see the set soon anyway. It's just kind of like to get an idea of what's out there, right? Like some of this stuff is pretty obvious. And then, yeah, who knows? Shadow Calls was a thing. Yeah, it could also very well be that sometimes the same skill and the same build can even be played with like 2 different sets, right? So that's gonna be kind of interesting. Or, you know, like the 3+3 piece bonus, or like 3+3+3 even, right? Isn't Den Mother a wolf? Pretty sure that applies to bear as well, no? I mean, it says wolf, literally. And mountain, I mean, this is pretty clear. This is pretty clear. We've seen this. Yeah, this must be bear. Then what is a big werewolf boss? Yeah, okay, that's a boss here, yeah. We have info what the set does. We have seen a few sets, but we have not seen a single necro set. We have seen 2 and 3 pieces of this. And we have seen most of this. Nothing of these. We have seen none of these. We have seen none of these. We have seen none of these. We have seen this. And this. And this. And we have seen none of these. And then there's the Warlock as well. So we have a bunch of things there. So there's Shadow of Harash. That's Abyss. There's Fulcrum of Memphis. That is the sadism demon thing. There's Horizon's Chains. That's the Soul Shard demon. So it's basically missing like a Hellfire set. And like Art actually mentioned this in the interview, right? There was like a sigils thing. Actually here, no, there's like a demon form thing as well. Flash of Abaddon. Does anyone remember what Art said in the interview? Yeah, with Johnny B, thank you. We have seen the bear set, actually, that's true. On the druid. You check the unique that's supposed to replace Nature's Fury, and that's something very different and quite a bit weaker. Yeah, I think you're not gonna have this like chaotic, okay, you cast Landslide and now you get also tornadoes kind of deal. But it's gonna be more intended as, okay, you cast Landslide, and then you also trigger your Bulwark and your Hurricane and all that kind of other stuff that helps you out in various ways. So I think that's the idea of this Nature's Fury thing, no other. I think druids can get over 20 companions. Wonder how Shepherd looks. Shepherd on two-handed? Oh wait, Eldraine exists, huh? Unlucky. Where's the new unique details at? Check my YouTube. I've been analyzing a lot of uniques lately. Why is there no heaven and hell in a game called Diablo? I mean, you've literally been to hell in the main campaign. You've been catching up on 20 videos, holy shit. Heaven in D3, yes. Yeah, we didn't go to heaven in D2, but I guess we were in like some places that are like related to heaven, right? Like the, what is it called? The Bastion in Act 4 and in D2. It's like, you know, clearly like made by the angels and stuff, right? There's no way hell is just Horde's Compass. And don't worry, I think there's gonna be more hell action at some point. Yeah, whatever. Pandemonium is between hell and heaven, more like a strategic position. Was it? Wait, was it actually the Pandemonium like fortress or something in D2? I mean, in D3 I remember this pretty well. That was like the Battlefield of Eternity, the Pandemonium Fortress. What do we call it in D2? Is it the Pandemonium Fortress? Okay. Do you need to buy expansions to play the full game in the upcoming season? It's only the new expansion. You get everything else with it. And it costs $40. There won't be a tier list on Experiments? No. No tier list. Yeah. 1 second. I think it's recording time, guys. I've been like cleaning up a few of my screenshots earlier. We're gonna talk about some skill tree stuff. So let me just see this. Okay, so we have Paladin stuff, and then we have more Paladin stuff. Then we have Barb. Then we have Druid. Then we have quite a lot of stuff actually here to go through. Here's Spurborn. There's a Centipede Thunder Spike. A Centi Spike actually. Scourge, okay. Here's Zork. Here's Necro. Okay. Here's Rogue. Sorry, Rouge. It's actually a lot of screenshots, man. If I want to do all of this in one go, oof. I guess we'll see how long this video is gonna be. Maybe we're gonna split it in like 2 parts or something. So, anyway, we had more Spiritborn news before West of Hatred than we have now for this Lord of Hatred. I can't. Can I show the Rob notes for a second? Sure. Where do you have them? I think I closed it now. Oops. Here's the Rob notes. Okay. All right, say hi, YouTube guys. We're going to the recording. Yeah. Hi everyone. Lately we got a lot of more information about the skill tree and individual nodes that I want to talk about here for all of the classes. So we don't have the full skill trees revealed yet, and it's not likely it's going to happen. Blizzard doesn't really put that out there anyway by themselves. So the only hope we have is that we're going to get a data mine, but right now that seems unlikely until the launch because it's encrypted, and I guess no one is going to crack it until then. So that means you kind of just have to make do with what we got, and I'll do my best to put this in perspective and, you know, give like my ideas about, you know, what could be potentially good skills, or just kind of to wrap our heads around what is the concept of how we approach builds now in the future as well, so that we can prepare the best way possible. I'll try to keep it as concise as possible, but there's obviously a lot of nodes. These skill trees are really large now, and we're just kind of going off these screenshots that I have gathered here. So let's jump in. Starting with the Paladin. So Paladin is the class that gets the smallest upgrade, I guess, in terms of how the skill tree is changing, because they already came out with the 3 variants, and most of that stuff seems to be fairly unchanged. So when it comes to Paladins, you know, we have the 3 variants that are already there. Maybe some of them are a little bit tweaked, and then there was the enhancement in the middle that is now usually one of the side upgrades. So they effectively just got like 3 more of these side upgrade choices for most of their skills. And everything that I have seen so far is kind of what it used to be. So here's some examples. Heaven's Fury has like a longer duration, slow. There's a triplicate. This is one of the variants. All the stuff is already there, and yeah, not really shifting very much here, for example. Then we also have an example of Consecration. That is like the healing circle, kind of big for Oradins, for example. So here we have a variant of that. Also seems kind of like the same. And yeah, it's not exactly ordered here in some of those screenshots, so sorry about this. And yeah, just kind of like what we can expect here. Then we have the basic skills here. This is kind of interesting. There is some kind of novelty here with cast speed. So it is currently expected that this is actually a shift from what we know in the past, where we had these 2 separate attack speed caps that were very confusing and very convoluted and all over the place. And this might just be the new cap 2 attack speed cap now, basically. So there is attack speed as a stat, and there's cast speed as a stat. And Brandish, which is shown here, is clearly not a spell or anything like that. That is an attack with your sword. So it just is called cast speed now, and that is the cap 2 attack speed, I think. So just kind of keep in mind here, it is like specifically called out. And let's hope that is actually truly labeled correctly, and we don't have to go and retest everything 1,000 times. But that is kind of like an interesting novelty, and we actually see a few of these nodes kind of like sprinkled in here in a bunch of these skills. Also, just in general, like you will see that there is kind of like recurring themes across the different classes, even across the different skills. And you see that there's a lot of ways to either boost a skill with one of the side upgrades. So you see this here right now. So you have like, you know, one option to make here, one to make here, and one to make there, giving you a total of 12 different configurations, which is a lot more than the 2 that we used to have. And most of the time you have sort of a like support capability and like a boost capability kind of for these side upgrades. So this is a, you know, pretty good example here with you make the skill attack faster itself, or you make the skill apply vulnerable, which obviously helps the skill itself as well. But if you already have vulnerable, you don't need this anymore, and you can actually boost the skill itself. And we see a lot of these like concepts across all of the different skills, across all of the different classes, where, you know, we will have a lot more options now to actually customize our skill bar with not just which skill we're using as kind of like the carry of the build, but also what are the other 5 things that we put on the bar that actually help that skill. I do expect that most of the builds that we are going to be running are still kind of like 1-button builds, but the sort of like supporting kit with that might look completely different from player to player, even if you kind of playing the same build. So this is like kind of cool about it, and there's like lots of different ways to kind of solve the same problem. We have seen this on like the Warlock tree already. We have that up on the Maxwell planner. You can check it out if you want. And you'll see that if you type something like vulnerable, there will be like a few things highlighting up, right? And then it will be, you type something like weaken, and then there will be a few things. You type something like overpower, and so on. So in that case, there's going to be like various solutions in various different forms to all of those problems that might arise or all those different things you want to try to solve for. And I think that is going to be quite exciting to experiment with and customize it to your liking. You can have that basic skill that applies vulnerable. You can have the condemn if you have enough cooldown, for example, and so on. So that's kind of interesting here. Just a few other examples of what we have here. This is, for example, a Blessed Shield, and here we have something that is kind of what it used to be on the enhancement. So this is exactly what I just said for the Paladin. And then we have a few other nodes here. This one in particular is somewhat interesting actually on Blessed Shield. It gives you armor and block chance for 6 seconds each time it hits an enemy. So Paladins in particular lose a very strong passive, which is on guard, that gives you extra block chance. I talked about this in another video, but I'm not sure if Paladins will be able to hit 100% permanent block chance anymore, which is kind of like a pretty important milestone for like endgame survivability. So that is just kind of like not an option anymore from what we can tell. But at least some builds might have the option to actually get there, at least while in combat and kind of like reliably hitting enough targets, you might be able to get this. Then we have some faith generation. In general, resources is also going to be a bit more like skill tree based now. So it's not just all these effects like vulnerable and all that. For example, they removed the lucky hit chance to make enemies vulnerable. They nerfed the lucky hit chance to get resources. So it's going to be more conscious decisions about how you apply these things, how you get the resources back, how you get vulnerable, and so on. So it's just something to keep in mind. There is usually some solutions for that on the skill tree, and you kind of have to go for at least one of them. Here's another thing like that: get resources or get cast speed. So kind of what I just explained. So you can either have the damage version of the Blessed Shield or the armor and block chance version. And then, likewise, you have here gain resources as kind of like a support option, or just cast faster, so more DPS. So it's kind of like shows a similar theme across many different skills here. And same thing here. This is mostly like a support skill, I guess. Condemn, there's weaken, there's cooldown reduction when you hit more targets. So you can either spam it more often if you already have weaken elsewhere, else you're probably going to go for this. And yeah, this is kind of what we got here for the Paladin so far. So yeah, it gives you a bit of an idea of how the skills will be shifting. But I guess for Paladin in particular, we don't expect like a huge shakeup, I guess. So Paladin is going to be kind of like stable, like based on what we know already. Most of the builds will plus minus function the same. However, we do also have the sets coming in, and there's some pretty crazy stuff in there. So that's going to be kind of fun to explore. Now, moving on, we got the Barbarian. So Barbarian is getting a pretty massive upgrade. At least in the recent past, they had generally kind of strong builds, but not very many of them. So there was usually like Hoda that was really good. In general, like overpower-based builds, and then like a few others here. Bleed was like completely dead in the water. Stuff like Double Swing or like other attack-based builds that didn't have like a lot of overpower synergy were pretty bad for a long time. And we expect that to shift quite heavily. So for example, in terms of core skills, Whirlwind is definitely expected to be a good one. Double Swing looks extremely promising as well. So there's like, for example, some new upgrades here. You gain additional hits and apply Berserking. There's also the Twin Strike glove, for example. I've shown that in a video. That is going to be pretty nasty for Double Swing. And we also have Godslayer Crown that was buffed in Season 12 that helps these like small AoE builds quite a lot more than the big AoE builds, because you pull all the entire screen in basically. And that was not nerfed from what we can tell. So this will definitely mean stuff like Double Swing has potential. And there's also cool stuff built into the skill now as well. So here, for example, the Dust Devils are coming in. So you can just directly spawn them when you cast the skill. There's no aspect needed for this. Here's an interesting one. You get like a way bigger Double Swing. And it kind of starts slow and then kind of speeds up. So it can become like some kind of like a lawn mower basically. So that's gonna be kind of funny, I guess. But yeah, realistically, I do expect the extra hits here to be pretty good. And yeah, we'll see what else you can do with the Double Swing, but I'm excited for it. Here's Ground Stomp, usually a support skill. There is a pair of boots, the 100,000 steps, that can boost us into maybe DPS territory. We'll see though. I'm not really holding my breath for it, but maybe you can do some funny stuff with that. There's extra charges or fury. So, depending on which problem you want to solve, do you want more stuns? Do you want to have more resources? then you can do one or the other. Here is more damage and here is more size. So again, this is kind of like damage versus support option here on the other side. And here's the 3 different variants. So this one has extra ground stomps basically as you run after ground stomping. Kind of interesting. So you can just do it once and then just walk through a pack basically. And here is a brawling skill that deals fire damage. That is actually kind of interesting. So it's going to be somewhat like a spammable skill if you combine this with Chain Scourge Mail and then together with the boots that goes with it. That could actually be some sort of like stomp build actually. So I'm not sure it's going to be very good, but it's potential here. And it also has like this like support potential here of the extra burning enemies take damage. So this is just another example of, for example, you might want to replace your Warcry with this instead. And you can get a bit of a damage boost one way or the other, while maybe also having some other support capability there. And here's the last variant that creates an earthquake. So that can be kind of useful. We saw, for example, a like Hoda chest that still wants to like produce earthquakes and explode them. So this is going to be one of the sources. We know the tech rune is completely gone. So earthquakes will be kind of sprinkled into the skill tree and not really generated from runes anymore. Here's Rallying Cry. One pretty interesting novelty is no cooldown. It's now a fury cost. And then it gives you a movement speed and half to the allies. And there's actually a way to get like some of the resources back with some of the side upgrades here. But yeah, overall, I think Rallying Cry is going to be a very good skill. It's basically a little bit like the health cost rally from the Paladin, but instead it's a fury cost. So you have to like fuel it in different ways. But it has sort of the same purpose now. So you press the button and you go faster and you get a few other perks like this. And it can make it longer duration or fortify, but 15% fortify is really good. That is a lot of sustain very early on by just pressing this button. So you can use this, you know, when you don't have any healing or something, kind of nice. And here is the Fury gain. So you just press Rallying Cry and you kind of just get resources back. So you might just be able to like permanently sustain it, especially if you go really fast, you charge around all the time or leap all around and all the something like that, then this could be pretty good. Here's Warcry and okay, wait, it continues here actually, Rallying Cry, sorry about that. So here's the effectiveness. So this just gives you like more resources and more fortify and so on. And yeah, we didn't see the upgrades here unfortunately, but one thing to note is that this is a like an ancient skill, and there's actually multiple of those. I think there's like up to 8 tags we've seen across the entire skill tree on the barb, and it's like a bit of a theme on the barb as well. Like a bunch of skills now just spawn ancients that also use the skill or that do something, you know, that like one of them pops out and does like the whirlwind or like the upheaval or something like that. And we've seen this on Hoda. There's like an upgrade where like, you know, 2 guys come out and use the skill again. So that is like a thing on the barb now. It's not just the minion barb that is like a one build, but there's actually plenty of these sort of like minion upgrades now sprinkled in. So that's kind of interesting. And we're also going to see the Call of the Ancients that has some pretty interesting upgrades for sure. All right, here comes Warcry. Warcry, we've seen the rune for it is nerfed to 7.5%. So that is kind of oof. But I guess you can make it stronger now with one of the upgrades, for example. And then you also get Berserking here. Here is like the same thing as on the Rallying Cry. You get one of the Ancients, and then you have Korlik who leaps around. So that could be useful. I don't really expect it to be like super crazy, but it could be a bit of a burst or something in the early leveling experience. Or maybe you're just gonna go with it and have like the full Ancients kit and like the full Minion Barb kit basically, and maybe that's gonna be good. And here is the Terrify, so you fear enemies, and then you get extra damage for each feared enemy. So this is kind of, yeah, whatever. I feel you don't necessarily want to fear enemies, so I think this is kind of bad, but it also has sort of a defensive upside, I guess. So in like a pinch, you can press this, but I don't really expect too much from that. Here's Charge, and Charge, to be honest, is looking pretty good. Not just because of late game, like Chain Scourged Mail, giving it infinite activations or something like that, but it actually has Generate Fury now. I think this was not there before, and has a 17-second cooldown. And then comes some upgrades here, mostly this year, talking about the cooldown real quick. You get -3 seconds on the cooldown for when you hit 3 enemies. That should not be that hard to do when you're like generally just, you know, running through a dungeon or something like that. And then there's also one of the variants that gives you 3 charges and makes all the cooldowns coming back together. So effectively 17 seconds, and then you get -3 3 times, so that's -9 seconds already. And you can kind of just like permanent charge with very little cooldown investment, effectively, as long as you hit 3 targets every time. So, you know, if you kind of like time this a little bit or position yourself, it's gonna be looking kind of good from almost the get-go. There's a few other utility options here. You can unstoppable, you can do more damage, again, support versus damage. And here's also more damage per enemy or the cooldown thing. Yeah. And then for the other variants, 2 ancients like charge with you. This used to be like an aspect similar to that. And here's this one where it becomes a fire skill and then has like a big burning trail that you leave behind and also stuns enemies. And that has actually had pretty high damage output. 252% base damage for burn is pretty good. And I think that if this is like something that can kind of spam, or at least late game with the unique, then this could actually have some sort of damage potential here where you don't even necessarily have to like aim very precisely. For example, in boss fights, you can't carry the boss with you when you charge, and that always made it kind of awkward to try to hit enemies with it. But if you just like charge through them, get the burn on the ground, and these burns stack, then I can actually see some potential here for sort of like a, you know, like a charge bump, like from the 3 days, for example. So that could be kind of cool. Then we have Leap. Leap is like one of the primary mobility tools, and it's going to mostly be doing that, I think. But there is some cool utility baked in, especially this here. I really like this one, the Arsenal bonus. So depending on which weapon you choose for your Leap, you can get Berserking, Overpower, or Ferocity. So all of these are pretty desirable buffs. Berserking is usually acquired from like anger management aspect, and you don't really care that much about it, but it could be a good option here if you really want to. And then Overpower and Ferocity can be really useful for just their damage buffs. So one is the damage, the other one is attack speed, or some skills also consume these buffs in order to produce any sort of extra effects. And if you're like leaping around a lot, typical bard builds do like perma leaping basically these days, and they will continue to do this in an endgame, then you're just gonna stack up Overpower super fast, and then you do like a big bonk on like an elite, go next, and you're just gonna always like fuel it as you leap around. So it's gonna be very nice. There's also Fury. So if you have this stuff sorted out or you don't need it, you can do this. And then we have the other side here with extra damage and knockdown. Knockdown is kind of like a decent utility. It's only 1 second, which sounds bad, but I think for an engage skill like this, that is actually pretty solid, because that kind of like prevents you from like jumping in and getting blasted. And then you're gonna do like your first attack, already like decimating the pack and so on. So that actually makes things a lot safer. And you also have a pull in, so that's also kind of neat. And you can potentially even combine the pull in with something like a Godslayer Crown to get even bigger pull, which is gonna be nice. And now comes definitely one of my favorite upgrades here on the skill tree, the Call of the Ancients. So the ult itself is relatively unchanged, but we have really cool upgrades for this. The one is they buff you, you get attack speed and damage, kind of like before. And then here's the other one where the Ancients get stronger. So you can be the pet guy, or you can be like just, you know, buff me. And kind of similar here, we have damage reduction for each of the summons you have out. And then you also have another damage bonus that applies from them to you and from you to them. So you can like make them even stronger if you want to. And then we have the variants here. So this is kind of like what they already do, just empowered. It's actually literally called empowered. And yeah, you get earthquakes, you get dust devils. I don't expect that to be that crazy unless you kind of desperately want these earthquakes, or you want to desperately have like the burning status for maybe some other effects or something. But yeah, maybe this is good if you have like a lot of cooldown reduction and you like get those buffs to like make them stronger, for example. And then like kind of just, you press the button and there's chaos and they just blast everything. Then we have the Chosen. So that is where it gets really interesting. So depending on your last used weapon, you summon one very strong ancient for twice as long. So now you can kind of customize this thing. And then you can get a Korlik here that gives you lots of Fury with his Frenzy, Talik with a lot of Slow and Whirlwind, and then Marduk with the Stun and Upheaval. So I really like this one. I think in particular Korlik is going to be kind of interesting because it just fuels your resources relatively well. Frenzy is a fast hitting skill. It also double hits, so you might even get the resources twice every time he swings. Not 100% sure now, but I think this could be a very good source of resource sustain. The slow and the stun are kind of whatever, I feel. Not terrible, but you don't really care as much about them, I think. So it kind of comes down to how much damage these guys will do. But yeah, in terms of like damage output, the Frenzy is probably the worst, and these are kind of like, you know, actually having like blasting some stuff in AoE at least, versus this one has a lot of utility. And then comes this one here, Highlander. Summon a single permanent ancient, and using the skill again, replace it with the next ancient. So I think that's really cool as well. So you have like your permanent body. So especially like early game, when you have like no cooldown and nothing going on, I think this is going to be kind of nice just to have this guy sitting there and like, you know, helping you out. And this is probably something I would put into leveling builds, but I guess we'll see. Then comes Iron Maelstrom, also pretty cool. I'm definitely excited to try out something like the Kratos Barb from, you know, back in Season 0 again. That was like my first build ever that was not a rogue in this game. So I have very fond memories of it. And, well, I don't expect you're going to see the actual Kratos Barb return with like, you know, Death Blow and Upheaval and all these other skills that we're contributing here. So I think these days we probably narrow it down to mostly this Iron Maelstrom being the carry. And there's also a unique for that helps it, for example. But there's pretty cool stuff here, to be honest. So first of all, you can still reduce the cooldown quite fast by weapon swapping. Very nice. And you can then also use Iron Maelstrom as a way to reduce all your other cooldowns. So that is kind of nice. Because every time you press Iron Maelstrom, you activate it 3 times in a row. So if you already stack a bunch of cooldown reduction so that you can actually use Iron Maelstrom often, then you can use all the other skills even more often. So it's gonna be kind of crazy, and it has like a pretty steep like scaling curve with higher cooldown reduction. So that is really good. And if you also combine it with stuff like the like a martial glyph with like shouts, for example, to reduce everything else again. So you can do like Iron Maelstrom, shout, 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 Iron Maelstrom, shout, 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 or something like that. It's gonna get really wild, I think. Then we have a Weaken. That's kind of nice. Weaken is a nice status effect, makes enemies deal less damage. Or you get an extra damage effect here. So again, support versus DPS. We kind of see this pattern pretty clearly. And yeah, here kind of like everything gets a little bit better. And then the variants. So they're kind of cool. So one is we get an additional effect. It's kind of like this double down effect that we have also seen on, for example, the Call of the Ancients already. So now you have an Earthquake, you have the Shrapnel and Dust Devils. So these are some of these like secondary effects that some of the skills can produce. That might be good, I don't know. And then we have Hidden Technique. You have 3 charges and it always uses the same attack, matching the last used weapon for 75% increased damage. And that one seems really strong, to be honest, I must say. So you can either do 3 times the big bonk with the 2-handed like bludgeoning weapon, or like 3 times the big swipe with the slashing, or 3 times the like giga AoE that we see in all of the Barb trailers, the cool one, right, with the dual wield. And I think that is going to be kind of nice. So that is definitely something when you do 3 times that giga AoE. And then, you know, maybe that will actually be like a way to combine this with something like double swing, for example. So, you know, you double swing, you usually do dual wield anyway in like a very small AoE, and you follow up with this here, blast down the entire screen. So that sounds really cool. So I hope this is going to work out. And at the very least, it's going to be like a pretty nasty AoE build, I think. And then we have this here, Master Weapon, which is kind of cool. So it becomes a weapon mastery skill, and then it has a 11-second cooldown, but you can only use it once depending on the last used weapon. So it's basically a little bit like a Death Blow build or so. And this will probably work with stuff like the Third Blade as well, where then you convert it from an ultimate into a weapon mastery, into a core skill, into something you can spam with just resources with no cooldown. And then it gets kind of interesting as well, because now we're talking when it comes to, for example, reducing all other cooldowns by 2 seconds. You know, spamming your main ability that does this on top of it, and you have all the shouts, you have like, you know, perma ground storms or whatever you want. I think that is gonna go pretty wild, and I see a lot of potential here for Iron Maelstrom based builds actually. And lastly, Wrath of the Berserker. So this one has been kind of changed. So this used to have this like kind of stacking buff mechanism. Now it just gives you a Berserking and Unstoppable for 10 seconds on a 90-second cooldown. kind of wild. Now, one note about this is Unstoppable is definitely way harder to come by these days. So Walking Arsenal, which was pretty popular in the last few seasons, was just deleted basically. It's now an item, but it doesn't have the Unstoppable effect anymore. And yeah, there is like still some Unstoppable sprinkled in. But I guess the idea is that you still try to get like perma Wrath of the Berserker, or at least very close to that, in order to get the most out of the skill. It is a good source of berserking, but it's only 25% damage, and you can get it in plenty of other ways, so I don't expect it to be that crazy. However, here we have some boosts like extra free generation and extra attack speed, or an extra berserking bonus, which says 100% X. Now, one note about this is that if this is actually a ×2 multiplier, the berserker will go from 25 to 50 multi, and there is also a unique neck, I believe, that is basically the old berserking key passive that also says 110% X for your berserking damage bonus. So if both of these are actually multiplicative of each other, then your 25 will go to over 100 or so with both these effects active. And that could be something, but it is kind of a tough setup with 90 seconds base cooldown, so we'll see. You can make the duration a bit longer, and you can get overpower once per second. That is definitely kind of strong, I think. So for any sort of build that wants to consume overpower stuff, similar to the leap stuff, there's a very easy source here. So that is kind of like the real reason, I believe, to run Wrath of the Berserker over any of the other stuff that we have seen here. And then we have this here. While Wrath of the Berserker is active, every 200 Fury increases the duration by 1 second up to 5. So you can up to 17 seconds in total. So if you have a lot of cooldown, you will get somewhat close to permanent uptime. And yeah, unfortunately, you can't really combine it with stuff like Iron Maelstrom. But if Martial Glyph is still there, you can at least combine that with the Glyph and then do like shouts, and then, you know, reduce the cooldown of Wrath and kind of go back and forth between them. So we'll see if that's going to be a thing. Here's Deep Impact. While Wrath of the Berserker is active, all attacks cause a fiery explosion for 75%. Doesn't really strike me as super crazy, especially because it's kind of hard to like rank up ultimates, for example, to like get more out of this. It's maybe something kind of decent in the early game. If you attack really fast with Frenzy and that actually double procs on every Frenzy swing, there could be something here. But realistically, I don't expect much here. And then we have Full Throttle that says, while Wrath of the Berserker is active, you gain a Fire Aura that deals 100% damage and burns for 10% over 5 seconds. And you gain 50% all resistance. So that seems like kind of just like a better upgrade than this in any way, basically. Because you also get some defense. It's not that crazy, but I expect this will be something like 10 to 15 or maybe 10 to 20% toughness. So not terrible. And you have like a Fire Aura. But realistically, I don't think Wrath of the Berserker will be like a carry skill or something like that. So mostly it's going to be this upgrade, if anything. And overall, Wrath of the Berserker definitely seems like not as good as it used to be. Alright, and let's talk about one more class. Let's go with the Druid. So this is next in line here. Just one note about the Druid in general is there is something really cool. And that is the like form choice that you make for every single skill. You can see this here compared to the other classes. You now decide on the skill tree which form you will be when you use that skill. And most of them have a very minimum 2, but some of them even have 3 choices. So this is human, this is bear, this is wolf. And you see like basically all of the like caster stuff can be any of them. And then like most of the shapeshifting stuff is going to be one or the other. There is even a wolf wall, and there's going to be a bear claw. And you know, this kind of goes through the entire skill tree. So that is really amazing. And those upgrades don't actually cost any skill point. There is like a slight perk for choosing kind of the natural form of the skill. So what I mean is, for example, for claw, if you choose wolf, you get like a plus 5% damage upgrade. Or for maul, if you choose bear, you get a 5% damage upgrade. It's kind of minor. So it really comes down to what is your preference, or if you have any other like synergies that go with that. So that is kind of amazing, I think, and that's going to be really cool combo potential, I believe. Now, with that being said, let's talk about some of the skills here. Earth Spike is one of the basics that used to have a pretty fun basic attack build, actually, with those like lines of like rocks that you produce. That was kind of fun. Seems like that is deleted. There is a new unique helm for it that kind of like lobs the Earth Spike, and then it explodes into like multiple at once. we'll have to see how this actually plays, but I don't expect too much of it, to be honest. But yeah, just as sort of like an early game skill at least, Earth Spike was usually kind of nice. Very fast animation, lots of spirit generation. You can make this even more. That's kind of neat. Here's like a, you know, support versus damage option yet again. So we have that sort of pattern again. There's Fortify, which is kind of neat. So it's lots of resources and Fortify or Overpower if you want that. So 2 pretty good support options here. And here's the three different forms. So I just like have one of the screenshots so you can see this in action. And one thing I didn't mention earlier is that with those forms now also comes passive bonuses for being in that form. That's just like part of Druid now. So for the humans, there's a really cool one, which is 5 spirit per second and 15% cooldown reduction. And for the wolves, that's 15 attack speed, 15 movement. And for the bears, it's like 15 damage reduction and 20% maximum life. So you're kind of like a bit chunky on the barb, you're kind of fast on the wolf, and you have this human like resource cooldown thing. And I think especially in the early game, this is going to feel really good. You're going to log in on the druid at level 1, you're going to start spamming your skills, and you just have resources. And 5 spirit per second is definitely pretty solid to get started. In addition to, you know, potentially generating like 24 per Earth Spike cast. So it's going to take it like a second or so to actually like fill the entire resource bar. And then, you know, spam out like 3-4 core skills and repeat. And this is just how you get started, right? And then later on, you're going to get more ways to solve this. So I think druids, compared to some of the seasons in the past, will definitely feel way more smooth in the early game. Here's an example of Maul. So again, we have the different forms here. And here is what you can do with Maul. So there's the different variants. There's a range, radius, and a damage increase. There is a lot of damage increase, but it generates less spirit. And then we have the Stone Fist. That sounds kind of fun. So it becomes an Earth skill, and it turns your fist to stone and punch enemies for 160% damage. And we have seen that clip of like the druid like Giga punching enemies. So it might be this actually. But it sounds like this like one punch druid, like Kung Fu bear. I don't know if that's going to be a reality, but the idea of it does really excite me, I gotta say. So we'll see. But at a very minimum, something like this with like a one really hard hitting basic skill has really good synergy with stuff like Pain Gorgeous Gauntlets. There is also a unique chest that goes like in synergy with that. So that could be an actual Maul build now, as long as you manage to spread the Pain Gorgeous buff. Yeah. So basic skills have been somewhat underdeveloped on the druid, and you might see more action here. And then we have Lightning Storm. So Lightning Storm, we have seen some pretty crazy clips here. So up to 10 strikes at once. I think this is more than on a live server for sure. So it hits like the entire screen. There's lightning strikes everywhere. So kind of crazy. And there's some upgrades here. You gain additional lightning strikes. You also gain ferocity. And yeah, this is, you know, ferocity synergies. For example, you want to generate it in some way or another. With also what I just talked about with the barbarian tree, for example. Sometimes you just want to have it for a certain boost. Sometimes you consume it to get an extra boost. So it really comes down to the actual skill that you're using. Here's a damage bonus upgrade, pretty simple. And even more when it's vulnerable. So that kind of goes with the whole storm theme on the druid. Making stuff vulnerable is kind of a thing there. But I do expect that vulnerable will be included in plenty of builds, if not all builds that are, you know, like expected to be competent. Then we have a movement speed buff, since it's a channeled skill. That's kind of neat. And here is a minimum strike. So you kind of like start at like not such a small, like, you know, it's just a singular strike. And you can also like spec into like growing it faster, so that, you know, when you stop channeling Lightning Storm and you go to the next pack, you don't have to worry too much about not having any of those stacks up. Here's a bit of Landslide. So Landslide, I think the base skill is probably unchanged. And here I have the +1 pillar upgrade. Here is 100% bonus damage when hitting the first enemy. So that could be probably better for like just single target if you want that. And this is probably better for like AoE because it covers a bit more area. So that's basically the one or the other here. Then we have a Resolve generation. Resolve is a defensive buff that gives you armor. That used to be damage reduction, so it's a bit less worthwhile compared to before, but can still be nice to have. It's probably like 10% damage reduction or so if I had to guess. And it stacks up to 8 times. Now there's one thing here, there is a ring for druids that is extremely good with resolve stacking. So I expect that to go into many different builds, and there is like the perfect synergy here. So you can produce a lot of resolve, just like spamming landslides, and then using that ring in the late game. So I'm definitely expecting to see that. And here is a critical strike buff and additional like 5% baseline and additional 15% based on how much fortify you have. So if you generate a lot of fortify, for example, we had Earth Spike for that. Yeah, there could be like some good synergy here. 20% crit chance, just like that, is pretty good, to be honest. And I don't expect that it's going to be super easy to hit 100% crit chance on most builds anymore. So even if you run stuff like Starless plus Perdition, for example, in the late game, that kind of used to just carry you all the way to 100% crit chance, or close enough at least. And Perdition has been quite nerfed. GAs are nerfed, so we don't expect to get like 55% crit chance on my Helm anymore. It's going to be more in the range of like 21 to 24. And that means there's suddenly a pretty large gap opening up here. Plus, we get a lot more pressure on our stat affixes. So what I mean is there are some really good new stats now that exist on various pieces, such as rings and gloves, where normally you would have crit chance. And now there is crit damage, there's wound damage, there's elemental damage, and a lot of other stuff that competes with this. So extra crit chance is actually somewhat valuable to get from the tree. Then we have the variants here. So here it's just more additional pillars and extra size and extra damage. Here we have automatically crush individual targets in the area. I'm not 100% sure what that means. It probably means that as you have it on the bar, it is cast around you sometimes. But maybe it just kind of means it spreads it out a little bit. You know, you cast there and like vaguely into the right direction, basically. And then he's going to hit a bunch of stuff around it. And then you direct more damage for the first and then subsequently less. And here's a pretty interesting one, the landmine. So you can make this a trap skill, which I expect will have zero other synergies on this class, because trap is usually attack on a rogue. And you can put this on the ground, and it's basically like a trap where enemies walk into them and then it hits them for 500% bonus damage. So that sounds like a lot of damage, to be honest. And depending on how this works, you can maybe just kind of spam it, because it says it lays dormant at a target location for 1 second. And you're gonna have 5 of them up at a time. So if you have a stationary boss, for example, and you just kind of cast it over and over on top of the boss, it sounds like the boss should just get absolutely blasted by this. So I'm definitely expecting some greatness here in terms of single target damage, but it remains to be seen exactly how this will work. Then we have Open Bulwark, a pretty like staple skill here for any druid build, basically. Yeah, that's the same as before. One thing to note here is that you see that there is this middle node. I'm not sure if I have a screenshot of it. It's here actually in the versatile. So this is not a form choice. Here you just cast it in the form you are already in. So while the other skills on a druid will transform you into whatever you choose on the skill tree, here you just stay a bear if you're in bear form, for example. So that's just like one little difference. It can be used in any form, and it doesn't change your form. But yeah, let's look at the upgrade here. Fortify and healing. So 7% fortify per second while it's active. And here, if it's fully depleted. Kind of good combo, to be honest. Lots of defense in addition to the bear it already does. I expect this to be very good for builds that don't have a lot of defense. Mostly wolf builds, I suppose. Maybe humans as well. Bears probably don't care too much. But it's definitely going to be something that you want to include for defenses, I think. And here you can have a longer duration, so if you don't have a lot of cooldown, then this helps you out here. There's an unstoppable as well, but only for 2 seconds, so it's mostly a CC break and not a, okay, you are just permanently unstoppable now. And here is also, you gain 2 stacks of overpower. So that is kind of neat in the early game. Could be even like helping you out, even at like a super low levels, you just choose this thing. And you get at least 2 stacks of overpower, which is 15% additive damage. And in the early game, while leveling, you don't really have like any additive damage at all. Almost all of that will come from the paragons and the glyphs later, and gear basically doesn't have any of that anymore. So just something to note, all these like overpower generators are actually pretty solid while leveling, at least. So this could be kind of cool for that, at least. Here's the variance. So here it says self restores 15% of its own barrier amount each second. Kind of nice, so it kind of just like refreshes as you go. And then you have especially like the long duration upgrade. That could be kind of nice. Unfortunately, we don't have the other variants here. All right, let's talk about companions. Here's Ravens. Kind of the same story as with other skills. There is like usually a like passive and an active companion mod here. Like you make it like a support that you have on your bar, or it's actually your carry kind of. So here we get passive vulnerable, kind of neat to be honest. However, Ravens are not really known for like their big coverage, so this is really more something for bosses. And here active plus 300% damage, that's a lot to be honest. So I think while leveling, for example, companions have traditionally been very good because you just kind of press them whenever they're ready, and sometimes you reset them with the boon, for example. So it's kind of neat. And you can just slap this on like any leveling build, for example. And then later on, there will be like an actual Ravens build and an actual Wolf build and so on. And you will not really necessarily have these companions on the bar anymore to help you out with damage, but you have these sort of support options here at least. There's also resolve generation, kind of neat, and 2 extra Ravens. So if you want to, for example, spread the vulnerable much better, then you can do that. If you don't care too much, then you can do this. And then we have the variants here. So there is more attack speed and additional Ravens. So you can just kind of have them like pack away at the enemies. Here's the Storm Crow, makes it a storm skill that deals lightning damage and then stuns enemies. I was hoping this will be a bit more transformative and do something really cool, but maybe there are some other synergies that we don't know right now. And here is Migration, which is kind of interesting. So it becomes larger, and then if the target dies, it moves to the next target. So this is a little bit like the Terror Swarm at home from the Warlock, basically. So I think this might be most likely kind of like the upgrade you would choose here as like a carry skill for like a Ravens build, because you actually have really good coverage and it kind of moves around. So that will be pretty helpful, I believe. There's Wolves. So Wolves have kind of the same stuff as before. So you activate them once every so often. They have a pretty good burst. They become unstoppable, so they actually do the thing. Here's the side upgrades. So you can stun enemies with that, or you can make them break out of CC effect if they are CC'd and then gain extra damage. So you kind of want to like get them CC'd, I think, and then get a 100% damage bonus, unless it just activates anyway when you do it. So I'm not 100% sure on that. Then we have attack speed, and they actually give you the attack speed. So there's like a support tool here, and here's a +1 companion. So again, if you want to boost the skill itself, or if you want to boost your own character and have this as like a support. Here's Fear of the Hunt. All wolf upgrades increase by 100%. That is kind of interesting. So 100% means you get actually 200% damage here, or you get a 3-second stun there. So again, this is a pretty long stun on a pretty short cooldown. Could be kind of nice, or even for staggering bosses. And also here we get a 40% attack speed boost. And even at very low levels with like almost no crit chance at all, you're gonna have like 2 or 3 of those wolves out. They will crit here and there and give you that buff basically. And yeah, 40% quite early on seems pretty good. Here's the werewolf upgrade. So this used to be the aspect for it. So they become larger and more powerful, and they become unstoppable and stuff like that. And here is Berserking for yourself. So if you can cast this often enough, you get Berserking, which is kind of cool to see on a druid, I must say. So it's like the ultimate kind of support option, I guess, for this, but you have to press it actively. There's a Poison Creeper. So the third companion kind of does the same as before. That used to be pretty good for like just leveling builds for AoE damage and stuff like that. It has never really been like much of a carry build on its own, outside of like a season where it was like giga bugged. So we'll see. But yeah, here's like the old upgrade for the extra duration on the poison, or a passive Poison Creeper. You can get 4500 all the time, which is kind of neat. So it's like passive healing all the time, kind of neat. Especially early game, I expect this to be kind of useful. And here's the lowered cooldown, -8 seconds. It's quite a lot because the base is only 17. So this will go down to 9 seconds. And then you can reduce it from there with more cooldown. So you can really kind of span this even when you don't get the pack leader resets. Here's Germinate. This is enemies that are afflicted. They will spread the effect again with a 20% chance. So pretty nice. You can walk into a Helltide, press the button, and then it just kind of like, it goes kind of like rabies. It like proliferates, but it's probably much stronger than that. So kind of cool. Here is a bit more active damage, and here is toxic vegetation, so it becomes an aura around you. So it's basically like a short poison RF kind of skill. Kind of interesting. Also slows enemies by a lot, so that could be useful on its own, especially if you want to like kind of kite away from enemies, or if you're doing something like tornado, for example. You're gonna slow them, walk away from them, throw the tornadoes into the pack. So that there's something here basically. And I could imagine this could be useful as well, but it's only 4 seconds, so you definitely have to have a little bit of cooldown for this. Here's Boulder. So that's gonna be kind of interesting, but I do expect Boulder is not really as powerful as it used to be. That used to be like a very good speed farming build with the Dolmen's stone amulet, but it's now not really looking that promising, I must say. There's an upgrade for an additional Boulder for free, which is kind of neat, I guess. Here's extra crit chance, and then extra per resolve, so it's basically damage or more damage. Here we have Fortify, that's kind of cool, 20% per cast is quite a lot. And then we have Slow, 70%, so yeah. The 3 variants though, there's one where you do a lot more damage to the first enemy hit, so it can be like kind of like this one big boulder that you blast in like the boss fight or something like that. Or it just kind of like rolls through the pack and just does less and less damage. Here is the Dolmen's Whale, so this is like the old like spinny boulders that we know and love. So it costs 60 Spirito, a pretty steep cost, and you can only have 5 of them, and that is kind of killing it, I think. I'm not sure why they did this. Only 5 boulders is very little. That used to be 10, and they do last a few seconds, so it's very easy to reach this cap, and you will probably have to supplement this with some other core skill or something else that actually helps you out. So maybe this is the intent here, and we'll see how this will play out. But I think the old school, just kind of walk around and boulder everything around you, is maybe kind of dead, unless you can find other useful things to cast meanwhile in between. So maybe you're actually just gonna do 5 boulders, and then you press your companions, and then you press a hurricane, and then you shred around a little bit or something like that, and then you cast 5 boulders again, and that might be enough, but we'll see. And then lastly here is the Landslip, which is a cast at a target location and deals bonus damage to enemies it lands on. So it's basically like a targeted small AoE. Realistically, I'm not really too excited about Boulder, I must say. However, now we have a pretty exciting one, Trample. So Trample was, let's call it mobility skill, but not really, right? Trample was just like trash all this time, and no more, I must say, because there's this. So there is a werewolf upgrade for it that actually changes the skill, which is here now on this like middle path. It becomes a leap. So it's basically like the barbed leap. And well, you actually have a mobility skill now as a druid. It's incredible. So somehow the gravitational forces work out to lift the druid up through the air. And we can now actually arrive at the destination we want to. So very cool. And let's see how this will play out in action. The main problem that the skill has, it is a kind of long cooldown. So it's 17 seconds, and you can make this a little bit shorter here. So down to 11 seconds. It's not terrible, 11 seconds. So even in the early game, we can use this here and there. But there is also a unique chest that allows you to reuse Trample within 2 seconds after first casting it. So you can at the very minimum do something like 3 leaps in a row every 11 seconds before cooldown reduction. So that could be okay, I think. It definitely is going to feel a lot upgraded compared to what the druids know. And I think this is going to be like mandatory in every single build, to be honest. Just to actually have some sort of mobility in there, because the game is going to get pretty fast. And for all the other classes, there's a lot of mobility. And druids still kind of have to fight for it, but at least there's something here. In terms of the other upgrades, there's extra spirit, unstoppable, kind of nice, and there is stun instead of knockback. That is also nice, right? If you want to trample through a pack, and then this was always like very annoying, like with the bear version, everything got knocked back, and you didn't really want that. So now you have this. It remains to be seen if you're going to get something like Trample Slide. I think that is like a really cool old school classic build. It would be nice to see that, but I haven't really seen any unique for it or so. So yeah, who knows? And the variants we have here, they have extra damage to the first enemy hit. We used to have that already. I don't expect it's going to be like really a carry skill, but maybe to get off that unique chest I mentioned, if you use like the bear trample and then you like, hit the boss 3 times, like, back and forth, that could be like a bit of a burst. Then we have trampled earth. So yeah, not quite exactly what Trample Slide used to do. Just like this rock path that spawns with you. We've actually seen it in a few of the clips. I don't really expect that to be anywhere close to what Trample Slide used to do, so we'll see. And then we have Exsanguination, so it can execute enemies, and it also heals you for 10% life. So I think realistically, if you use this as just a mobility skill, this is just the choice you're gonna do here. That is Rabies. Kind of interesting. Unfortunately, we don't see the other upgrades, I believe. Yeah, so this is like the last bits here on the Druid right now. So we have a pretty large 300% poisoning damage over 6 seconds. I'm not 100% sure what is on live right now, but Rabies has been basically always not useful outside of like level 20 in Helltide or something. But 300% poison damage on a 10-second cooldown that also spreads by itself could be kind of enough at least to make some sort of AoE clear work while you, for example, shred enemies with some other stuff. So depending on what sort of other synergies there are to scale similar skills with poisoning damage in particular, that could be kind of good. And I must say that in general the dot stonks are quite up. There's a hefty dot multipliers that we can put on our gear. So there is potential here, but unfortunately we don't really see what's in store here on the variants. There's the extra spread distance, and here's the extra poison damage. So maybe I would imagine there's probably some sort of variant like, like it is maybe like a single target skill and then has like some giga dot on the boss, for example. Or there's maybe some other stuff that, makes it not even like much of a dot, but maybe there's some other stuff going on. But realistically, we can only speculate here. But yeah, this kind of concludes this video for now. So we covered a bunch of the Paladin stuff, Barb a lot, and Druid a lot. I will have more videos out very soon. There's like more skill tree stuff I want to go through, but we've been sitting here for a while now. So I'm going to leave it at that for this one and then get ready for the other stuff I will put out. I have a bunch of videos in preparation for the launch. So hope you enjoyed this. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you have been cooking with all of the information that we have. Or if you think that I was maybe missing something or was completely off on something, I'd be quite curious to hear that. Hope you enjoyed this, and see you guys next time. Okay. Cue the music. I'm gonna go, maybe it's gonna be called the next video while we edit, so it's gonna continue, kind of in the mood. Okay. You were completely wrong on insert thing, please appreciate insert thing. Can I recommend a class that's really good where just running is enough, like the Oradin and new expansion? Well, you can still play Oradin. We can do stuff like spin to win on Rogue or on the Barb. So that's kind of close enough, I guess. Or you might be looking for the Death Ball build on Warlock. So stay tuned for that one. I'll be actually putting that out soon after the launch. So I have a bunch of stuff prepared for this. That's going to be a very interesting build. Anyway, what did I miss, guys? Any Stormclaw stonks? They changed the stuff. I think Stormclaw just straight up doesn't exist anymore, actually. There is a Claw build, and there's a Storm Strike build, and they just separated it. Bit sad, honestly. But yeah, it looks like they want to do a lot of basic stuff on the Druid. There's Earthspike unique, there's a Claw unique, there's a Stormstrike unique, there's a Maul unique. All of them have one, actually. And Wind Shear as well. I'm installing right now. I hope Dance and Nice isn't yoga anymore. Give Sork another mobility option like Arclash dashes to the next mob. That sounds kind of nice. Sork doesn't actually have anything like that, and I think Arclash would be a pretty good candidate, actually. Why not? I mean, they gave Lunge to Barb on day 1, right? So why not do something like that with Arclash? Can't wait to see if Tornado makes a comeback. I think Tornado is looking pretty promising. They have like the Storm Key passive that could be kind of nice for like getting resources back. And they have Flash Window, which was converted into a Tornado unique now. So pretty good there as well. Is there a list of all Sorcerer uniques? Probably. I mean, I covered most of them already in like a recent video. Like dozens of uniques or something it's called. You seem Stormseeker is basic passive baked in a skill tree now. I guess it probably is like part of the skill in some way. Okay. Do we do another one, guys? And send it? How crazy is the crafting of affixes of items? Can you make them with any affixes you want? Yes. There's actually quite a lot of like target crafting now. It's relatively deterministic, I would say, with the cube. However, this only applies to legendaries, not to uniques. On uniques, you can reroll the unique affix range, but that's basically it. And you can like 3-to-1 uniques into the same one again. The build in Maxwell would be charge build. You want the charge build. Yeah, I was just talking about it in my video, so I think charge barb might be a thing actually with the burn upgrade. Like the problem is that charge barb was always just like kind of awful to play. But with this new upgrade, with the burn effect, it might be actually comfy now. And that could be something. I might try it out. Once I get a barb running with Chain Scourge Mail, it might be really good actually. Like charge, and everything dies. It's gonna be crazy, maybe. Especially combine this with like a Godslayer crown, putting everything in. If you play a lot of Hate campaign with a friend, does it save progress? Yes. You can start it together and then split off. I'm gonna have build updates before launch. We will have some Warlock leveling guides, but nothing else. Yeah, Godslayer remains the same, but they might have nerfed it in a hidden way, for example, reducing the AoE size of the pull. But it might just not be touched. Okay, another banger just dropped, guys. $80 to 100% chance to fear all enemies. 25% to all aura. 17% lucky hit. For Campfire chests to be boring without me. You think Bowrock will be S tier? Yeah, no one can say that. Like anything could be S tier, really. I mean, there's definitely some stuff that looks promising and not promising, but you know, we don't have the full picture of everything, so. I do have high hopes for Rapid Fire at the minimum. Depending on how easy Torrent 12 is, I guess Barrage might be really good. I do expect Rain of Arrows to still be really good. Now there's one interesting thing here, which is that in the Campfire chat we saw a screenshot of a rogue with a Word of Hakan. But the Word of Hakan was not in the press access, it seems. Or at the very least you don't see it in the uniques here. So maybe it is there, but it was not in the bag. Or like getting the uniques from all the class uniques. So I don't know what's going on with that. We'll see. You see season starts 30 minutes after release. Yeah, I've seen it. You're curious about the Paladin ult, I guess you're all his ults. What's your build idea? I'll have a go with that. Yeah, that's basically Zenith Paladin. We have a build of that on Maxwell even, so you can check it already. It's just gonna work a bit different now because you're gonna have Arbiter on the bar and probably like a bunch of cooldown that goes with it and so on. But Zenith is a thing. It's mostly just a Zenith build, I think. I'm not sure we can really do much else with it. Legendaries will be rare until we get into T1. Yes. Don't really expect to get any of the legendaries you want until 70. I think there will be a proper God Age rogue build, which is also speedy. Well, I mean, if they bring back God Age and it's not good and speedy, then they might as well not bring it back. So, I think yes. Any bets how fucked release will be? I mean, there's gonna be a lot of people on the server, that's for sure. But, yeah. It might be fucked for a few hours or so, and that's pretty fun. The semi-skin or some shadow clone into Sentry. At the same time, last expansion was a Fiesta. Yeah, I mean, that Fiesta could have happened through any number of reasons, right? I'm not sure what was actually the reason why we had a Fiesta last time. What are the benefits of fishing in the expansion? It's a moment of rest and reflection. And maybe you find something cool along the way. When should we expect updates on build guides for next season? Probably starting around 1 to 3 hours in, I guess, after launch. Like, we are planning to be really fast. And we have a lot of people. So obviously not every build is going to be that fast, but it will depend, you know. Some builds don't change very much, so we can kind of just pump it out. But yeah, we have to wait first for the data mine, then the planner update, then we have to check everything out, and then we have to fix the guides, right? So it's a lot of stuff, but you know, we have done a lot in preparation for this release with like also like how the planner is designed now, how our guides are assembled, and it's going to be like easier for both the readers to follow and for our writers to make them. So that's really nice. We have a lot of really cool new technology for the planner. And yeah. Under promise, over deliver. Okay, 1 week after launch, guys. I gotta be making guides when you're blasting. Well, the good news is I have a lot of stuff pre-written. So I mostly just need to, you know, verify stuff that has or hasn't changed and then fill in the gaps, right? Like, we know a lot of stuff. I just have to like finish the rest basically. Piece it together. The main thing that will cost a lot of time is the paragons. You know, all the other classes can basically prepare the paragons already. I can't. There's no paragons for Warlock. So that's a bit of a bummer. But yeah, I don't have to be like super precise on the paragons on day 1, for example, right? Because no one is going to have a lot of points in the first place. So maybe it's going to do like the 200 paragon step and send it, for example. And not like the 250 and the 300 and so on. If we level does it do, what combo would you use for season start? I would use Warlock and Warlock. Day 1, easy Paragon 200. I mean, the blasters would probably do that, yeah. Yeah, for DLCs in PoE recently as well. The PoE usually has like the full patch notes like a week in advance now, no? What happened there? If you can't be a Warlock, what would you be? I would go Barb or Rogue. How much damage do you think it would gain from min-max Paragon? Seems tiny. Yeah, min-maxing Paragons is relatively minor. So that really doesn't matter in the big picture most of the time. So as long as you choose the right legendary boards, legendary nodes, then it's like everything else kind of whatever. Just need to make sure you do it in the right order so that you actually get the stuff online. Yo, Anderson, Antonio Fernandez. Thank you for the sub. Where's my tech rune equivalent? Yeah, tech rune is gone. All of the blue random sub-skill effects are gone on the runes. I'm doing planners on paper like our grandfathers. Yeah. I also have like a Google sheet ready to go, basically. No, hello to Brazil. Can we rescale our war plans? Yes. Have I ever played with Rob 2628? I have, yeah. Quite a lot back in D3 even, in the earlier seasons. New video from Riker. We watched it already earlier. It's kind of nice though. He said T12 would be more difficult than Pit 100 was before. Yeah, I mean, that really depends on, you know, the scaling of the difficulty and so on. We don't know what they have done with like the difficulty increase per pit tier and stuff like that. So we'll see. But Pit 100 was not exactly, you know, ridiculously hard in the live game, I guess. So now we get a lot of power creep. So assuming that they didn't change the difficulty ramping between difficulties, it's actually gonna be relatively easy, I feel. Yo. Hallo Duda. Thank you. The current T4 is the new T8. I mean, on paper, that is correct. But in practice, we don't know if that's really true. So on paper, Torment 8 is Pit 60. And live game, Torment 4 is Pit 55. But this doesn't really mean anything. These are just numbers. You know? We don't know how long it will take to actually get to Torment 8 compared to Torment 4. I expect it's going to take longer to get to Torment 8 than it took to get to Torment 4 in the live game. Why is there no updates on Maxwell and Planner regarding other classes than Warlock? Because there's no information besides a few little snippets. What are we gonna do? I mean, yeah, we can like start making, you know, legendaries for by hand and whatever, but you know, the information is so massively incomplete that doing all this manual labor to then delete it in 3 days when you get a data mine is completely worthless, right? No one can actually make a full build with the information available to anything right now. So there's no point. They don't give anything to anyone. It's all community based. It's all community made. Yeah, this will just be like wasted time, basically. It's just sitting down now and putting all this stuff together. If we had, let's say, every single node of every single class and all the items and so on, then you would say, okay, we're gonna make like a tree by hand and we're gonna override it with the actual data, right? But you know, we have like a quarter of each skill tree and a few random legendaries here and there. Yeah, we have most of the uniques at least, okay. We don't have almost any of the sets. So what's the point, you know? So yeah, okay, we can kind of piece stuff together slowly, you know, little by little. But then comes the next piece of information and that will kind of like completely shake things up again. So whatever we might prepare now, we just have like some half-complete planner, and then what, right? So we're not gonna put out anything like that, like, you know, it's not a build. And then some people read this, and then it's gonna be completely changed on day one anyway, because of the other information that comes in. And then they're gonna be confused, or they're just not even gonna realize that there's an update or something like that. So accounting for return of Tarasha set. There is a Tarasha set actually, Warsock. Woody level gaslighting instead of cranking these builds. I've been cranking builds for weeks for Warlock, so I'm prepared. Top 3 ideas for lock builds. Well, to start with, Eviscerate is going to be extremely good. So that is something that I will start, most likely. And then I want to probably swap over to Dragclaws or Tyrant's Grasp. But for Tyrant's Grasp, I guess I will see how it goes. It should be kind of comparable. Can you show Tarasha set? I cannot. We just know the name. The builds are max around Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, we want to try to get as many builds out as possible, as fast as possible. But there's not an exact timeline. So whenever they're ready, you know, builds will get published, basically. And then whenever we know how good they are, we will also move them somewhere on the tier list. But right now, you know, this is what it looks like here, right? Build guides. So everything is archived here. So I did this earlier on Spiritborn. Everything's in archive. Tier lists. I did this also as well earlier for the Spiritborn. So everything is, you know, basically not ranked. And just like we have this list of builds we're working on. So these are build guides that we expect to have soonish. Yeah. And then there's going to be another tier, which is like a question mark tier, which is, okay, these are updated guides, but unranked because we don't know how good they are. So we're going to make the build, publish it, and then move it up into a question mark. And then whenever we know what is good and what is bad, we're going to start doing S, A, B, C, D, and so on. So that's kind of how it's going to go. Yeah, I just put Z because it's like the last letter. So Chad Boots. It's how you make heraldic and flawless heraldic gems, which can be made at a jewel crafter. We know that. I know you can upgrade tributes, and I guess the keys for the hordes. Yeah. Kind of makes the question, why do like the lower than 10 wave hordes even exist? Yeah, well, a sub gift from Anderson. Thank you too, man. My Waller guide, pick a color. Pick one ability of the color from each section. Spam buttons. If bad, pick another color. That's exactly how everyone played in a press review. Oh god. Pick a color, yeah. Yeah, we are 22 people on the max D4 team. That's a lot of people. Not every tribute has a wide jawline. Is that so important? DM said he interviewed one of the devs doing that thing and he stared at the guy for 45 seconds because he didn't know what to say. What the heck? What did he do? Wait, is there an interview coming out from DM? Stare. Okay, guys, are we gonna record another skill tree video? Oh, okay, before I do this, I have to check something real quick. Oops. Yo, thanks for 50 bits. Guys, be a bit more respectful here, please. What's going on? Yeah, I like DM as well. I think he's a nice guy. I am cook. Yeah. That's basically Merlin there, Bola. Can I name one thing that's better in D3 than in D4? Pushing. Okay, guys, I have to check out a few things. So I'll be a bit distracted. I think I might just queue a bit of Campfire chat while I'm fixing some stuff. And then we go back to recording skill tree videos. If you don't mind. Dev's bargain. It is alright, by the way. Okay, I'm just gonna send this here for now.
The intent is simple. Make the choices readable and make the results feel immediately different in combat.
Isle and new ways to approach every activity across Sanctuary. Both classes have been built with today's meta in mind, bringing fresh answers to familiar challenges, new build paths to explore, and new roles to master across every system Diablo 4 has to offer.
The Talisman system is about giving you another way to express a build, giving you more room to specialize, items to hunt for, and more reasons to keep experimenting as you climb into the endgame. You'll see talismans built from a few key parts: your seal, your charms, and the combinations you create between them. The intent is simple: make the choices readable and make the results feel immediately different in combat. You'll find both seals and charms naturally as you play, across a range of rarities. Seals are the foundation. They unlock additional charm slots, roll bonus affixes, and in some cases they can even change the rules for what charms you're allowed to equip. At the top end, unique and set charms are the most powerful. These are the drops that you'll be chasing deep into the endgame. Unique charms pull signature powers from the unique items you know today, so that you can harness that effect without being locked into a specific gear slot. Set charms work a little differently. As you collect and equip more pieces from the same set, you'll unlock increasingly powerful set bonuses. Before Torment, set bonuses are more general, class agnostic, easy to understand, and meant to give you a serious boost while you're leveling. In Torment, sets become class-specific, harder to find, and built to deliver a bold fantasy, unlocking new archetypes and defining playstyles. The Herodric Cube is a legendary artifact for endgame crafting. Combine rare materials, transmute them into something greater, and unlock powerful bonuses to fine-tune your build. More than a tool, it opens new ways to upgrade gear, experiment with options, and push towards true endgame power. Herodric Cube crafting is deliberate and impactful. You can take an item, add affixes through transmutation, and then upgrade it through the rarity tiers, up to legendary. Want to turn a great drop into a best in slot? Transfiguration is the way to ultimately finish an item, layering on a range of powerful effects with a chance you'll be able to transfigure the same piece multiple times. You'll also choose how you transfigure. Standard transfiguration is chaotic. The potential for reward is high, but there is some risk. There's even a low chance that you'll be able to transfigure the same piece multiple times. Applying an entropic tuning prism makes your crafting outcome more stable. This will reduce the reward ceiling, but it always delivers a clean upgrade, perfect for items that are already incredible. For amulets, we have something special. The cube has an amulet-only transfiguration that can grant you a bonus legendary power, and you can re-roll it as long as you have a rare material to pay the cost. We love the variety and craziness of adding an extra legendary power onto high-end gear, legendaries, uniques, and even mythic items. So we've distilled that fantasy into a dedicated recipe you can use specifically on your amulet. Sometimes the best way forward is sacrifice. You'll now be able to break down an ancestral unique to create a unique charm. The latest skill tree updates are here to give you clearer, meaningful choices as you build, so that experimenting feels rewarding and the path from idea to fully realized build is easier to plan and more fun to iterate on. Itemization is the other half of the equation. With these system-wide updates, your item choices can meaningfully amplify a build, and they're designed to work in concert with everything else. Changes to legendary aspects, uniques, skill tree options, class mechanics, and more all support one goal, giving you the freedom to play your way. Let's look at a few examples. What is better than kicking your enemies away? How about kicking yourself to your enemies? Kick's Madness variant lets you fly around the battlefield by turning Kick into a mobility skill. Barbarians now have a variety of ancient skill variants that summon a temporary ancient to mimic your attack. Leap into combat with 3 ancients, then finish them off with a trio of ruptures. Druids can now choose their skill's shapeshift forms, and each form comes with powerful bonuses. Human form grants more resources, werewolf form grants more offensive power, while werebear form improves your survivability. Trample's variant leaves sundered rock along your path and a large burst at your target. Trample can now be used as a werewolf, and rather than charging along the ground, you quickly leap to your target. Druids can now unleash the Fury of the Wilds. This unique ring causes your shape-shifting skills to grant berserking and ferocity, bringing these powerful mechanics from the Barbarian and Spiritborn to the Druid. You can take it a step further by synergizing Fury of the Wilds with the additional strikes upgrade for Lightning Storm, increasing the number of lightning strikes for each ferocity you have. Necromancers can now customize and upgrade their minions via the skill tree. Skeleton mages are now a core skill, costing essence to initially raise, but lasting indefinitely. Use the Singularity variant to instead focus all of your essence into a single, powerful but short-lived mage. Skeleton warriors are passively raised from nearby corpses, and activating their ability commands them to instantly attack a targeted enemy. The Book of the Dead now also enhances your minions with the powers of Bone, Blood, or Darkness, allowing them to interact with a wider variety of legendary and unique effects, such as Aspect of the Void. With the Cathan's Righteous Will Talisman set bonus, your enemies will cower before you, immediately being feared for a short time when they see you. You also reflect stun and knockback effects at those foolish enough to try to control you. Paladins can unlock ultimate power with the Light's Epiphany Talisman set. Using the Arbiter of Light unleashes Heaven's Fury and Fortress and allows you to cast Zenith for a short time. Dance of Knives is now a core skill, costing energy per second to channel. If you aren't a fan of knives and want something with a bit more bang, try the Grenade Jumper variant to throw a constant stream of explosive grenades instead. Rogues also have new ways to manipulate the shadows. The Penetrating Shot variant Shadow Shot spawns shades to mimic your attack, and Shadow Clone's Sentry variant places stationary shadow clones to constantly fire upon your enemies. As the masters of fire, cold, and lightning, the sorceress weaves these elements together in their new skill variants. Charged Bolt's Burn Through variant causes the bolts to release globs of fire on impact rather than piercing through enemies. This variant excels in up-close and personal combat against many tightly packed enemies. Familiar is the only skill in the game with 4 variants. The first 3 allow you to choose which element your familiar will always be and gain unique benefits. If you want all 3 elements, the Prismatic Familiar option is for you, causing each of your spellcasts to trigger an explosion of the matching element from your familiar. Crackling Earth converts Concussive Stomp to an Eagle skill, removing the gorilla-themed crowd control effect and instead dealing lightning damage and creating storm feathers for each enemy hit. This synergizes extremely well with Aspect of Falling Feathers to absolutely shred a group of enemies. With its new variant, the Protector guards the infected forest. The Centipede Spirit assists by poisoning the area around the Protector, weakening enemies, and constantly spewing pestilent swarms. The Warlock arrives as a brand new class in Lord of Hatred. This master of the occult binds demons to their will and unleashes devastating hellfire across the battlefield. The Warlock has a dual resource system. Your basic skills, like Doom, generate Wrath. Your core skills, like Hell Fracture, spend Wrath to unleash a powerful attack. Dominance is much slower to regenerate and is used for your greater demon summoning abilities, like Infernal Breath that spews fire at nearby enemies. To unleash ultimate destruction, channel the Armageddon ritual variant of Apocalypse, calling down a relentless storm of fire and brimstone on the battlefield.
Endgame in Diablo 4 should feel continuous. No stopping, no waiting, no friction between what you want to do and how you want to do it. The fight to defend Sanctuary continues in our new endgame system, War Plans. Choose your favorite activities, chain them together, and then customize the hell out of them. You start at the command table in Themis, the capital city of Skovos. You pick your activities with almost everything on the menu. As you make progress, your command table levels up, opening up a wider range of options, including higher node rarities and deeper chains, with up to 5 activities in a single war plan. War plans also grant the ability to teleport directly to the next activity in your playlist, and eventually back to Themis to claim your rewards and create a new one. And if you don't have a Nightmare Sigil or a compass, not a problem. War plans can generate one on the fly if you don't have your own. War Plans is all about giving you more choice. Want to burn through a stack of sigils? Do it. Want to hard focus on one lair boss for your session? Go for it. War Plans does more than enhance your endgame, it connects it. Completing War Plans will also feed into activity trees. Each activity has its own tree that you can invest in to customize how it plays. You earn 7 points per activity, so this is where you'll have to make real decisions. Let's look at the Lair Boss tree, because it's a great example of how deep this can go. You can tune your rewards with nodes like Lair of Runes for more rune drops, Lair of Plenty for an extra horde chest, Golden Horde to convert low-tier items into gold, or Exotic Armory if you're looking to gear an alt. Then there's cross-pollination, pulling Lair Bosses into other activities to remix your runs. Grigwar's Gambit can spawn him from Helltide chests. Embers of Anguish brings Andariel into the pit. Out of the Cold allows the Beast in Ice to join every Nightmare Dungeon boss fight. The Pit Tree gives you a completely different kind of control. You can dial up risk and reward with Choron's Haste, Heart of Stone, the Pit Butcher, or modifiers like Damned Thieves. Or you can pivot the rewards entirely, converting glyph upgrades with nodes like Choron's Soul and Choron's Flesh. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are 100 different modifiers spread across the activities in the game. With War Plans, you get to define your own endgame. Fishing is designed as a laid-back collection activity, a chance to slow down and unwind between battles. You'll unlock it early after arriving in Skovos. A short questline will introduce you to the basics, and it'll teach you more about the wide variety of fish with different rarities and multiple modifiers to chase. Fishing is more fun with friends. You can trade any fish you find, no matter how weird, bloody, or celestial they might be, to help your fellow wanderers finish their collections. As for where you can fish, almost anywhere there are fish, and maybe even a few places that might surprise you. So take a deep breath, enjoy the calm you've earned, and appreciate a quieter moment in Sanctuary. But who knows what else lurks beneath the wine dark sea? When Lord of Hatred is released, we'll also be making major updates across both seasonal and eternal realms. Permanent updates across realms will include the major skill tree improvements we've discussed, alongside a level cap increase to 70, extending torment tiers, a loot filter, map overlay, pathfinding, plus a pit overhaul and itemization updates. For players on the seasonal realm, there will be character resets, a refresh to season rank challenges with new rewards, and updates to the tower and leaderboard beta, all falling within the Season of Reckoning. This season brings 2 additional season ranks, unlocking over 100 season rank challenges for those who keep climbing through Sanctuary's trials. Push past your limits, conquer fresh objectives, and claim rewards worthy of your growing legend.
Yeah, XP from fishing, pacifist,
This
warlock
update,
speedrun,
we're
guys.
here to make more
Let's go.
affixes matter and make item choices contribute meaningfully to your overall power. Common, magic, and rare items contain meaningful value in
Thanks,
endgame
Wander
because
Stevens.
they can serve as crafting bases. You can
Hi, Bones,
later
by the way.
add affixes to them and upgrade their rarity using the Heraldric Cube. They will continue to drop in Torment difficulties, including as ancestral items, and they can also roll with greater affixes. With this update, auto-salvaging of lower rarity items in Torment has been disabled. Something we're excited about is damage multipliers on gear. Gone are the days of tossing out items with additive damage. Damage multipliers stack additively with themselves, but are multiplicative, vastly leveling up the item game and depth when it comes to the perfect item. For uniques, we're opening things up by reducing the number of always fixed affixes and rolling more from the available pool, giving you room to chase truly optimized combinations for your build. Tempered affixes went through an overhaul. Unique and mythic items can now be tempered. 200 legendary aspects have been refreshed with design updates. Gems are getting a major upgrade. Weapon gem effects are significantly stronger, and we're including new gem tiers. We've heard your feedback on stackable items, and we've increased the stacking size to 1,000 to help with inventory management.
On the quality of life side, one of the biggest additions is the loot filter. This is a power user feature the community has been asking for a long time. You can export and import filters, hide item text, hide ground effects, hide both, or recolor text to make the drops that matter instantly stand out. Hunting for the perfect 4 out of 4 base, you can call out the affixes you care about and set a minimum number required, so those upgrade-ready items popped while the noise fades away. Loot filters will also support newly introduced systems such as the Talisman. The map overlay is here, and it completely changes how combat and moment-to-moment flow feels in Diablo 4. When the overlay is up, the minimap gets out of the way to broaden your view of the game space, and you've got quick controls to tune it on the fly. Keybinds for opacity, keybinds for zoom, and options to adjust the coloration of the overlay to match your preference. For those looking to continue with a smooth flow, you can enable pathfinding, which draws your route through Sanctuary directly to your destination. You'll no longer need to stare at your minimap to make sure you're headed the right way. The level cap has increased, expanding the ceiling for long-term progression. Torment tiers are being refined as well to support a consistent feel as you progress further, and to match, the rewards track better with the risk you're taking.
We've made important improvements to layer bosses, focused on clarity, choice, and cleaner loot chasing. Every layer boss now has its own dedicated pool of unique items. Layer bosses now share a single key, and all greater layer bosses share another, reducing friction and inventory space. Bartok and Astaroth are now in the layer boss system, and the Butcher is now a greater layer boss in both Seasonal and Eternal Realms. Lord Zir is now only one click away on the world map. We've made updates to runes to reduce friction and make progression smoother. The result is a more streamlined system and an indirect buff to farming the specific runes you care about. The rune pool has been updated and we've removed underutilized runes. All remaining runes now fit cleanly into the Socketable's inventory. Runes have also been heavily integrated into our Heraldric Cube crafting system.
Pit improvements are here, along with tuning and quality of life updates to make each run more exciting and more rewarding. Some of the improvements you've seen in the tower are coming to the pit, and we've also removed a few legacy systems along the way. The pit has grown, literally. Every run now spans 5 full floors, clearly marked by pit depth, so you always know how deep you've gone and how close you are to the finish. Floor generation has been rebuilt from the ground up for smoother flow less frustrating dead ends, and a more consistent rhythm that keeps you moving forward. Nearly every environment in the game can now appear in the pit, pulling from both expansions and past seasons. And there are rare floors where you'll stumble onto brand new layout mashups found nowhere else. To keep the focus on action, we've also removed death and resurrection penalties along with boss shadow attacks. Spawning in the pit has been tuned to feel fair, deadly, and exciting. Shrines now use a flat spawn chance, giving each run a more consistent baseline, while still allowing for the occasional lucky spike. Almost every variant of every monster family can now appear, including very rare and special populations. Progress now scales with real danger, meaning tougher enemies push the bar faster. And yes, treasure goblins can now invade the pit, alone or with all their friends, with bosses, goblins, and treasure chests all capable of dropping loot. Pit mastery objectives are now fully formalized, with the tracker clearly showing both party and personal progress. Boss encounters waste no time. Bosses now ambush your party by spawning directly on top of you, and without clearing existing enemies. On top of that, the pit will now pull from the tower boss roster, injecting even more variety and unpredictability into every run. Since we introduced the tower and leaderboards, it's been incredible to listen to your feedback, watch the competition evolve, and keep learning right alongside the community. Now we're bringing a focused set of updates, more reasons to climb, clearer ways to compete, and smoother moment-to-moment play. The Artificer's Stash is a new feature coming to the tower. This provides valuable caches that contain items with guaranteed greater affixes, along with currencies and even lore books. These treasures can only be earned by climbing the tower, and first-time completion of higher tower tiers awards the Artificer's favor. The new build viewer captures a snapshot of every build that ranks on the leaderboard. When you click a top player's leaderboard entry, the viewer displays that saved snapshot, making it easier for everyone to see which builds are performing best in tower competition. New environments, monsters, and bosses are arriving to keep the tower experience fresh. In addition to starting a tower run when you exit the circle, your run will now automatically begin after a brief countdown. And hey, did you mess up the run? Did you just barely make it? Did the Orb Goblin run away? Is that the best you got? The Artificer himself will now offer some commentary. Please try your best. He is watching. Lastly, we're making tower competition timing
Oh, you
better.
clearly get shit talked by Sultan Cool all
Based
day
on
long.
player feedback, leaderboards now start on Thursdays after a release or patch. This permits the time needed to address any major issues before the community-wide competitive aspect of the tower begins. That's a quick look at what's ahead with Lord of Hatred and Season of Reckoning. We'll have more details in our blogs, patch notes, and deep dives. So if something here caught your eye, you'll be able to dig in right away. See you all in Sanctuary. Welcome.
Whew, okay, that is a lot to chew on. As Zavin mentioned at the end of that video, we will have our official blog launching after the stream, so you can go and check that out if there's extra details you want to chew on. But additionally, we will have Q&A towards the end of the stream, so if you have any questions that weren't answered in that overview video, feel free to drop them in chat. We'll grab those and answer those close to the end of the stream. But who better to get into everything with me than a very familiar cast of crew? We've got Colin, Zavin, and Art back on the stream. Welcome, fellas.
Hey.
Yeah, great to be back.
Great to have you guys here. So I know we did go through, everything coming with Lord of Hatred in that overview. We do also have Season of Reckoning launching at the same time as the expansion. And I know this is going to be a little bit different of a season because it is coming out in tandem with the expansion. What can players kind of expect to see for Season of Reckoning?
Yeah, so kind of as we covered, there's a huge slew of automation updates. Skill trees have been revamped for every single class. There's just a ton there. In addition to that, season rank has actually expanded. There's more of it. It's over 100 different objectives to conquer, and eventually Tower will be turning on, as we said. But yeah, this will be kind of a special season to keep focus on the expansion. And the idea is future seasons will return more to the regular stuff that we're used to.
And you'll still be able to play the campaign and all that good stuff, both in Seasons and Eternal, whatever tickles your fancy.
Mm-hmm. And I love, too, for Season of Reckoning, because so much of it relies on seasonal rank, there's so much that you get to passively do just as you're playing the game, right? So it's not as though you have to, it silos you to a totally different content piece. You get to chip away on it just as you're playing through the expansion and everything else. So
yeah. There's also a lot of goodies packed in there.
A ton. Yeah, a lot of rewards spread throughout.
Yeah, gotta love some rewards. But of course, I do really want to know from you guys, with the expansion coming out soon, with so much launching, what are you all most excited for players to get their hands on for the Lord of Hatred expansion?
Yeah, I would say something that exists in the game. I would say probably the skill trees. I think, we've talked to death about it, but really it's hard to sort of understate or overstate, I should say, how transformative it is to actually play with it. Like, it's actually hard for us to play on live right now just because there's so many more builds. Art mentioned in the video that we touched like over 200 aspects. We've also added just a ridiculous amount of uniques to the game. We've ensured that like literally every skill in the game has a unique that can talk to it and interface with it. It all works with the variants and the sort of upgrades in the skill tree. And I just can't wait to see kind of all the crazy things that players cook up. Like, a huge goal was to like blow out the number of builds in the game. Like, if you love build crafting, or if you love making your own sort of zero to hero journey with tons of weird odds and ends in your build, like, this is the expansion for you. And I just can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, across the video and even in the blog that's going to recap a lot of what we talk about here, there's only so much we can do to kind of describe how all these changes are going to be. You really are just going to have to jump in game and experience it for yourself, because all of us play Diablo so differently. And I think I saw in chat as that came up, Sky Dragon said, "Inject that into my veins." So I think that kind of fits it pretty well. So pretty pumped about those changes. But yeah, that's awesome. How about you, Zavin?
Warplanes, hands down. I'm so excited. We've never really had something like this to just so deeply modify all of our endgame activities. It really is. When we say like you get to make your own endgame, we really mean it. We have 100 nodes across all the activities in the game. Some of them actually cross-pollinate, so you can make choices in one tree that modify another one. So there's just a bunch of variety for players to kind of chew on, sink their teeth into. I can't wait. It's such a different way to think about what you do in your moment to moment in the end game. And there hasn't been anything like it since. So.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think much like the skill tree, it's fun to tinker and craft all these things, and then it's even more fun to send it out into the wild to see what crazy combinations people come up with.
Yeah, and then it's especially in tandem with all the skill tree stuff we're doing, right? You get to change kind of how you do the end game and also what your end game is. You get to control kind of both halves of this now.
That's rad. That's rad. How about you, Art?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what kind of builds people cook up that we've never even thought of, right? So, for me, I mean, definitely excited to have people try all the new systems. Skill tree. There's a talisman. There's the cube. We've kind of redone everything, updated everything. But really, what excites me most is just kind of players experiencing all of this together, like holistically in concert for the full, like for a brand new Diablo experience, really.
Yeah, and it's something that we actually do point out in the blog that I think is really exciting too, that we touched on a little bit in the video, is like there is so much that's changed the game regardless of whether or not you own the expansion. So if you're just coming back to, play Diablo over the weekend and you just want to get it back into it for a little bit, so much of the game does feel different. And, if you're playing on Eternal, if you're not playing in the expansion, so much has changed for anyone who plays Diablo. So like you said, all players get to experience it at the same time. So it's a lot of really cool changes.
Yeah, I actually saw a comment where I was watching the Warlock video, and they're like, oh, whoever like designed and worked on the Warlock and Paladin, like the team that did that should do that to the rest of the classes. And it's like, well, you're in luck, because absolutely the same team has killed it and updated every single class. So you don't even need the Warlock or Paladin to experience sort of this new, I would say, generation of class, which is super cool.
That's unreal. That's awesome. Excellent. Okay, so I know we've got some questions that we've gathered in Twitch chat. We're actually going to kick it over to Q&A now and answer some of your questions that you've been dropping in. So first things first, we've got a question here. We've seen a lot of reactions and feedback on inventory. Can you guys speak a little bit on some of the things we've seen?
Yeah, so I think some of this has been reaction to some of the reviews and stuff that have been coming out. And for what it's worth, anyone who knows Marak, our favorite dancing Fallen, he was kind of available in those things. And so we had a lot of people loading up on stuff. Generally speaking, we've made a lot of changes to the game, which actually I'll let these guys kind of chip in and give some answers to. But starting with, we actually have, if you buy
Elino, thank you so much, by the way, for the
Smash tab. So Inventory pressure has been something we've been thinking about how to relieve, and that's one way to do it.
Competition
There's a
hammer
bunch
looks
of other
damn
stuff
sick.
going
I
on.
like
So
it.
if there's something
It
you
won't
wanna
even
talk
take that long
about-
to get it, I
Yeah,
think. We're gonna get this pretty soon.
I'll say like one of the changes that we made was essentially to reduce
They need like roughly 1 million players to reach like basically endgame, Paragon 200 something, right? That's gonna happen so fast, I think.
and remove incense and elixirs because we felt like it was one of those like really annoying uptime games that just wasn't super fun in the end game. To compensate, you know, something we saw people use these for is the XP boost. So we've actually like massively increased the amount of XP you get from monster kills while leveling up, which actually translates much more into the difficulty tiers as well, because a lot of the difficulty tier XP comes from monster kills. So we've massively increased the amount of XP for monster kills. You don't have to go and do quests now to necessarily get the max level quickly, which is awesome. Art, I know we've also done a ton of stuff on the lair bosses.
Yeah, definitely. I think across all kind of inventory tabs, lowering inventory pressure was really, really important. So you saw in the video, like everything that's stackable stacks to 1,000 now. We've removed runes, so they all fit in your inventory. We've consolidated a bunch of other things like layer boss keys. Something else that we've done with the Horadric Cube is just give an outflow for a lot of items that you may pick up that are like, once you get into the end game, oh, it's not really worth my time using blue and yellow tributes. I'm like, okay, cool, you can take those, you can combine those up into higher rarity tributes. And we've done this across a bunch of things, so it should be generally much easier to keep everything in your bags and not have it overflow into your stash.
Yeah, and to re-clarify the infamous screenshot that we've all been looking at with like several thousand stacks, it's Marak and like, you know, PTR boost. You know, you could go do that today and take a screenshot and it looked terrible, but that's what it was.
Thanks for clarifying that, Colin. That's great. I've got a question from Galbatorix_90. My question on the devs, really excited about everything coming with Season of Reckoning and the Lord of Hatred expansion. Could you share how the team is approaching the evolution of endgame systems to create a cohesive gameplay loop that keeps players engaged across both seasonal and the expansion's long-term progression?
I think I can take a stab, and we can probably all take a stab. But we'll try and keep it short because we could probably talk about that for like an hour.
Of course.
You know, I think like really Lord of Hatred is the ultimate, I would say, build crafting and power fantasy. It starts with the skill tree. We've updated a ton of the foundations of all the classes. We've even updated a bunch of keywords and mechanics. You'll get to experience that when you play the game, and we're very excited about that. So we've updated the foundation. We've reworked a lot of the itemization and updated it and upgraded it. So like if there's things you like about it today, we've massively improved it. And then, you know, the power fantasy side, what is a better power fantasy than being able to influence the world around you beyond just your character? And that's what War Plans represents. That's what the meta progression trees represents. So, you know, it's really about giving you a lot of control and giving you a lot of things to tinker with. Our hope is that you only see like a fraction of this every season that you play. I would be shocked if you're able to play every single class, every single build, every single War Plans permutation. So I'm rambling, but I'll toss it over to these guys.
Yeah, I'll throw out there that, you know, one of the things that helps kind of the end game feel really good is making sure there isn't a bunch of bloat. And you know, the game's in its, you know, has a couple years on it right now. Just making sure that we go through and are diligent about like, hey, is that serving a purpose in the game still? Does it need to be there? How important is it really? There's things like elixirs and incense. How important are they really? They're just like a tax on your time to go make sure you have upkeep and things like that. But also down to the lair boss keys. Right, so do we actually even need that many? Does the game need that many? So anytime we can go through the game and find these places where it's like actually removing something, streamlining something helps make everything better, right? It uplifts everything else because now you don't have to waste your time thinking about these other concepts. So that helps everything be more connective, right? Because they're not having to kind of connect to a dead part of the game that doesn't really matter. Like elixirs, again, is a really good example of what was it really doing for you other than an XP boost? Okay, fine, here. Monsters just give you better XP, now you don't have to do elixirs, right?
Yeah, I like that. It's like eliminating all the chores. And I think, you know, one of the great ways that's baked into War Plans too that you've mentioned before is how, like, if you don't have a key for a particular activity that you're getting into, it just makes one for you. It's not like, oh, you don't have to go into the world to get a, you know, a lair boss key that you need. The game is just like, no, you got it. You're good. You can just
and then
move along.
also, if you find a key you do like and you want to run, you can just run that instead.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the best of both worlds.
Yeah,
absolutely.
The one thing I'll add, and I'll try to keep it brief, is that like one of our goals was that we really want the game to feel like it's broadening and expanding as you progress, and we've done that with the skill tree, with itemization, with War Plans, with the cube, and really I think kind of speaking back to Colin's comment about there's so many different things and so many permutations that you like realistically won't be able to see them in one season. I think that kind of helps that feeling of the end game being fresh season over season.
Yeah, I'll add one more thing to that too, and you'll see some of the seasonal mechanics that players have really loved and enjoyed baked into war plans. So this is something as a system we hope to sort of improve and expand over time as we do new seasons. We have this really cool system where we can inject fan favorites back into the game, if we think that it's going to make a better and more fun experience. So we think it's going to give us a lot of tools and the players a lot of fun things to fuck around with. So,
and I would add that is true about all the systems that we've been talking about. The cube, the talisman, all these things are primed for that kind of treatment in the future.
Yeah, that's rad, because I feel like every season, whenever it wraps up, we always say like, hey, will this come back? It's like, well, we might find an interesting way to bring it back, and this is a huge way where a lot of those systems are going to be coming back in a really fun and cool way.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. Nice. I've got a question from Mippy, one of our Diablo partners. Zavin, I know you kind of mentioned this. Will the tower go live with the start of the expansion, or will the beta go live at a later time?
It is just a little bit later. So we want to, we've heard, hey, if we're going to be launching the competitive aspect, let's just give a little bit of time, just a little bit, to make sure things are good and it's a fair competition and things like that. So the details are on the blog. You can go check it out. But it's going to be starting kind of not just in this case, but we're seeing this as the standard a few days after kind of the patch, right? Just to give ourselves some time to even things out, make sure there isn't any weird bug or anything like that, and then everyone can kind of jump in a fair way together.
Yeah, it's nice. Eliminate all the bugaboos right off the jump, and then then get right into it. Love it. Question from Farina at Diablo: how will war plans function in multiplayer? Will it evolve the war plan for the whole party or just for the party leader?
Yeah, I can take this.
Yeah, go ahead.
So right now the war plans are per player, but what we do is if you and I are playing, or if we're playing as a party, everybody gets essentially like a chunk of the reward, baseline reward. So if Zavin and I are playing and we do a Nightmare Dungeon, Zavin has a Nightmare Dungeon node, I will get essentially a reward cache and reputation or meta progression, we should say, for the Nightmare Dungeon skill tree. So it ensures that like when you're playing as a party, it's still efficient, even though the boards aren't always synced.
Nice. Sweet. Question from Fame, another Diablo partner. Does the fish collection reset every season, or is it an account one and done kind of thing?
So once you've collected a fish, you've collected a fish. But beyond that, you can fish for as long as you want. You can catch duplicates of stuff. You can it's not a one and done system. Like it's not like a quest, right, or a campaign thing where you just kind of do it once and you're done forever. You can keep catching fish, but the actual act of marking them collected, you have collected them once you've already found them.
Heck yeah, nice. Loathe Burger, another Diablo partner. Will the loot filter highlights reflect on the minimap?
So that's something that we're looking to sort of, it's not, I'll say that right now, it's not going to. We are looking to essentially gather a bunch of feedback on the loot filter. It came in hot. It's one of those things that we know players have been asking for, and we felt like, let's give this to the community. It's very much a tool driven by the community, so we want to hear what are the things that you want to improve in the loot filter. So please give us that sort of feedback. We know that's something that I personally want. I think we all want it, so that's just one of those things that we'll file away as like, we're going to improve the system.
Oh yeah, you heard it here first.
It's one of those things, it's like we are adding a map overlay. So there's a whole new way to kind of look at the world around you now just because of that. And we really want your feedback on how this is going to be interacting with both those maps, right? Not just the mini map, but also the map overlay. So let us know how you guys like it.
Yeah, please drop us your feedback. And I mean across the whole expansion, we are going to be absolutely eagle-eyed on the forums, on socials, just checking everywhere from our partners. We're really, really eager for the feedback, and we're also excited to just get this into everyone's hands.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Enigma 42K. With itemization and the skill trees being overhauled, how is masterworking going to change, and how is it going to affect the way they interact with skills compared to how they work now?
We just updated masterworking in season 11, so we're not really planning on making any updates soon.
Yeah, it still has quality. You'll still be able to get that through transfiguration, but we actually like how the system's working right now. So.
Heck yeah. Hell yeah. Nice. All right, our last question. I am the Berm. I see the level cap now goes to 70. Does the Paragon cap rise as well?
No, we're keeping it the same. We think that that's something that we think is like a good sort of thing to chase towards the end of the season. Right now it's like super grindy from 20 to 300, which we like because it's kind of like, okay, you've gotten all the major nodes within your Paragon. Now if you just really want to sort of grind out those core stats, you're more than welcome to. I will say we've also increased the amount of XP multipliers from Torment. So, you know, if previously 300 was like close to within reach and you're like, I think I'm good, I'm not going to play for the rest of the season. The deeper you go into Torments, that'll make that faster. So probably more people are going to end up reaching that max level. So, yeah.
Nice. I feel like we've all seen the like dreaded calculation on the subreddit where people go
Yeah,
like, you
yeah,
hit
yeah.
297, you're only halfway there, man.
exactly.
Like, so I'm glad that there's that now, like that XP boost to kind of push you to that extra. And there will be something fun we'll talk about towards the end of the stream, specific to Paragon that players should get excited about. But that wraps up our Q&A actually. We're getting close towards the end of the stream. I do want to reiterate, like for Q&A, there is a ton of information in the blog. You will notice the 3.0 patch notes are a bit lighter than usual, but that's because to list out all the skill tree changes would have been near impossible. So we've now just made that illustrative in the blog. So thank you. So yeah, I do just really want to make a note that like, I thank you guys for being here. I know it's an incredibly busy time. I am actually really excited to say as well that we are sim shipping this blog in all languages too. So that doesn't always happen, but everyone can chew on that time, on that information all at the same time. And I know we do have a few call outs closer to the end of the stream that we're gonna get into. We had the Jackson collaboration. We have another collaboration. It's a really important one. I'm kind of blanking on it right now, but I know we're gonna kick it over to it soon. I really don't know.
I don't remember.
Sorry, I don't really have my notes up right now. But one sec, let me just kind of bump this around. Oh, we've actually got a very special video that we're gonna kick it over to from one of our friends.
It's released
Enjoy.
Monday for NA.
Corn family,
Tuesday for the rest.
Today is the day.
Okay, I'm not gonna
We have something
do this
for
again.
you.
He's like
We've heard from you
talking
guys,
about the
saw,
release
you know,
date at the end, basically.
Video. We
And
love
his
this
new
as much as
release.
We do, and we're so excited.
And that video releases on Monday. We showed it off to the 20. That's right. Thank you, Brian. You heard it here first. Lord of Hatred releases April 27th at 4 p.m. PDT, and Korn has put out their first single in 4 years. Reward the Scars is out today, and that video releases on Monday. We showed it off to the team. Brian wasn't lying. It's pretty badass. You're definitely going to want to check that out when it releases, but we've been so pumped to partner with Korn, so that is absolutely fantastic. And we do have our release map that we can show you now to show the entire global release for Lord of Hatred expansion. Istanbul, I hope you got your Turkish coffee ready because it's going to be an early morning for you. But there's that release map timing. We're going to be releasing this in the blog and on socials following the stream, so you can check out when Lord of Hatred goes live for you. Additionally, today, pre-download goes live at 4 p.m. PDT on Battle.net, Xbox, and PlayStation. So you can pre-download the 3.0.0 build, so when Lord of Hatred releases, you'll get into the expansion that much faster. And that begins rolling out at 4 p.m. PDT today for pre-download. So go and check that out. I'm also very excited to announce, or not announce, we've already had this promotion live for a little bit, but we've partnered with Trolley Gummies. Again, you can go to your local grocery store and get a bag of Mephisto branded Trolley Gummies, and you'll actually be able to get some weapon transmogs with your purchase, so you can go check those out. I have to say, ever since we partnered with Trolley for Vessel of Hatred, there has been a rotating trolley bag in my household. I absolutely love these things. They are sensational and delicious. And while you're at your grocery store, you can actually get a case of Diablo branded Fanta. We've got cases of Fanta Crimson Cherry with the Paladin on it, and with your purchase, you can also get an exclusive in-game reward. It is a town portal that is Fanta colored, which is pretty phenomenal. So you can go get your trolleys, get your Fanta, and have a great time. So enjoy that. Additionally, we've got some really exciting things going on in Overwatch. Overwatch is celebrating the launch of Lord of Hatred with 5 new skins and some other goodies in game. They've got sprays, avatar, name cards, you name it. That Ramatra Mephisto skin looks phenomenal. They're gonna have Twitch drops as well to celebrate the launch of Lord of Hatred. And they're also bringing back the original Overwatch Diablo skins that are available in Overwatch. So you can get the Moira Lilith skin is coming back, the Reinhardt Enquiries skin, and a whole lot more. So you can go and check that out in Overwatch. Those skins look absolutely phenomenal. And I alluded to this a little bit earlier, but with the launch of Lord of Hatred, we've got a really exciting community challenge that you can sink your teeth into. So starting with the launch of Lord of Hatred, the Hatred's Downfall Community Challenge is here. And with the help of the community, you can earn this Helm of Hatred for everyone in Diablo 4. The challenge is this. Globally, we need to earn 266,666,000 Paragon points. Now that's across Eternal, that's across Seasonal, and that's for expansion owners and expansion non-owners. So everyone who plays Diablo 4 can participate in this. Casual dads on the weekend, I see you. You just need to get to the end game and start earning those Paragon points to jump in. We will be updating our global total on Tuesdays on our social channels, and we'll also have an in-game message that will, check it out Monday and then update you on how the community progress is going. So let's all band together, earn those Paragon points, and earn that Helm of Hatred in game, which looks super sick. Super, super sick. We are also going to have Twitch drops that are going live for the expansion, so you can go check those out in our blog. You can get the Skull Bloody Axe cosmetic. We've got an emblem as well, and we've got this gigantic Mount Trophy cosmetic that you can earn through both Twitch drops and support a streamer. So you can check out the details in the blog for those in the Diablo 4 category. So go and check those out. Additionally, as Lord of Hatred comes out, we're all really excited to see your reactions, so be sure to tag us on socials, whether you're a streamer or a fan, between the campaign, any sort of big reveal. We've all just been working on this for so long, and we're really, really excited to see how you experience the expansion. So please tag us. We're really curious to see your reactions and how you enjoy everything in the Lord of Hatred expansion. Now, before we close out the stream, I do want to kick it back over to the devs we have here today. Colin, Zav, and Art, is there anything you want to tell the players before they jump into Lord of Hatred?
I'll say thank you to everyone who's been kind of with us on this journey. We are very excited to kind of close this arc, this Age of Hatred arc that we've been kind of building towards. So thank you to everyone who's been playing with us this whole time. It's been exciting. I cannot wait until everyone jumps in and sees it all. I can't wait till I can do that.
Go ahead. Thank you, and I'm just ready to blast with everybody, like straight up.
Yeah, me too. I mean, honestly, it's kind of a bad idea to put Art up here. I'm surprised we didn't say anything, messed up. But yeah, no, I can't wait to party with Art. We're gonna blast the shit out of the game, and it's gonna be super fun. Can't wait to do it with all of you. Can't wait to look at all the guides. We've kept a lot of things under wraps, so I'm super curious to see, how our build creators and how everybody who engages with the game cooks up some really cool stuff. So
yeah, I think even through like all the times we've met up for these streams too, it's like the energy is palpable that we're just so pumped to get this thing out the door and into the players' hands. Couldn't be more excited for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Even the last boss. Oh,
it's gonna be cool. There's so much to discover for people. I can't wait. There's going to be so much.
Yeah, it's going to be unreal. But yeah, thank you all three of you for being here. I know it's an incredibly busy time, but thanks for being here for the live stream. I want to give a huge thank you to the production crew, to Rich and everyone behind the scenes. It takes a lot of people to make these streams happen, so thank you to all of you. Thank you to Team 3 for all your incredible work on this expansion. It's really going to shine through. You guys are an incredible team, and it's an honor to work here and be a part of this. And thank you to everyone at home for tuning in and for playing Diablo 4. We wouldn't be here without you, and it means so much to us that you've been here. And Lord of Hatred launches April 27th at 4 p.m. PDT. Pre-download goes live today at 4 p.m. And we will see you all in Skobos.
I am also mostly done with the stuff that I was doing. Perfect. Maybe it's time to record a bit more stuff, guys. Steam is second-class citizen. Nah, this is more of like a technical problem. I think you just can't do like early preload basically on Steam. I think it's just not a thing there. The guy on the right is cooked. Why? Okay, man is gonna say goodbye. Where do you want to go, man? Look how pretty he is. People cute, guys. Look at him, you can see it. Is that a mob? Yeah, exactly. No statue event. It would be badass if there was like some, you know, like Soul, Cellpon, Hardcore, Uber, Mephisto, Tom and 12. Let's go. What cap is ferocity? It's 4. But tripled for Melon. You can get +5 from the duelist aspect on Spirit Bond. It's not unlikely that other classes will have access to that. Oh, that's sorry. Cap 1 or Cap 2? It is Cap 2 actually. Although that might change now. Because there's like attack speed and cast speed. So I think it still says attack speed, so I'm pretty sure it's actually Cap 1 now. They might have changed it. Should be Cap 2 since it's temporary. Maybe you see a tooltip of it. I actually didn't check it. I know where I can find one. 1 second. Let me see that. Oh! It doesn't actually have the thing there. It says Berserker and Overpower there, but it doesn't have the Ferocity tooltip. Are they serious? Why does it not show the Ferocity one? What else does have Ferocity? I guess you'll find something. Let's see. I think there was something on Rogue as well, no? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, Druid might also have some stuff. I know there was a unique for isn't it the ring? Let's see, the ring. This was Resolve ring. Okay, here. Ferocity increases attack speed by 5% per stack. This affects stacks up to 4 times. Yeah, so I would assume this is now actually Cap 1 now. And like all the Cap 2 stuff with cast speed is usually like skill tree specific to only that skill. There's not even like a lot of like just attack speed Cap 2 anymore, I think, at all. So I think it is definitely kind of generally going down. So a name on the statue of Blizzard? Nope. Bunkers actually has a fucking list. Did he just dig it up? The statues list? Damn. The one-hand axe that nobody uses. Yeah, it's kind of weird that the axe is so bad. I have Cognizant Spark is the best skill. Soul cast based on what we know for now. Leveling a Spark with a Blast Nova mod all the way to 70. Spark actually does look not too bad, man. There's like a pretty good unique love for it. And then you can do just like one big hit thing. Okay, see, man, what's up? I'm gonna let him out. 1 sec. I'll be like a minute, guys. Hey guys, we're back. Can't get past a Greek wife without getting a whole plate full of juicy food, guys. It is what it is.
Woody has been eating that for 2 days now.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Marin brought me his bowl. Come, buddy.
I need a Greek wife then. Yeah, I can recommend, guys.
What?
He says I need a Greek wife. And I say I can recommend.
Where are you from?
Where do you apply for Greek wife? It was almost a 5 minutes fight. What is that?
Oh, you're not that far, Dream.
Ben Sillet kill. Was it the bugged one? I remember he did like this this whirlwind bugged kill first, and then he did it like for real afterwards. But yeah, I think Ben was the first on hardcore. You love Greek food, such as spaghetti bolognese?
With a Greek touch.
What is the Greek touch here?
We add cinnamon and clove.
Greek Italian.
I need to go there with a sign. Woody tell me to get a Greek wife. Help me.
Was that the Woody Halt death? Yeah, the Woody Halt death was like a few days after release. Because they disabled... Like, I went to level 100, I did the one Lilith attempt, and then I went to sleep. And then I woke up the next morning and Lilith was disabled. And then she came back like a few days later. And I went in and did Halt, yeah.
The what?
The Halt incident.
Oh my god, I remember it. Oh, it was such a great meme though.
Yeah.
Do we have any Halt merchandise?
Halt merchant. Actually,
yeah,
it's very hard to make something out of it because like this tiny emote.
We need a t-shirt with a big Halt emoji here. Make one. What?
There's Greeks there.
He says, take him and come to Alexandroupoli so that we go to Samothraki. Sounds like a plan.
How far is that?
It's on the northern part of Greece, but quite further from Thessaloniki. We went the other time. Make hoodie merc. You make a blue hoodie with a halt and send it to Rax. He will appreciate it.
Did you see the new mythic that they're introducing in the expansion?
No. Is that for real?
Yeah.
Upon eating Taco Bell, all skills deal double damage. Triple this damage by shouting D for bad. Who the fuck made this?
Someone on the Discord, yeah. Very good item. There's more actually. Here.
They should make a cucumber weapon for you. But I mean for real and put it in game. When dropping F-bombs, gain aura. Heal ranks and aura. Okay, first of all, I don't know this guy.
What?
Who's that?
Colin.
Colin who?
Oh my god.
Is he one of the devs?
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking of streamers right now.
Banner.
Well, I didn't recognize him. Okay.
He's our favorite dev. Everyone's favorite dev.
He's quite new though.
Yeah. He looks young, but he's not.
I said new, I didn't say young.
Okay, Wonka says Nini is banned.
Yeah, nice try.
Colin's our savior, yeah. I think there was another one that someone made. Where's that? A lot of scrolling here. Holy shit, what is going on?
Yeah, Wonkas doesn't like me very much, it seems.
Oh, I should talk about the mythics actually at some point. We should make a mythic video, I think. Oh my god, man. New Necro is fire. Wait, did Ponyhole actually get to play?
If only Necros had fire skills. They don't, right?
No.
Ah, good one.
It would be cool to get poison skills on Necro though. Like a poison nova and stuff. Kinda sad. Seems like it's not the case.
What do you mean you didn't see Merlin today?
Yeah, Merlin was here.
Yeah, he was here the whole time. Now he's chilling.
Yeah, I was sleeping on my lap earlier, I guess. Oh my god, man, people are writing a lot of shit here.
Okay. We need to show Merlin for... What's his name? Ari Dream or Aldrim? Cat's a beast.
Yeah, but it's like so peaceful right now.
Come here. Come here. Good boy. Oh, look how pretty he is, guys. I was grooming him for 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, show him.
Yeah, take him. I need to scroll.
Look at this boy. Have you seen a prettier boy? Hmm? No, he doesn't need a haircut. He's a Maltese. I only trim his paws here and his belly.
As long as I'm gonna save this. I better go.
Can he share some hair with you? If you love white hair, I guess. No, that's a myth. Dogs don't need haircut. In fact, the hair protects them from both the sun and the cold. Especially for Maltese, it's a crime to shave them. What, Eleoras, don't you like my Greek accent? Where's the woody mythic? It was a cucumber, but it fell on a salad.
So if they make a cucumber, would it be a mace or a dagger?
A dagger, of course. You're a rogue after all, no? Remember that burger, which used to be a dagger or a sword in D3? Burger.
Yeah.
You can have the whole set. Yes, I'm Greek, but I hate Greek lists, by the way.
Imagine you get stabbed and then cause of death is cucumber. Okay, there.
Oh my god, where did they find this picture? Gain the lack of steamers. Are you a steamer? Every drop is a god drop. All core skills replaced with wudijo karate chop. Didn't know you know karate.
I actually used to do jujutsu.
When?
A while ago.
For how long?
A little while.
A few months.
No, like 1 or 2 years, I
I
think.
haven't seen any moves from you.
I don't really want to use them on you.
I don't know, to show off. Wudijo. I like that.
Nice image for sure they put there. Is there actually any other stuff that was posted here? I actually haven't really seen like the latest things. Ah, this is where you get all the names here. Okay, from the seals. Let's see. Is there anything new that we actually haven't seen, guys? Or is it just like discussion and stuff here? Someone linked like a pony hole video. Is there anything there? Did he actually play?
Someone says that you barely touch any grass. I can confirm that he touched a lot of grass when he takes out Merlin.
No, he was not in the thing, right? This is live server. He's level 60 people. Okay.
Didn't this guy play PoE?
I actually have no idea what he's doing. But he has a lot of subscribers
Or he
somehow.
has a doppelganger who makes PoE videos.
Wait. Is this new stuff? Have you seen this?
No begging in chat or timeout.
Okay, there's nothing new here, right? These are the same skill tree screenshots you already have. Okay.
Can you type song?
I can.
You can. Are you able?
Yes.
Can you do it?
Yes.
Do it! Cool guy.
Can someone give me D4?
Yeah.
No. I'm gonna open PoE now. Bye. That's great, man.
Type song. Is this Android?
It is.
Okay. First time chatter needs to be answered.
Yeah. Think Spirit World will be good in the expansion? Yeah. I mean, Caprica stonks are going down a bit. But dot stonks are going quite up. And Spirit World is pretty good at that. Compared to Warlock. Well, you have to see that Evade has been the consistently most successful build in the entire game. You know, on average, since Season 6. So, unless they did something really major to shake that up, I think Spirit Runner is going to be fine, at least at that. And we'll see about the other bit. Oh my god. Can you spare 20 years? Nikon, you're funny, man. Thank you, by the way. What rogue skill I plan on leveling with? I don't know. I think I'll probably load up Barrage. If I was starting a rogue, I'll probably just load up Barrage. I guess it depends on what they did with the combo point effect of Barrage. Combo points used to give you more arrows, but more arrows is not really useful anymore in Barrage. So I wonder if they changed that to something better. Why nobody's talking about Exile 900 as an easy damage upgrade? I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. Okay, weapons go higher now, but I mean, that's like the most expected thing ever. So there's not really much to say, to be honest, I think. Game any fun? Hell yeah. World first 100 hardcore. I bet it would be 70, I guess. I mean, what I want to do is Uber Mephisto T12, I guess. That's like the real goal, I guess. Right? So, yeah, I'm doing that. Get Nova and Rob in the chat and talk Barb stuff if you want drama. I'm not sure if like Nova has really much to talk about Barb though. He's like a sword guy. I don't think he really does much else besides sword actually. The War Plans party stuff, I think was somewhere in the Q&A, but I don't remember what I said exactly. But there is actually a party benefit, like you don't get nothing. Okay, vanish. So like a better necro? No. They kind of do quite different things. Fun fact, necro has better mobility than Warlock. At least from out of the box. Later Warlock catches up. Am I skipping story or watching all cutscenes? I think for me, I will skip everything and keep it as spoiler-free as possible for launch. I think there will be a lot of people here that will want to watch the stream but not be spoiled, and also just want to blast as much as possible on my first character. So I think I'll try to do minimal spoiler possible. What story? Yeah, the story apparently is really sick. So I'd really like to kind of like take my time and like, you know, see it all, but I can do this later, I suppose. Just stream with muted game and black screen and cam only. And they're gonna put exclamation mark socials in my title, right? Maxwell guides when? Yeah, we're probably gonna start putting out Warlock leveling tomorrow. And all the other builds starting a few hours after launch. You were happy when I bought 2B of Huss for me. Yeah, I'll play hardcore. Will it be a pet leveling build? We will have a minion warlock build, yes. So planned starters right now are minion warlock, Dreadclaws, Hellion Sting, or slash Eviscerate. Actually, Eviscerate is gonna be called. Hell Fracture. And I think we're also making the Blazing Scream leveling. What about Rogue? No idea. I mean, realistically, you know, we have 3 guys on Rogue, so they're gonna be pumping out stuff really fast. But which one they will do first, I don't know. So I guess Doc will be there. And then maybe some other like ranged core build like Barrage or Pen. And then we're probably gonna have like a TB or so, I imagine. Not sure exactly what they're going for. You ranked 5th on tower before reset. Nice. But I'm not really planning to group up with anyone right now. People would love to see my Sentry Rogue build. Oh yeah, I'm excited for that for sure. I'm definitely gonna try to cook this. I'm very excited for TB. The Sentry stuff. I want to do Pen Shot, I want to do Barrage. And then, I mean, there's like plenty of stuff on Rogue, honestly, that looks really fun. Every class looks interesting AF. Yeah. Uh-oh. Eva is back. Mibu. Okay, guys. I'm gonna put us back in the kitchen. And then we're gonna do some CO2 recording again. Okay, we're back. So we did cover Paladin, Druid, and Barb. So let's do some more. Maybe all of them, actually. Yo, hand sanitizer. Thank you. The potential for Weewu the first week is crazy. We're gonna have a daily emergency meeting with the rogues, guys. Ava's gonna call me on the dot, 10 p.m. Weewu. And he's gonna explain. It's gonna be great. Bug-free trust. Yeah, I definitely trust. Cast speed is a new third cap Weewu. Oh my god. Okay, so this was Druid. And then it came Spiritborn, I believe, right? I mean, there was not that much on the Spiritborn, right? What do we have after that? There's Sorg. Maybe start with Sorg. Kind of in the mood for that. Don't talk about Sunstained, let it be secret. What's the problem with Sunstained exactly? They didn't change it or anything, did they? 10 p.m. Weebu. Call from Ava. GPT. Missed. Oh no. Alert. Guys, alert. Focus skills, still getting any pacifist drunk. Yeah, I can see that. But I haven't really seen... I haven't seen Ravager. I've seen Vortex. Yo, Woot. Thanks for the subgift, dude. Okay, anyway, let's go. Where does it start here? Let's start with Sorg. What comes after Sorg? Actually, no stuff. Okay, we have Sorg, Necro. And Rouge. Okay. Okay. And then we're gonna add the Spirit Bond as well. A lot of fat. Why is it even called a lot of fat? Like, how does that happen? Of course he is fat. Okay, we're recording, guys. Let's go. Might as well disable chat. We know we're gonna shitpost. Yeah, go ahead, guys. That's fine. I'm just doing my thing here. You do you. You know, that's how it goes. Chat would never shitpost. Weeboo. Yes. Alright. Hi everyone, I'm back with another video for a lot of hatred. We have more skill tree info to go through. So we have Sorg info, Necro, there's a Rogue, and some Spirit Bond that I want to talk about here. It's going to be kind of a long video. We don't have the full skill trees just yet, but there's a lot of individual nodes here that we can talk about, and also just kind of understand the big picture of how the new trees are designed. So I have a bunch of videos covering also, for example, uniques for every class. You can go check those out. And there's a lot of information that has been flooding in lately. Of course, you know, the full picture is yet to be revealed when the expansion actually launches, but I'll be there, I'll be blasting and just trying to give my best impressions and my best like kind of thoughts on, you know, what is going to happen, what I think has potential, or at the very least show you like a few cool things that might be really fun. So let's get into it. We started a Sorg here. He's kind of going through the tree as you know, as we find these images here. So this is taken from some of the press review early access. Starting with Spark. So here this is a basic skill that was never really that useful for anything on the Sorg, besides as like a catalyst for triggering unstable currents or something like that. So on its own, it was not really a build, but it turns out that might change actually. So I don't have that right now, but there is a unique glove that really buffs this skill. So it could become like its own kind of carry ability. In particular with one of the upgrades here that combines it all into one blast. Normally this has like multiple hits and it kind of like, it does like, you know, 4 ticks or something like that. And now it's all in one blast, increased damage, increased size. And then there's this new unique for it that gives it even more blasts and then combine into one. So that could be kind of something, in particular when you combine this with the Paingorger's Gauntlets. So that remains to be seen, but I think there's potential here. And aside from that, just like some of the other upgrades that we have here, there's an additional shock, and here's a crackling energy. This is something I already mentioned in one of my other videos as well, when it comes to the skill tree choices that we see, just as sort of like a general guideline. Most of these skills seem to have, you know, one kind of like offensive / buff the skill directly option. And the other one is usually like a supportive kind of option. And that is actually kind of interesting because, for example, most of the time basic skills are just kind of there to maybe trigger something or give you resources on some classes and this kind of stuff. So you can kind of build into that and make them even better at giving you other effects. And this is not just something we see here, but across all of the classes. Or you can actually try to make this like a carry skill and actually invest into the damage portion of it by hitting more times. Or here there's 15% crit. Or here is another one-time hit. So in this case, it's like 2 times a bonus basically to the damage. But other skills do have that on both sides, where there's like damage, support kind of option. And for the variants, There's also sometimes pretty big changes in terms of what they do and how it can support you as well. So not the case for Spark, but we're going to see a few other skills most likely that, for example, convert over into cold, and now they freeze enemies and these kind of stuff. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see how we're actually going to build our skill bar in the future. And I believe that we're going to actually see a lot more variety, not just in the number of viable builds that can carry you. There's going to be plenty of different skills that can now have carry potential basically all the way through the end game, but also the rest of the skill bar, the other 5 skills that are not the star of the show, they might actually completely change from build to build, or even inside the same build you might just run with completely different supporting tools, and that is really exciting to me as well. So yeah, with that being said, let's look at some of the Spark stuff. So here's the variance here, shocks additional times, and you get extra crit chance. Here's the all-in-one, and here's a fire conversion. So as a Sorc kind of general idea, there's always one elemental conversion on each of the skills. So you don't see the icon right now, but this would be a a fire, a red icon, like the fire bolt now, for example, and it would turn us over into that. And there's going to be something here, but it's locked behind the level, so we don't actually see the icon here. But you can see it here, actually. It's like a conversion. So this is how I can identify those. And this obviously unlocks some other synergies here. One note on this, this is a direct damage fire attack. There's actually not too many of those on the Sorc. Most of it is actually either damage and dot or just dot, like Fireball, for example. And I do expect, in particular, burning builds or dot builds across the board to be pretty powerful in the expansion. There is a lot of help for dot builds in particular. So it's just something to keep in mind. Also, something that we see here a lot is extra crit chance, for example, for some of those. So this is a bit of a fire Sorc theme. They used to have this key passive for that actually. And now it's kind of built more into the skills directly. And getting to 100% crit chance is going to be quite valuable and harder than before, because, for example, Perdition crit is nerfed a little bit. GAs are not as valuable anymore. So you don't just exist with 100% crit chance permanently necessarily in an endgame, and you have to kind of work for it. And in those cases, something that previously didn't really look that crazy, like 20 crit chance or something, is actually kind of good now on the tree. Here's Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb is pretty interesting. It has also a pretty cool unique that it has going for it, which makes the Frozen Orb return to you. So you shoot it out, it comes back. Kind of cool stuff. It does frostbite damage, which is a cold version of dot. 100% increased here, or it gives you a barrier. So again, we see this damage versus support tool kind of. There's also the Frozen Orb enchant, for example, that shoots out Frozen Orbs passively as you use other skills. And in that case, for example, you can just generate barrier this way. The passives are gone on the Sorc, and that hits the class quite harshly when it comes to defenses. Mana Shield, for example, was really strong. Protection that gave you the barriers. Align the elements. So Sorc was really chunky thanks to those 3 passives in particular. And all of it is gone now. So you might actually want to lean into some of these effects, like, for example, this barrier mod on the Frozen Orb. Here we have a duration bonus. So I'm not 100% sure how this is supposed to work, because usually Frozen Orb just it flies out and explodes and that's it. But it might just kind of last longer now. I'm not sure, fly further or something like that. And here is an increased explosion damage. So yeah, there's I guess maybe it's also, maybe it means the dot, I guess, as well, since there is a dot component to this. Maybe that is the duration. I don't know. Here's the Seeking Orb. It says when it first explodes, it remains stationary for 0.5 seconds and seeks another target to explode again. That's a little bit like the aspect that existed for the Frozen Orb, but now it also moves over to another target. So that's kind of neat. So it's kind of auto pilots somewhere. Then we have Shattered Path. Ice spikes spawn around Frozen Orb, and it makes enemies vulnerable. Again, allows you to use, for example, this as a support tool, barrier plus vuln, and potentially chill as well, and this kind of stuff. So you can get quite a package here as an enchant slot, for example. And we have the Great Orb of Fire. So Frozen Orb is a pyromancy skill, and leaves behind it applies a burn, and it can consume overpower to explode 3 times along its path. So that's kind of interesting. So here's also core mechanic of the several skill trees that we have seen, which is the consume overpower, or there's also stuff like consume resolve, consume ferocity. All these like temporary buffs, they can now be acquired through the skill tree in various ways across all the classes. So it's not just a sword thing with overpower. This is usually more of like a barb and the druid thing, for example. So now it's also here. So it's like a bit of a fire theme that they've added here. But ferocity, previously mostly a spiritborn thing, is now also sprinkled in on other classes, and you might even see it here on the sword. And we have this effect here where overpower is not just something that you just get as a buff, which is now like a 4-second buff, but also you can remove the stacks to get an extra effect. And in some cases, that is extremely valuable. 3 extra explosions sounds really strong for a stack of overpower, and there are pretty good ways of generating it that we know already. Then we have ice shards, also another long forgotten skill. It was mostly just used as like a buff tool with Hail of Verglass, so that is gone. This helm is reworked as well. It's not going to be used in other builds anymore. So ice shards is its own build now, and maybe it's going to go back to the glorious days of, you know, season 1 or something, where you just walk in, press a frost over, and then, you know, you watch the ice shards fly in all directions. I love that stuff, and hopefully that's going to come back. Unfortunately, we don't really have any of the upgrades here though. Then we have Incinerate. So this is an interesting one as well. Incinerate was also kind of weak for a long time. It's a dot build, kind of like the same problems that a lot of dot builds suffered. But again, it now gets lifted up a lot. We've also seen the unique for this, and that looks cracked. There's a 1 for this. So I could imagine Incinerate might actually surprise us. So this ramps up a lot from a relatively decent starting point and has a gigantic unique going for it. So there is probably some sort of overcompensation here in order to like turn it around. It also has like a nice damage buff. It can heal you, and there is a chance to deal double damage if you have a stack of overpower, and there's execute. So yeah, again, you have like, for example, the healing part and the execute as like a support, or you have the like damage and the double damage here if you want to actually just burn stuff with this. It remains to be seen how much we'll actually be using, like for example, multiple core skills on a bar just to like produce a buff or something like this, or, you know, this is like replacing my ice armor so that I can fortify myself. So yeah, we'll see. But, you know, depending on, for example, how available is your resources, or maybe just, you know, you have a basic skill and you don't even actually care about resources, so you can actually use your mana pool, dump it into one of those core skills, and that is actually just sort of a replacement for what would otherwise be some utility cooldown, for example. So yeah, there could be pretty cool stuff there. Then we have some of the variants here with Incinerate. So here a maximum damage bonus is increased, and the size increased when you use the maximum. So it's gonna be like some super long and I guess a wide beam. That sounds kind of cool. Then we have the 2 additional beams. That's usually be the aspect for it. And I guess it's gonna be kind of like more the like long duration, like really heavy payoff kind of. And here this is the kind of like, you know, teleport around and blast everything kind of deal. And then we have the shock conversion. So it becomes disintegrate a little bit. That sounds really cool. And so I guess it's gonna be like a blue beam, and it now like does damage and then spreads to other enemies in the area. So sounds kind of cool as like an in-between basically between the other two. Here's Fireball. So Fireball also has not really been a thing for really almost ever, to be honest. So now there is an extra dot upgrade here. There's an extra crit upgrade, so you can do one or the other kind of. I'm not really sure. So yeah, you can basically just produce a dot. It doesn't have a dot baseline, so you can choose to kind of convert it over into a bit of dot and then try to scale that up, for example. But I do expect this is going to be more of like a crit build because it only has the baseline like full crit or like hit damage here. There's no dot component already built in. Here's an example of Frost Nova. So that itself seems relatively the same. We have also seen an example of the rune for Frost Nova, which is now severely nerfed and probably not really that useful anymore. So that is now basically just a freeze and nothing else. It's also shorter, I believe. 2 seconds seems kind of short. And I guess you have to kind of build into it now to actually get all of the previous benefits, not just the volume, the extra damage, and so on. Here's a size upgrade, and here is a enemy frozen by it generates mana. One note on that, resource generation is definitely a bit more premium these days. So lucky hit, chance to restore resources has been nerfed by 60%, so pretty heavily to be honest. And that means that skills that can generate resources for you might be pretty good. And we've seen the reworked Iceheart Brace as a unique Pan-Sword Sword that makes your conjurations automatically cast Frost Novas. And that could be pretty interesting because of some pretty crazy upgrades, such as getting infinite mana, for example. You have Vulnerable here, you can get an extra charge, and then you have some of the upgrades here. So one is kind of interesting. So enemies that are frozen then explode into more Frost Novas, so it can just proliferate through like the entire dungeon or something if you have a high enough density. Then we have the Cold Front. It casts at a target location and it reduces the cooldown, so I can try to make a pull and just like spam it a little bit. Although this is not doing that much besides maybe giving you some mana. And then there's Freezing Mist, and that is kind of interesting. So it becomes a damage skill. And it has 175% base frostbite damage over 4 seconds, which is not that terrible. So in its own right, it's at least helping you a little bit. So I could see this being used as like leveling, just cooldown. It's like free damage basically every so often. But with what I just explained about the Iceheart Brace unique, where your conjurations just all the time trigger these like extra Frost Novas, that could actually be a build. Depending on how often that happens, and if there's any other like modifiers and multipliers you can build into to make this happen, I think there might be something there. Now, speaking of conjurations, Hydra. Hydra definitely has some changes here. Most notably, it is a mana cost skill now. So previously, Hydra was actually free. I think this might have been the only skill in the game that was no cost and no cooldown together outside of basic attacks. So kind of interesting. But now it actually has a cost, and it's not really a high cost. 3 mana is not a big deal. And we have seen, for example, the reworked amulet for it. That seems kind of good. So I think there is potentially a Hydra build here, also with some of the upgrades. Here's one where it can heal you. Here's one where you gain extra hits for every 3 overpower you have on cast. Kind of interesting. So again, you don't consume the overpower here, but you want to have a lot of it. The baseline maximum stacks is 4. But we have seen effects that can raise that cap. So for example, there's sometimes like +4 I've seen on some things, but maybe more. So with 6 overpower plus 2 heads, with 9 overpower plus 3 heads, that would make it actually double the amount of heads. So double the damage basically. Kind of good. So if you can work around this. And here, this is kind of the interesting part on the other side. We have the cast speed upgrade. So that gives them a more attack speed basically, and they last way shorter, only 8 seconds. And here's the cooldown reduction, which is also kind of nice. So this is kind of like the DPS upgrade and the support upgrade again. It reduces the cooldown of a random skill by 0.3 whenever it attacks. That is kind of nice, honestly. That is a really strong effect, I believe. Now I'm not 100% sure what is the attack rate, if this has changed maybe as well or so. But you can definitely quite quickly reset some cooldowns like this. The problem is it's only for one random skill. So if you have a lot of cooldowns going on at the same time, it's not going to be as effective. But if there's a certain thing that you want to reset as fast as possible, then this could be extremely good. And especially if you have potentially multiple Hydras out or something like that, or at least many of those heads out here with like the extra overpower upgrade, I think this might just be like a really nice tool to slap into many builds on the sword, just to go faster and have a more fluid playstyle. Then we have Bathed in Flame. So they get a burning effect around them, and then they also apply a burn when they attack. So again, dot stonks are pretty good right now. So we'll see what happens there. And here's a Behemoth. Summons one massive one-handed Hydra that spits explosive fire and deals 20% increased damage for each extra hit it would have had. And it has a 15-second cooldown. I'm not really so sure about this. I guess it will kind of depend on what happens to the attack rate of this thing. So if like the extra heads also give it a faster attack rate, then this is pretty good. But just a 20% extra boost per head sounds relatively terrible. But it doesn't say how much damage it does exactly. It might have like a really high base damage. It's kind of interesting that it has a cooldown, which also indicates that it might remove the mana cost. So that might have some implication, for example, just like it's like free real estate, kind of what I talked about with the Frost Nova, for example. So maybe it's going to have like a Frost Nova cooldown, you have like a Hydra cooldown, and just kind of slap it on your bar, and then you start leveling. So that could be something. But I don't really trust this upgrade, to be honest. And then we have the Frigid Hydra, which converts it over into cold and it chills enemies. It doesn't seem to be like a very good like offensive tool, but this is more like on the supportive side as well. You freeze enemies and then you get the cooldowns, and you know, it's kind of nice, I guess. Then we have Ice Blades. Ice Blades have been changed a little bit. They now have guaranteed vulnerable, which is actually relatively premium. There is not really any good ways to get vulnerable from gear anymore. Like a hit, make enemies vulnerable is gone outside of like a weapon temper. So that means just having guaranteed vulnerable on a swing on Ice Blades is not terrible, to be honest. And you can have 3 of them out, but they have a pretty long cooldown. That being said, you reduce it with this. And I guess there's going to be probably like some other stuff here, like, you know, there was like an attack speed upgrade, I believe. So that's probably still there. And yeah, we'll see. So Ice Blades used to be used for the cooldown reset. So there was like a variant where that cooldown reset applied to your other skills. But maybe that is gone because the Hydras have it now. Or maybe you can do it on both skills at once and giga reset everything. So we'll see. Then we have an example of ball lightning here. So one note about ball lightning, it was like its own really huge thing back in Season 2. Many people might remember that. I mean, it was like bugged and 10 times stronger than it should be. And that was crazy. And since then, ball lightning was mostly used for its very high attack rate to trigger stuff from unstable currents, or, you know, reset your teleports really fast. It was never really kind of like the carry of a build since then. It was mostly like, you know, you use this to trigger more lightning spears, or you use this to trigger your crackling energies. And ball lightning itself was not really the build. So I guess that will change now. Crackling energy still has Isadora's neck, but it seems quite worse compared to what I know. Although TBD, I guess, what happened to crackling energy itself. I'm pretty sure there were some changes to what this mechanic even does, or how much damage it does at least. So we'll see. But yeah, for now, I would expect a ball lightning build to be a thing in some way or another, but not necessarily just as a catalyst for other stuff. It is also like something you kind of see across the various classes and various builds. It seems like they focused more on actually making the skill a thing, and not so much making the skill just proc a thing that does all the work. So we've also seen this, for example, on Barb with, like, you know, for example, Earthquake triggers or something. Or Whirlwind seems to be like its own carry skill now on the Barb, for example, instead of just like a catalyst to trigger Earthquakes or trigger Dust Devils. And it might be similar now here as well. So we might have a real ball lightning Sork again, basically. Then we have this upgrade here, multiple projectors, kind of cool. And there is a stack of ferocity. So this is kind of nice, more attack speed. The ball lightning attack rate, as I mentioned, is really high. You make it even faster. Or again, you cast a ball lightning here and there, and you just get ferocity that way to, you know, maybe either consume with some other skill or just have the buff. Then we have crackling energy. So it can be this crackling energy catalyst in the future, but I guess we'll see if that's really going to be a build. And we have a damage bonus for the ball lightning itself. And here is some upgrades. There's actually one in particular that I'm very excited about. You're going to see in a second. This one is basically more damage, and then the ball speeds up when it's not near enemies. So it sounds like it's just, you kind of shoot out the ball lightning and it goes pretty fast, and then whenever there's something nearby, it just like goes slow motion basically, and actually hits them multiple times. Here's the orbit thing that used to be the unique, that is gone, and instead you have it on the tree. And here is the black hole upgrade, basically. It's called Implosion. It becomes a fire skill with a 12 seconds cooldown, and it pulls the enemies in. And does quite a lot of damage, to be honest. 480 burn damage is a pretty good base. So you can't really spam it. But again, as like sort of a cooldown that does something, especially, you know, together with like some of the other stuff that we just seen here, like the Hydra's burning, you have this thing, and then maybe you spam like an incinerator or something. So you kind of have all these different sources of burning on a cooldown, and then you just kind of channel away. I can see that actually work out pretty well. But it remains to be seen how impactful like multi-skill builds really going to be in the end game. But for the early game, before you have a lot of tools to giga invest into just a single skill, I think there's certainly a lot of potential for these like skills to have quite an impact when you level. So let's see. Here's Firewall. Firewall also quite a lot of potential, I think. This is a spammable skill with 300% burn damage, so pretty good, I think. And also the burn sticks on the enemies for 1.8 seconds. So I'm not sure if, like, for example, you get the 300% burn over 3.5 seconds and then another, basically half of that again. So we'll see, I guess. This might actually be even more cracked than it looks like. But 300% on a favorable scale is quite a lot, but it has a steep mana cost. Yeah. And that was basically it for the Sorc. So we don't really have like the rest of the tree, but I think you're gonna get a bit of an idea of this class. There's a lot of burning stuff going on and a lot more just general viability of skills, I believe. Sorc definitely had the problem over the last 2 years at least, that it basically always had one skill or one build that was like the thing. And, that was, in the early seasons, that was Bore Lightning, and then we went over to the Lightning Spear meta for like 5 seasons or so. And then we went over to the Hydra meta for a little bit, and then we went over to the Crackle meta, right? And most of the time it was very lightning based and not really so much the other elements. So I think that is getting corrected here. And it seems like in general, like, some of the core skills will now stand on their own feet, and it's going to be a lot more viable options. So I think it's going to be very fun to jump into this. And then also, not everyone is going to just have like the same 4 defensive skills or the same 4 conservations on the bar. You will have cool utility choices, such as the Black Hole here. I think that's going to go into plenty of builds, for example. And there might be similar stuff here on, Blizzard, and there might be even some stuff on like some of the core skills we have not seen now. It's going to be pretty cool. Now, moving on, we have the Necromancer. So here we're looking at some of the core skills right now. Just a note about a Necromancer, if you haven't seen that yet, it's going to be kind of nice. There are the minions now on the skill tree. So the mages are in the core section, and then the skellies, warriors, they are here in like this corpse section. There's corpse explosion and corpse tendrils and skellies. And then the golem is like here on the next section. And this is in addition to the Book of the Dead. So you actually have 2 ways to customize with various options. And there's a lot of, interconnectedness and crazy stuff you'll be able to do here. So Necro minion enjoyers are definitely eating good, I think. And there's some pretty crazy stuff that I have seen in previews that makes the minions kind of nice. Both as like supporting tools and as like actual carry. So there's uniques for the skeletal warriors, there's a unique for the mages. There's, we have the mace, I guess, still maybe for the golem as well. So yeah, there's something for all of the different types of minions. There's something for like an entire minion army. We've seen a screenshot of 28 skeletons at once, and it's going to be kind of wild. And there's a way to command them as well. So yeah, that alone is already quite a big upgrade, I think, that the Necros are getting, just as a general baseline. But let's talk about some of the specifics here. So Blight, yeah, not too much to say. It was mostly like a catalyst for the Ebon Piercer in the past, or to proc stuff like Shadow Blight. I think Shadow Blight still exists as an item now, but I wouldn't really count on it too much necessarily. So I think Blight might just be either like a support thing again, or it might be, potentially a build on its own. Here's a size increase upgrade. Here's a lucky hit upgrade. I'm not really sure about that. Mostly lucky hit stuff came from the passives, like produce corpses, for example, or produce barrier. This kind of stuff is gone, so I'm not sure why they want a lucky hit really. Then we have this damage to crown controlled enemies. Okay, kind of nice. And here's the variants. So for Blight, pierces an additional time and spawns an additional defined area. So if you have 2 targets, you can kind of get a double overlapping dot there. Here's a cold upgrade, and it does frostbite damage. So instead of shadow, this is the cold version, and it chills enemies, so you can freeze them. That is kind of neat, I suppose, and it can also like trigger, for example, this side upgrade here with the extra crowd control damage. And then there's a blood version of this as well. So it has an instant damage burst of 315%. That is a pretty high base value, to be honest. So I could imagine this to be potentially quite good. However, it doesn't really seem to build into the same synergies that blood skills normally do. So usually here Blood Lance and Blood Surge have a lot of like overpower stuff going on, and like some sort of synergies from Fortify or something. And this Blight seems to be just kind of like left out here on its own. So I guess we'll see. Then we have Sever, and that's really one of the best upgrades on the entire skill tree here. I'm just going to show this right away. We have the Inexorable Reaper. So finally it has happened. the Necros have mobility, and it's right here in the core skills section on the server. This used to be the aspect, and that aspect was pretty good, to be fair. So with a high roll, I think this gave you like a 3-second dash or something like that. It was pretty short cooldown. And now it seems like it will have 0 cooldown. So that is kind of crazy, unless there's some hidden stuff that is not on the tooltip now. And it seems like it might just cost resources and no cooldown. So that is wild. So you just get that, and that's going to be included in every single Necromancer build forever now, I guess. So I think that's going to be really nice. And yeah, Necro is going to be it's just gonna go fast now, turns out. It costs 20 essence baseline. It's not really such a hard threshold really to reach. You can, for example, produce essence quite easily just from your minions. If you have like the mages, and there's like a way to just let them generate essence for you, for example. So yeah, you can just slap this on any build and go crazy. But yeah, besides that, we have damage bonus upgrade here. We have there was a -4 cost there as well, so kind of neat. Brings it down to 16 baseline. It's gonna be 8 with a Starter Skies, for example. That's like nothing, man. 8 is like nothing. So that is gonna be really good, I think. Here is a extra damage per stack of ferocity. Kind of interesting. So normally you can have 4 stacks. So this is 28 already, given that you actually produce those ferocity stacks. And there is an aspect that currently exists on the Spirit Bone, which gives you +5 maximum ferocity. Which is not only the extra bonus on the attack speed, but also another 7 multi here for each of them. And if Necros have access to that, that's going to be insanely strong. And here's a slow and form a corpse, so you can really like giga produce corpses. Here's the Reaping Lotus. This is the current aspect for it, but it seems quite like reduced in damage with the 3 additional specters. We have the mobility one, and we unfortunately don't see the last one here. But honestly, this is really all we care about, I believe. Here is a Skeletal Warrior upgrade. So this is what I just talked about with the Skellies. So again, keep in mind this is in addition to the Book of the Dead. So here we have commanding Skeletal Warriors, causes them to deal increased damage for 10 seconds. One note here, the warriors are now just a cooldown skill that has no cost, and they just passively raise the skellies out of corpses nearby. You don't actually have to even summon them anymore, at least for the warriors. The mages, on the other hand, they are a core skill with essence cost, and they are just kind of like a different category of skills. But you can also command the mages when you command your warriors, so it kind of goes in one button basically. So that is a thing, and just kind of like how that works as a general playstyle now. You actually have a bit of control over your minions. But yeah, there's a damage buff. Here's a healing thing, 2% per swing from your warriors. So again, as like a support tool, really powerful, I think. This is gonna keep you alive against everything, basically, that doesn't one-shot you. Here you have extra resolve. It seems not that great because it has a bit of a cooldown. And here you have a 30% chance to make enemies vulnerable, which I think is gonna be way more useful than that. And the upgrades here, +3 maximum, kind of cool. There's also a unique way I've seen, I think a helm, that gives you +4 to the maximum as well, I think on both types of skellies. And yeah, as I said, there was a screenshot of 28 minions, so kind of cool stuff. Here's the Service and Sacrifice, where you have the popcorn skellies. I don't really expect that to be good, but we'll see. Yeah, if you have a lot of corpses, I guess, you can, for example, use Sever, as we saw, and just spam that and produce corpses, and then have your skellies go boom, I guess. So that might actually work out, but I'm not really sure about it. And here's Litany of Death. So if all of the various warriors and priests are, all of the warriors are summoned, you get a priest. This is what currently the skill already does as a baseline, basically. And when you have all of your skellies out, you get this guy, he heals them and gives them crit chance. So it's kind of like a supporting tool here, or when your minions are kind of like under heavy fire or so. Not really sure if that is necessarily better than just getting the +3 and be done with it. Here, this is like, kind of like a more passive thing, and then you have the freedom to do other stuff. And here you have to like cast this once in a while at the very least. Here's Corpse Tendrils. So we have a few of these side upgrades, but unfortunately not the variant. But yeah, this kind of does the same thing as before. 11 seconds cooldown, pulls everything in. There is additional crit chance kind of like the aspect used to do that also gave you crit damage in the past, but that seems to be gone. But yeah, it's a bit of extra crit here. Or you can generate some essence, so it can be like a bit of like a refresh here every once in a while, right as you set up the nuke. That's kind of a good timing. You get extra like a hit chance, which I don't expect to be super impactful. I mean, it has 30%, but it's not really crazy. And here's the vulnerable. I think that's going to be way more useful. Here's like a few upgrades for Bone Spirit. We don't see this main skill, but we see this here. So it says that the Bone Spirit increases your maximum essence by 2 for 15 seconds, up to 20. So it's kind of nice. There's usually a lot of like synergies for bone skills with extra crit and extra maximum essence and more damage per essence you have. And Bone Spirit itself actually has this mechanic where you consume all of your spirit and all of your essence at once, and you deal extra damage, for example. So yeah, this could be helpful with this. But otherwise, you can also do this damage upgrade here. And here's a first variant, Poltergeists. So when Bone Spirit explodes, it spawns 3 smaller spirits that seek enemies and explode again. Kind of nice, especially if the like a hit chance on this skill is kind of high. Then you just get like tons of free extra like a hit procs if you want to trigger some stuff. Here's Unfinished Business, where it says it becomes a darkness skill, deals shadow damage, and then leaves behind desecrated ground for 250 corrupting damage. So relatively nice, and especially if you can like kind of build into some of the synergies to really beef this up and make this like a really strong like corrupting pool that scales with like how much essence you spend. That could be kind of nice, especially if you figure out your resources and scale it really high. And lastly, there's Astral Projection, which says that it no longer seeks enemies and instead spirals around you, piercing for enemies and exploding when it hits them. Now, I'm not really sure what that means because it says it pierces, but then it also explodes. But I think it just kind of like, it keeps spiraling and they just like stick around for a certain amount of time before they expire, basically. And every time they go through any enemy, there will be an explosion. So that sounds kind of crazy, to be honest. So if you make it like a large pool, get the corpse tangles going, you have like 20 enemies, and then you press this button, and each of those enemies explodes for 100% weapon damage. That is going to be pretty wild, to be honest. So this might be an absolute density destroyer here, but you will definitely have to figure out something for a single target then, I suppose. And here's a bunch of skills. We have the curses. So there's Iron Maiden. That was not really too useful in the past, and it has definitely got some quite nice upgrades. So first of all, as like a leveling skill, just kind of slapping it on the bar before you get out of synergies, I think that's going to be extremely good, because it now just kind of does damage over time as they are cursed. And if it just kind of presses once at the start of a boss fight, it lasts for 30 seconds and does 30% every 2 seconds. So you get 15 ticks of 30%, so there's like a 450% button press, basically, assuming it lasts the full duration. So that is not bad. And then we have Execution and Fortify that you get from this one upgrade. Then we have Essence Generation, so this is what you already have on the live server. It costs no essence and instead gives you 5 essence when you cast it. Very good upgrade here. Definitely better than the Execute and Fortify, I would say, unless you're desperate for healing. But we have, for example, the skellies for that. So I think this is going to be pretty prominent in leveling builds, especially before you get better ways of regenerating. Then we have Ferocity and Overpower, kind of huge. You get both at once, and it's on a lucky hit. And you don't need to really try hard too much to get both of these things kind of like fully capped out really fast, unless you have like a very like stack hungry build that wants to consume this all the time. So we saw this earlier, for example, on like the Sorg tree, for example, there was stuff where you consume all power to do something extra with like the Frozen Orb or so. So if you want to do that, you definitely have to invest into like a hit. But yeah, both effects in one upgrade, that's a pretty good package. And the other thing here is the vulnerable. So they just are vulnerable. So yeah, overall, I think this is a nice upgrade. Like Iron Maiden definitely gets me excited as some sort of like, really nice upgraded support tool here. It's not really going to be like a carry skill, I believe, but you're just going to have it on the bar. And there is also stuff like auto casting the curses still and so on. You can still apply them, I think, with the pants. I forgot the name now, that makes the minions curse enemies. So there's some stuff like that. Here's the first variant. It says while one enemy is afflicted, you gain 3 thorns, and then the damage is increased by 100% of your thorns. I'm not really sure about it, but we have seen an example of Razor Blade with something like 10,000 thorns on it or something like that. So there is maybe still some thorns potential here. There might be some upgrades, you know, with like the Book of the Dead for the minions and stuff like that. There was a bit of a theme there on the Necro, but realistically, I don't expect much. Then we have Torture Artist, becomes a darkness skill and a chance to stun enemies when they take damage from it. So again, it ticks every 2 seconds by default. So you would get like a stun for 2 seconds, like every 6 to 8 seconds or so. Not that terrible, honestly. It's just kind of like generally like, you know, interrupts them in their attacks, in their casts. It gives you a bit of stagger. So not that bad if you're looking for like a support skill anyway. And unfortunately, we don't see the last upgrade here. Yeah, and for the Decrepify, I guess it remains to be seen what it does. But the Decrepify used to be like a really good baseline package with like, you know, the slow, and then was like the cooldown reduction effect and damage reduction effect and a bunch of stuff like that. So now I expect that both of these curses are actually really useful and really valuable to have on plenty of builds. And here we are down in the ultimates. So there's a few examples of Blood Wave, and I think we have a few more here. Yeah. So let's look at that a little bit. So Blood Wave remains this ultimate here. We have some upgrades, extra damage for Fortified, extra damage reduction, again, damage support. We have the overpower. Here it says it overfills your overpower by 2. We did talk about this a little bit. So there's a way to go beyond the 4 cap, for example. And so you're going to go to 6 and then start ticking down. And if you recast the Blood Wave early enough, then it's going to always have 6, for example. And here's also Blood Orbs. So that is definitely going to be good for some of the other blood skills. Blood Lance, Blood Surge will certainly have some reasons to have Blood Orbs. Here, the variants, we have Tides of Blood, launches an additional wave. This should also mean more Blood Orbs. So it's like per wave, I guess. Okay, this probably doesn't really matter. But this might be helpful for some of those extra effects here. It also does quite a lot of base damage, 500% times 2. Seems kind of nice. Then we have the Path of Darkness. This usually be the Shadow Surfer build with 600% corrupting damage. So again, you kind of need to Giga invest the cooldown or in some way reset this. There are ways to do this, you know, with, for example, the Reaper skellies, but I wouldn't really count on that. And in the past, the cooldown-based Blood Wave builds always used the Blood Orb generation to reset with the like key passive. Every Blood Orb you pick up reduces the cooldown. That key passive is now gone, and I don't think that's really a good replacement for it. So I'm kind of hesitant on this. But then there is this here, the Hematolania, I don't know, core skill variant, basically. So this is what we know from, I think, the Chaos season. And so that is here. You can spam the Blood Wave with a 50 essence cost, kind of a steep cost. But it also means, even if you don't really want to use Blood Wave as your carry skill, you might want to have it on your bar, you know, just for this kind of stuff, right? You can get the overpower here, you can get the Blood Orbs, and that might actually be worthwhile enough to just kind of like press here and there in between your other core skill casts, and you can do it on demand without any cooldown investment. So we'll just see. Then we have Army of the Dead here, kind of like a dead skill forever. So they have been trying pretty hard to make this better, I guess, and it might actually have a bit of potential now. We'll see. So it summons this army of like skeletons, and they can run in, they explode. And then we have some upgrades here, reduce cooldown, extra damage for each minion. We have a chance to form a corpse, so this can give you like Giga corpse generation. So you can kind of combine this, for example, with the popcorn skellies that we saw earlier, and then just have a bunch of corpses there. And we can have the passive volatile skeleton every 4 seconds. Also kind of funny. I don't expect that to be too useful, to be honest. But again, maybe early game might be something before you have other synergies. And the variants here, we have Unyielding Commander. While Army to Dead is active, your minions take 90% reduced damage, deal 50% increased summon damage. So that's kind of the support option. Then we have Pile the Bodies. They will converge on your target, and each time Volatile Skeleton explodes on an enemy, they take 10% increased damage up to 300%. So that's kind of interesting. This definitely reminds of the Army of the Dead build from Diablo 3, the Rathma build. That seems kind of nice, to be honest. So if there's enough support for this, I think that is unique for Army of the Dead, but I don't really recall it right now. That could be kind of cool. if you manage to get the cooldown low enough, so you can reduce the 60 down to 20 to 40 baseline, and yeah, then there might be other good ways to like reset it fast. But it does sound, it does sound like it would have a bit of like the blood wave problem with the cooldown. So we'll have to wait and see. If it can't really cast this at least every few seconds or so, then it might be too clunky. And here, lastly, you have Dead Cold. Becomes cold and freezes enemies instead of stunning them. Freezing instead of stunning doesn't really do much by itself, to be fair. I'm not really sure if that has any sort of impact on staggering, but I don't think so even. However, yeah, there might be some sort of like other cold synergies, aspects that make, for example, you deal more damage against frozen enemies or something like that. So there's also like the two-handed unique weapon, the darkness weapon that does that. So there might be stuff there that kind of makes freezing more desirable. There is also a new unique ring called Signet of Pelgain that increases all damage done to enemies permanently when they are frozen, for each second they are frozen. So it just ramps up infinitely, it seems. So that is, for example, another reason to use this sort of upgrade here. But I think when it comes to like a DPS option, this one seems pretty promising. So we'll see. And here's a bit of Bone Storm. So we have this here. Bone Storm, kind of good old, it casts around you and your golem, lasts 10 seconds. There's a bit of damage reduction. There is Consume Corpses to get up to 8 seconds extra. 8 seconds extra is kind of good. 60 seconds base cooldown, 18 seconds duration is not that terrible. You can definitely make that work. There's a bit of barrier, but only on cast. So it's only like a one-time thing. Not that crazy, to be honest. And here is the vulnerable. So I think that is kind of useful. So you just have the golem charging in, making everything vulnerable, or anything that walks to you is going to be vulnerable. I think that's going to be kind of nice. Yeah. And here continues it with the rogue. All right. So yeah, this was Sork and Necro now. I think we're going to cut the video here because it's kind of long, and I'm going to go through the other classes in a separate one. But this is what we got here for now. Unfortunately, not all of the trees are out, but we have seen a lot of different examples now of all these different skills here. So we saw, I don't know, like a third at least now on this Necro tree, for example, and quite a good bunch here on the Sork. So I think that was quite insightful. And yeah, for the other stuff, you have to wait and see. But I hope that this helps you to get a bit of an idea of what it's going to look like, how the trees are going to be made in the future, what builds will look like, how we will, like, for example, generate and consume some of those bonus effects such as ferocity and overpower and so on. But yeah, personally, it gets me excited, even for a necromancer, honestly. So necromancer is certainly my least played class, but I have done it here and there. But yeah, I was just not really so hyped for necromancer most of the seasons. But now, I look at the scaly stuff. I look at, what we can do with like some of those crazy combinations and these different support tools now, and the fluidity that I expect now with like the sever mobility. I think it's going to be really cool. So I'm definitely going to make one at some point in season 13. And again, also for the Sork here, we have so much stuff, so many core skills that were completely forgotten and are just never useful that I think are just now, really elevated. So I think it's going to be great. And, there's going to be so many new options now, finally. So much variety on all these classes. I can't wait. So that's it for now. Let me know what you think. Let me know if there's anything that I missed, that you are cooking, that you think, I'm cooked maybe with some of my takes. I'll be quite curious to hear your thoughts. Other than that, hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys next time. Quickly. Oop, okay. Yeah, I wanted to cover more classes at once, but this was 45 minutes of just Sork and Necro now, because there was actually a lot of stuff. So yeah, I guess you're gonna go with that. You don't think it's a port, it's more like an item? What are you talking about? The cow level? Yeah, I think cow level is probably gonna be like some like multi-step process. Like first of all, you have to go all the other stuff, right? Like all the stuff from vanilla, all the stuff from Vessel Freighted, you know, like doing all the shit takes like 10 hours or something. Right? And then you probably have to go fish somewhere, get a thing, you know, go somewhere in some dungeon, find a thing after like 100 runs and whatever. And at some point you get the item and then you can go to the cube and you put it there and you open the cow level or some shit. It's gonna be like ridiculous, I think. Mage is great for showing whether you're sending fire. Hydro, Frost Hydro, or something else. So the hydrants will definitely remain fully operational. Okay. Is that what you mean? XP meta pit again? Yeah, I don't think it will really care about XP because the is gonna like slowly hit Paragon 300 just by playing for the wall plan stuff. But it seems like pit is gonna be like the turbo farm XP thing. There's like progression globes, those can give you XP, and then you can convert your glyph upgrades into XP. I'm gonna kill World Boss solo again. Well, I do what I must. Really, the game is gonna be super easy in T12? No. I don't think it's gonna be super easy. Unless like you super decked out, maybe then yeah, sure. You're waiting for the Sorg video? Yeah, we just recorded Sorg skill tree stuff actually. Cementra. So I guess it's gonna be something like tomorrow at some point. I was gonna upload my recording real quick to my editor. 1 second. Okay. Okay, what did I miss, guys, in the last hour? Do I think this is the LOD of D4? I think it's more like the LOH, to be honest. COL. You just want to land, fireball, lightning, fireball, incinerate, and be happy. LOD release was horrible back in the day. Why was it horrible? Like, what happened there? Thanks, Iriado, by the way. Yeah, the solo world boss skill was kind of cool. I agree. Okay, what next, guys? I'm gonna record another one. You still have to do Spiritborn. And then Rogue is also missing, right? Spiritborn and Rogue. And I guess Warlock might be its own separate thing because like the entire tree. Yeah, Spiritborn and Rogue are missing. We've done Paladin, Druid, Barb, and Sorc, Necro, so it's 5 classes down. So you can do like one video for Spiritborn Rogue and then one for Warlock maybe. Know anything about enchant update? Chain of Frostbirds and Stupids and it shoots fire. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they might have changed some of the enchants actually. I mean, it's just, okay, like when you use the Frostbolt enchant, it just kind of like amps up your existing skills with the chill effect. It doesn't actually shoot Frostbolts. So I guess whether or not it's converted is relatively irrelevant for that purpose. But yeah, it's definitely like one thing. I guess I should have mentioned that in the video as well. Like Sorc actually has kind of like reasons to put a lot more points all over the tree to use the enchantments and, you know, get bonus effects there and stuff, right? Marauder Demon Hunter in the add-on. I mean, there is a Shadow Clone upgrade that is called Sentry that puts down these like stationary dudes that shoot in all directions, kind of. So that's a thing. It's not exactly Marauder Demon Hunter, but getting there. Launch is the morning in your time zone. Nice. Is Meteor going to be viable in D4 just like D3? Meteor stonks are definitely up, I'd say. There's still the unstable current potential, every lightning skill ever. But the thing is that the more lightning skills you have, the less of the chance you have of getting each of them right. So it's kind of like a zero-sum game. Unless you have like kind of like long-lasting effects, like, okay, this one makes stuff vulnerable for 5 seconds, and this one stuns them, or this kind of stuff, right? It's even better than Sentry Towers, the visuals. Yeah, I think the Shadow Clone sentries look kind of cool. What is it before that? Like pre-patch NOH related? You can download the expansion already, but you can't play it yet. It's just a pre-download. No, there's no data mine. Oh. God, I need more time, man. It's already Saturday. So much to do. So many videos I wanted to make. I had to fix the guides. Oh shit, man. Everyone is like, man, I want the weekend to be over. I need like a 2 weeks weekend. I need less time. I need an assistant. Yeah, I don't think this helps. I mean, I have technically like, you know, people working for me and stuff, right? But there's only so much that I can delegate sometimes. I can't have my assistant record my videos or write my guides. What class would I run first? I will do Warlock. Yeah, we've had the Warlock tree for like a month or something now, or longer even, on the Exile planner as well, DMT. Have any subathon goals set up? I want to make a subathon, but I've actually not really put it together yet. I think I'm gonna do this like on Sunday or something. Maybe like, we know, when most of the work is done and it's kind of like the last day of chill prep. I might look into this, but right now I'm like full in, you know, info consumption mode, basically. It's both like, you know, okay, like learn everything, and then also like, you know, I have to like repackage it into videos and stuff as well, right? So there's like converting that into actual knowledge. Right now it's just a lot of information. I have to convert it into knowledge, I guess. Into wisdom. And that's what I'm trying to do. You can chill and stop collecting nuggets of information. Yeah, I don't think there's any more to collect anyway. So we have collected everything. I didn't actually get any new stuff today besides like the Riker and the Rob interview. But there was not really any sort of news in there, besides like 1 or 2 little details. Where's the security for the work? This is on my hard drive. But you can probably find most of it in the Discord channel. We have a channel for all of the info dumps. They haven't really said anything about these Sorg enchantments. We haven't seen any examples of them, but at a very minimum, Frost Nova must be changed. Because the Frost Nova enchant is now almost exactly the same on Iceheart Braze. So that one might be changed. And all of them are just indirectly changed because of the skill tree, right? If you trigger this or that skill, now it does this and that thing. So there's like a lot more power suddenly in the enchantments, I guess, on the Sorg. Would I have any last minute balancing like Rabies nerf? Rabies nerf? that'll be something. Who knows? Okay, I think we're gonna go over the rogue skill tree in a second, guys. But I'm gonna PIB 1 minute before. Okay. What's up, Ninja? Go home, sleep well. Okay. That's fine. We're gonna do Rogue and Spiritborn now. Let's go. Let's send it. Let me find it. So Rogue is the last class in this one. Kind of like fits nicely together. Rogue and Spiritborn, Necro and Sork. We had Barb, Druid, Paladin. Kind of thematic. Okay, we got this, and let's see. Is my brain melting for all the builds I want to try? Not necessarily. I just like digging in and, you know, absorbing the information. And of course, there's like so much stuff that I want to try that will take so much time. It will take multiple seasons to really kind of like, you know, play all the stuff I want to play at some point. So, you know, we have easy like 1,000 hours of discovery ahead of us or something. So it's gonna be cool. But yeah. Everyone gets 2 videos, but Spiritborn. Now Spiritborn's gonna be here. So I'm gonna do Rogue and Spiritborn in this one. Okay, close this thing. Okay. Oh, we got a raid. Oh shit. From Moxie. Yo, hello guys. How's it going? Thank you, man. Yeah, I was just about to record a video about Rogue and Spiritborn skill trees. So you have a bunch of information here. So you guys get to get early access to my next video. We don't have the full skill trees, but there's a lot of little stuff here that's gonna be kind of exciting to see and you know, talk about. That's what I've been doing. I've made a video for Necro and Sork earlier. We already have one out for Paladin, Barb, and Druid. Just with like all these known nodes. It's like a quarter or so of the skill trees are known, so we get a pretty good idea of what's going on. It's a shame to skip over Poison Imbu in that video. Yeah, it is what it is. Poison Imbu is definitely going to be huge though, I think. So we'll see. Anyway, give a shout out. Thanks, Moxie. Yeah, I've just been like sitting here like for the last few days, basically going through all of the info, all of the like screenshots. I have like 2,000 screenshots from all the different press videos and stuff. So much stuff. Poison Spirit might be a good build. Yeah, I mean, in general, like anything that's dot basically is getting a huge upgrade in this expansion. So I do expect there's going to be a lot of dot action. Like, you know, there's Poison Imbue stuff, there's like Poison Spiritborn stuff, there's Burn Sork, Burn Barb, Bleed Barb. So in general, like everything dot, I expect has potential. And for Spiritborn in particular, I'm going to be talking about this since we have Spiritborn here, but for Spiritborn, I think it's going to be good because they have Noxious Resonance and that converts a dot into like insanity, basically. Yeah, could be insane for sure. But it's not really dot, I guess. You know, you apply a dot and then you explode the dot, basically. So yeah, we'll see how this will actually go. Do you have a video showing all the Paladin uniques? I did not go over the Paladin items yet, but they're not really changed. So I'm probably going to combine this with something. We have a video for most of the classes already. I need to check what's actually missing. So we have a bar video. We already released Warlock 1, Rogue 1. Yeah, so uniques, I need to definitely record a few more. There's a bunch of stuff still. I expect the best push Warlock build will be Dot and not Mercy for his own skill damage. Yeah, we're gonna make an Eviscerate Warlock guide. That is gonna be very strong, I think, yeah. So that is actually the thing I will start first with. Oh, someone linked me another review game, review of the expansion actually and stuff. Wait, let me check that out actually, maybe I should watch that. Okay, thank you. Auto dub from Portuguese.
20 hours with the new Warlock class in the Lord of Hatred expansion, and it's sensational. Hey everyone tuned into Ep Games, I'm JP. Blizzard invited me. For about 2 weeks, I've been testing the new expansion. Everyone who follows the channel knows that Diablo 4 is one of my favorite games. I've been playing since Diablo 1. I'm revealing my age there. So I was invited by Blizzard to test the expansion that will be on April 29th, about 2 weeks ago. I'm testing this expansion, which brings a lot of new features. I did a complete review that will be on www.epgames.com.br in Brazil, and I'll start with one of the big highlights, right, which are the two new classes, mostly the Paladin and the Warlock. I already made a video about the Paladin because those who purchased the expansion as soon as it was put on pre-sale about 2 or 3 months ago already had access to the Paladin. So I've already played with the Paladin. I made some videos here, but not the Warlock. Saheb the Warlock arrives now in this expansion, and I played for...
Oh shit, he actually played a Portuguese client as well. That's gonna be some funny screenshots.
About 20 hours with his new class, which I'm loving. Are you seeing any custom builds? I should warn you that this video is just first impressions. I can't give any spoilers about the story yet. There's a lot of cool stuff in the story. I can't put cutscenes here, unfortunately. This is very important, you see. So you can start directly in the expansion. Instead of starting the whole game again, you go straight to the expansion. So don't forget to change the campaign state. Here's another new feature. Remember that up to Torment 4 difficulty. Now we have up to 12, exactly. Up to Torment 12. Imagine the difficulty. That up to...
He shows Pit 120 as T12. Yeah, we saw this in... It's only in the English version where it's like the correct numbers. Also this XP, it says 13,700% XP bonus in Torment 5. So that is not real. Torment 5 will have 700. And then this is an 8, 9, 1K, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. So that is not real. And Pit 120 is not real. This is Pit 100.
And the level also goes up to...
Yeah, 892,000% XP.
70. Before the limit was 60. Now it's 70. Look, to enter these tournaments, how difficult it is. That's one is simply that you have to finish the 120th pit. They said the changes in the pit, changes in quality of life. So I'm going to highlight the video. There will be some cuts here precisely so as not to give any kind of spoiler, right? And I have the cutscene. The initial casting is fantastic.
Oh my god, man, this is hard to listen to, man. What's going on?
Level, God, but incredible. Everything is very cool. I really want to tell you everything here, but then I'll bring it from April 28th. Around this 13.
I'm gonna fast forward this a bit. I want to see some juicy tutors maybe or something.
Information making progress more efficient, right?
Yeah, it's not just the AI voice, always also like, you know, the way that he speaks, like he's like repeating the same thing 3 times.
I think the community has been asking for this for many years, and this new feature arrives in this Lord of Hyder expansion. This stuff.
Oh, a lot of what?
And this new feature arrives in this Lord of Hyder expansion. This style. Soon, I'll also show you the fishing system, which is a system I really liked because it breaks away from the traditional combat with the air where you're fighting the air. It's a more of a relaxing moment, and you can also get some bonus levels. There are some really cool missions connected to it. As I said at the beginning of the video, the level cap has also been raised to 70, right? And the degrees of torment too. They go up to 12, right? They practically doubled, right? So it's an extremely strong
okay.
chapter. The map.
Okay, we see the map. There's not really anything to see there, I think.
Including it up here, right? it's still kind of hidden here in gameplay, you see. It's not even showing up here, probably because it's not the definitive build yet. But you have this loot filter. Anyone who played is green down Patch of Exile, right? Yeah. It was something we've been asking for many years here in Diablo. You create the name of your filter, and then you start adding the rules, right? They're pretty quick. And over time, the community will teach you how to add the rules. The best rules, it always goes the exceptions. So one rule overrides another that matter for them. But you add the rule here, and then you add the condition. So I only want to see, for example, I only want it to show A. And then you choose the first option here. For example, let me put here rarity matching. All I want to see are the legendary, unique, rare, mythic, and Talinisat items, please. I add this exception. Then you can add another one. And you can also put don't show such and such ends. So here, for example, it's unique, specific, therefore, ise, choose a one-of-a-kind sword, just so that it appears.
What is going on,
or
man?
I put the items property here, for example, here, there's still localization error, but I have some kind of afafa fix that I really want. So it has to have at least two affixes here. Let's put them here, for example, attack speed, critical hit chance. So this is sensational, right? And it's within the options. Gameplay is something I really liked, and for many years we've been asking Blizzard to add this, and now it's arriving in Lord of Hatred. In this version I'm playing, it's already usable, and I'm using it a lot too. And the other new feature I mentioned, the fishing aspect, is a Pacto side quest that you unlock right at the beginning. I think after playing for about 3 hours, you'll find this NPC here, and he'll teach you how to use it. He'll let you use the fishing rod, and then you can start fishing, which is very simple. Okay? On the mouse wheel here, there's already a shortcut on the mouse wheel. You can bind it, and you just need to press it at the right time. I'll show you again, a fishing game here. You just need to press any item.
Okay, no fishing. Thank you.
Going to deliver.
What is this in inventory?
And in this mission here with Shade.
Lixo.
Song, you're going to deliver.
It's just like worthless stuff. Is worthless scrap you fish up.
Another point you had to out off in that reaching level is.
Wait a second. You can do pit at level 1. He's level 11.
Playing on hard. Activate the pit. I can set a difficulty level 1, level 3. I'm playing on hard, right? So I can already access the pit without even reaching level 60. I'm at level 11, just so you know. Off Sura, the challenge will also be proportional and obviously not.
What the fuck?
Legendary or unique is gonna drop. I'm level 11. But you can already start doing tests here, start practicing, see how you're going to manage. There's a ball. Why not give it a go in a pit with a slightly higher difficulty level? Test your abilities until you refine your build. This witch build of mine, I'm making it completely from scratch, right? No, I didn't look at anything, especially since only a small number of people were invited to this test, right? So I don't even know if there are any public builds here or any suggestions. I'm doing it completely by intuition, and the pit is being very good for me to calibrate. Since there are stronger enemies here, for me to calibrate, I've already changed, I don't know if you noticed the gameplay, I've changed my skills several times. Both my main ones and my ultimate ones, I'm changing them all the time. Because I'm...
Right, at this pace, he actually gonna clear it in time. Barely, but he will.
Testing. I've never played, so...
Okay.
April 28th. April 28th is coming soon. I don't know. Thanks that everyone before.
Okay, there's absolutely nothing in this video, man. Holy. Some level 11 pit gameplay, though. Interesting. That was something.
Test as well.
Mad XP in the pit, by the way.
Thanks.
Okay, let's see. He started the pit. 11.15. And like 3 minutes later, he almost got the level up. And he's going extremely slow. So I'm not sure if the first levels are just kind of fast. And he's going extremely slow and he's still getting a level relatively fast, I guess. So maybe.
Big hug. See you in the next video. Thanks.
Thanks, okay. Yeah, thanks for the link, but this was kind of a nothing here. Anyway. You can get better XP fishing, calling it now. You didn't show the completion XP. Yeah. I guess that's completion XP still. In the past, that was actually quite a lot. Do you know when the new skill will be shown that we can free aircraft? Let me check. 4 PM PDT on the 27th, I think. Oh, and pit 101 sounds pretty good. Too bad I need to do 8 hours campaign. I mean, yeah, technically you can level through the pit, but then you still have to do finish campaign, right? You can't actually go do war plans and stuff if you don't have campaign completed. So yeah, everyone will have to start the campaign basically, so. You can filter and you can remove New starters pit level 1 to 70, then pit T1 to D12. Yeah, not really. You're gonna do the war plan stuff, and you're gonna go from activity to activity all the time, because you're gonna get the war plans activity XP. You get extra rewards for doing that as well, and then you like juice up the things, and this way you get like most of the rewards later. Yeah, Best of Hated campaign is like around 2 hours. You can do it a bit faster if you really try. I guess the Lord of Hated campaign is definitely a bit longer than Best of Hated. I would guess if you can do 2 hours Best of Hated, it's gonna be like a 4 hours Lord of Hated campaign. But you're probably gonna be pretty close to 70 at least. Got 18 in 3 hours. What was he doing? 1 level per 10 minutes? Two and a half hours skipping cutscenes. Yeah, I think like the fastest you can do the entire Vessel of Hell campaign is like around 90 minutes or so. And before they nerfed it, I think they nerfed it in season 12 actually, or in season 11, I'm not sure. But before that, that basically left you at almost max level. So that was relatively good for season starts. Will it be mandatory to run the campaign before season starts? You have to do it on the season start, basically. You have to do the campaign once. Can I react to this spoiler? Note of Hated dev stream exposed, hidden features and countable clues. Oh shit. From Loafburger, I can see
overhauls, and what might be our strongest hint yet that the Calible is finally coming.
Yo,
to Diablo
download
4.
Raid,
But
guys.
that's not
Holy.
even the biggest reveal, because buried in the streams are clues pointing to Zoltan Cool's return, completely
here.
reworked itemization, and new endgame systems that could redefine Diablo 4 entirely. With that, let's jump right in and cover all the secrets hiding underneath. First, we got a much deeper look at skill trees here, but two classes stood out immediately: the Druid and the Necromancer. Druid is getting one of the biggest changes we have ever seen. You can now
Let's click the link to
choose
support
your
him a bit.
shapeshift form per skill for almost every single skill in the game. You could choose one of three forms: human, werebear, or werewolf. As a human, you gain spirit regen and cooldown reduction. Werebear gives you damage reduction and max life, and Werewolf gives you attack speed and movement speed. Now, some of these skills are restricted, like storm skills can be tied to Werewolf, not Werebear, but overall, this is massive build freedom. Necromancer also got a major overhaul, and here they focus on their
Yeah, I mean, this is like stuff we already talked about.
All
from the stream yesterday.
Honestly, this is the perfect window for you to jump into this game. If you're into deep gameplay systems, a full campaign, and a ton of heroes to build around, then this game is the one to play. And honestly, there's something for everyone here. If you're like me and love PvE, the campaign alone is going to keep you busy. But that's just a start. You've got a power. I recommend increase the speed of your allies and relentless genuine and charms may just be the most meta-defining system here. We saw class-specific sets, one on the druid, introducing a companion bear that buffs your other companions.
You can play raid generations while fishing,
sets.
guys.
One focused on enhancing defenses, and the other with offenses, causing your arbiter to allow you to use all ultimates and then also do upwards of 500% multiplicative more damage with certain skills. That's crazy strong. But with that, it makes me a little bit concerned that these might be too strong and sets will end up defining every build. This is the same issue that Diablo 3 ran into. And also, talismans get mythic modifiers as well. One of them has the same modifier as a Ring of Royal Grandeur from Diablo 3, allowing you to require one less set piece to trigger your set bonuses. But the real standout wasn't the power on these, it was the lore. We get quotes from key figures here, including Zoltan Kuhl, Donin, Cathan, who was one of the original Horadrim, a priest that came up with the Holy Bolt skill, and of course Tyrael. That offensive paladin set, it feels like Tyrael is addressing the new paladin order. Very curious if we get to learn more about that and him in Skovos. Now, the Horadric Cube is back, and it's insane. We got to see multiple different recipes, but two really stood out. Sanctification from Season 11 is back in Transfiguring, which can roll a positive or negative buff of all different ranges onto your gear. But if you have tuning prisms, you can kill the rails. There is a chance that you could do it again. And back on your Talzal is getting completely rebuilt. They're going to be much better as you upgrade it.
It's mostly like stuff in the Campfire now.
Speaking of affixes, we're getting some new, really powerful ones, including damage multipliers, and weapon damage is able to roll on your weapons, significantly increasing that baseline that all other calculations are multiplied off of. And finally, uniques and mythics are now going to be able to be tempered, which were the only ones unable to do so in the current game. Also, there's a bunch more new additions. Gems are getting new tiers, and they're going to be a lot more impactful when slotted in weapons, giving you multiplicative damage based on an elemental damage type. And runes are being trimmed down. Much unused runes are getting removed, and we also are seeing the removal from some common favorites like Ahu and Cax. Also, to save on inventory and stash space, stack.
We were all very sad about that, right?
Sizes are being increased to 1,000. And format level is a progression system. You want to think expanding activity tree, getting and the leader should have time, and you will not lose glyph points if you die.
Yeah, he's not doing that much like he's talking about. He talked about a few of the tooltips and stuff, but I probably would hear like a bit more like about this. But I guess this is more like the okay, there is like okay, here's something.
Now, let's talk about what was hidden. Zoltan Kuhl is back. They showed us a glimpse of a lore tome that drops from the Tower Awards. And here we see the name Zoltan Kuhl, and he admits it. Zoltan Kuhl is the artificer. And that voice that's in the pit and the tower that'll be commenting your runs, that's him. And yes, you're going to hear him mocking you when you fail with that ridiculous maniacal laugh. And next, the Cal level is being teased hard here. This is where it gets interesting. We have multiple different hints that we see. When they talk about fishing, the last portion of it, they mention secrets hidden in the depths. And in the blog on the Horadric Cube portion, it confirms that there are hidden cube recipes not seen on the list. And there's a portion of the stream where we see Zavin's dev station, and he has a little cow bug sitting on his desk. And lastly, in the QA portion of the stream, Zavin and Art were both wearing cow shirts that looked like what a cow mermaid would appear to be. And then Marcus, who is the host, is wearing what looks like a fish or a leviathan. And that's not accidental. You'll probably need to fish to collect rare materials and combine them in the cube to satisfy a hidden recipe, which will unlock, hopefully, a portal to the cow level. It's possibly multi-step and related to the cow quest from the base campaign and Vessel of Hatred. I wonder if they're going to have every player be required to collect all these items because the base campaign and Vessel of Hatred cow quests were very convoluted. Maybe it's a community quest, and once one group puts it together, it'll unlock it for all. And then also, additional speculation, if the pit has rare floors, could we see Whimsyshire style zones? Certain pits with a ton of cows that attack you, similar to what we saw in Diablo 3? There's a lot that they didn't show. So what do you all think? Do you believe in the secret cow level theory? And what are you most looking forward to playing in Lord of Hatred? Let me know in the comments below. And if you want full Lord of Hatred coverage, especially the lore behind everything happening and deep system breakdowns, make sure you're subscribed. And if you want to experience it live, I'll be streaming launch day with a full subathon, breaking down the story as it unfolds. And if you love the story and lore, this is going to be the stream that you want to tune in for. This expansion is truly shaping out to be something special, and we're just getting started. And don't forget, scan my QR code to try out Raid today using one of my promo codes to get not one, not two, but
yeah, guys. Okay. All right. Gonna be nice to see. There's probably gonna be some cow level stuff going on with the cube. It kind of makes sense now that the cube is there. I can't imagine they didn't do it. There's gonna be cow level for sure. Looking respectfully. You killed 666 cows and went to that island. Oh man. The copium in this video is weapons grade. Nah, I think there's something to it for sure. Cardo will drop 0 loot. I think it might actually be something with loot and all that, but I think it's gonna be something like you can't just like farm the cow level over and over, right? It's gonna be like this giga rare thing that you might be able to get, and then it's gonna be like, you know, okay, you're gonna do it, and not gonna do it a second time, you know. Should decide to give us all the things they want. They put us Blood Knight and the Monk. Holy. I do wonder what the next class is gonna be though, with all of the lineup that we have already. Shaman, Pog. I have PTSD if Certain Cool is talking every time we use the cube and taunt us. Paladin 2. Because one is not enough. You can dual wield shields. Let's go. There's gonna be two-handed shields and dual wield shields. When will they stop making classes? I know I can't really imagine them to not bring a new class in an expansion, to be honest. So I'm pretty sure we might actually end up with like 10 to 12 classes. And with the way that they design classes now, you know, like they're like so rich with the skill tree now and the like uniques and all that, you know, there's not gonna be like that much upkeep anymore at some point. You know, once, okay, like, you know, I don't expect everything to be perfect at the start now, right? But you know, once everything kind of like, you know, settles down and you know, like they fix a bunch of bugs and they balance stuff a little bit, then you don't necessarily have to do that much work on existing classes anymore, and you can actually like keep making new classes. I mean, they don't rework the game every 5 seasons or every 3 seasons. Plague Doctor, that sounds fun. Plague kick Barb, become Bruce Lee. Man can wish we may see Diablo in a Diablo game. Yeah, soon TM. You prefer fine-tuning on the current classes? Yeah, I mean, but at some point that work is like relatively done, right? If like, you know, there's like a reason to like, if there's some reason to click every node on every skill tree, then that is good enough, I think, right? That is kind of like the ideal state. And then you have like the seasonal themes that like, you know, shift the balance around and whatever, so. Best fishing class will be Rogue, Death Trap before you fish to kill monsters that respawn while you fish. Easy, yeah. I think that's a nice Rogue, might be good. Yes. If you go to Sanzai next class choice will be interesting. Yeah, I guess it's probably not just monks there, right? There's probably like other stuff that I can like go for. Poison Imbue Rogue will probably be, I mean, Poison Imbue will be a very prominent feature, I think, in the Envy Rogue build. Samurai. You're curious to see the male Amazon. Yeah, good luck finding that one. Necro is S tier for fishing, yeah, let's go. Where were we? I want to do Rogue Tree, right? So let's send it, I guess. We have this. I think I'm gonna do it with the individual screenshots, to be honest, to kind of just like focus it a bit better. So I'm gonna close this here, but this might be nice to look at later. And where's the other one? I'm gonna close the Spiritborn one. You'll find that again. Okay, found it. All right. Alert. YouTube incoming. Yes. All right. I mean, a bunch of these videos will go out like on tomorrow or even on Sunday or something. And then even on Monday, right? We have so many releases. And then I still want to make like Warlock build videos as well. That's gonna be a thing. And this kind of stuff, we haven't even like touched that yet. So, but then we've kind of gone through all of the available information, at least for all of the other like topics. So I think I want to make a video about mythics still. That's gonna be something for sure. But yeah, maybe gonna do it as well. Okay, anyway, we're recording, guys. Rogue and Spiritborn now. Alright, hi everyone, I'm back with another Lord of Hatred prep video. This time I want to talk about the Rogue skill tree and the Spiritborn skill trees. I already have a bunch of other videos for the other classes, go check them out. And this is kind of like the last I need to cover now here. We have not exactly the full skill tree, but we have a lot of different screenshots here, a lot of different nodes that gives us a bit of an idea of what to expect and maybe some possible like build options already. So I'm going to talk about the big picture here. Obviously, this is all pre-release, so we don't really have the full picture, unfortunately. We do know the items, and I can kind of reference that a little bit. And I do expect that in general, all of the classes will have plenty of viable options across the board. But just in general, like how we're going to approach builds, the build crafting, and just how different builds can look these days is quite exciting to see. And there's a lot of novelties sprinkled in here. So let's dive right in here. Starting with Rogue and Invigorating Strike. So this is a basic skill. that usually was not really used very much. It does have a bit of like an energy regen boost, so they changed this. I think they used to give you like a percentage-based boost, but now it gives you free energy every second for 4 seconds. So it's an actual generator that rogues didn't really have in that sense before, because all of the basic attacks cost nothing and give you nothing basically. And you just have this passive regeneration that kind of fuels you. But with this, you can activate it and get this buff and get 12 total energy, which is not bad. However, unlike other classes, you can't just spam it and just generate a lot of energy. So it's like a one-time thing. You have to wait until it expires and go again. Now, with that being said, we have these side upgrades here. So in case you are not aware of this, every skill now has like the 3 variants, similar to what we know from the Paladin from Season 11 on already. And then you have 2 side upgrades, and you have to make one choice in all 3 of those categories, giving you a total of 12 configurations per skill. And most of the time, we have seen this on other classes already that I covered, there is usually like a damage option or something like that kind of boosts the skill itself. And then there's like a supporting option that boosts your character or gives you like some debuff on the enemy or something like that. So that's typically how that goes. So most of the time you can convert otherwise, for example, damaging ability into sort of like a support tool. And that is definitely one of the big novelties that the skill tree offers. Previously, most core skills or basics, they didn't really have much utility going for them. And now that is definitely changed. Looking at some of those notes here, you can get various small effects even on, a core skill. And you might see builds that, have one core skill as kind of their main skill, their carry ability basically. And then your 5 other skills on the bar will be maybe a few other core skills and a mobility skill or something like that. So that is certainly a reality, I think. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how people are going to approach like, playing a specific build and then having completely separate skill bar, because you have very different solutions to the same problems. And with that, I mean, for example, how do you get healing? So here's a way to get healing, for example. If you don't have life on it on your gear, or maybe another skill that heals you, you can get it from your basic attack that, also gives you energy. So you can solve those 2 things at once. Here you can get additional energy and even more when you hit a crowd control at once. So if you have that condition met, you can get more out of it. Here is cast speed. So this boosts the skill itself, so you can attack more quickly. This would be like the DPS option here. And here is vulnerable. So again, vulnerable is also one of those kind of very desirable debuffs. And in the future, it's going to be more skill tree related and not much just on gear. So lucky hit, chance to make enemies vulnerable is gone. It's only available as a weapon temper, for example. And vulnerable sources are definitely more scarce, but it's still, something you really want to have. So here's one way to get it, for example. And we have this kind of stuff sprinkled in all over the skill tree, as you will see. So now let's talk about the variants a little bit for the skill. Accumulating Strike gives you extra damage, and then every 3rd cast gives you Resolve and Ferocity. So you have even more buffs and debuffs. So you have Energy, Vuln, Healing, Resolve and Ferocity. And this is also pretty good, so you can kind of just spam it. It kind of goes well with like a combo point build, for example. You do a 1, 2, 3, get those 2 buffs, unleash your core skill, go again. So, you kind of have like a really natural synergy there. And this could be useful for like a melee combo point based build. Then we have Quick Strike. Invigorating Strike is a mobility skill. Kind of interesting. So this is a bit like the lunge barb, I guess, where you just kind of like lunge into an enemy pack. Kind of nice, to be honest. It doesn't have a cost. It doesn't have a cooldown. It just works, So you don't really have to control over it when there's no enemies, but that seems pretty useful. So if you want to have the Giga mobility and you don't want to have Shadow Step on your bar and stack cooldown, for example, then you might just do this. And that seems pretty nice, but it might not have this sort of like teleport ability that Shadow Step has. You can go through walls, you can go over cliffs and so on. So there's definitely a reason to still run that skill. And yeah, we'll see exactly which ones we're going to use, I guess. But it's nice to have more options. And there's Innovating Strike. It becomes cleave and chills enemies. So kind of neat, especially, in sort of like a combo point scenario where you don't really care much about Resolve and Ferocity. You can get this utility instead. And you can just kind of freeze the pack gradually after like a few attacks. They're all frozen. And that might unlock some other synergies. So kind of a nice package, and I can see myself using Invigorating Strike sometimes. Here's another basic, Blade Shift. So this was also not really a big thing, but it has a very fast animation, also very well suited for like combo point builds. It was used at some points, for example, way back in Season 2 for AoZ pushing. I remember that. We were doing like Blade Shift and Pen Shot for like a combo point combo. So this was mostly what it's used for. It does have one really cool utility, which is the Unhindered. So this is not very common, but really useful for especially melee builds. So if you want to like twisting blades around, weave between enemies and stuff like that, or even flurry, just walk into the middle of the pack and then do like the circular attack. So there's definitely some reasons to have this bonus, and we can boost this further. So there's you get all res, and I don't know what this is, plus 10 here. Maybe it just means armor, like maybe a bunch of armor and then all res. So it makes it a bit tanky. Then there is energy generation when you move through an enemy. Kind of neat as well. 4 per target is not terrible. Density is kind of decent these days in many places. So you can get a lot of energy there. And resource generation in general, much like the vulnerable application, is a bit more premium these days. So lucky hit, chance to restore resources is quite nerfed. Innovation passive is gone. There's no more passives on the initial trees. So that in general makes stuff like this more desirable. Or for example, Inner Sight or combo points in general are also quite upgraded, like just indirectly from having more energy issues basically. Then here's another upgrade, Resolve. Resolve is kind of nice for rogues. You just get a bunch of extra armor, extra defense, and potentially there are also skills that can consume these buffs. So you've seen this on other trees as well. So for example, you can consume overpower stacks to deal more damage or hit multiple times with certain skills. And the same thing applies to Resolve or Ferocity in some cases. So there are these synergies of not only having the buff, but also kind of actively generating and removing the buffs for certain bonus effects, which gives a bit of like a more dynamic to the combat. And here we have Overpower. So we have one or the other. This is basically the defensive and it's the offensive one. And then we have a few variants here. So range of motion. This says that it lasts another 4 seconds and you gain extra movement speed. And then when you move an enemy, it's empowered to deal increased damage while active. So basically this is more of a kind of like a carry option, I guess, for Blade Shift. If you want to do like a Blade Shift centered build, I guess, with the extra damage buff here. But most of the time, I think Blade Shift is going to be more of like a support tool, or it's just like really fast combo point generation. So I don't really expect to play a Blade Shift build. But just like the longer duration is kind of neat here. Then we have Grenade Shift. It down deals damage, and while unhindered, you drop 2 stun grenades that each deal damage to enemies you pass through. So that's kind of neat. You just kind of generate stuns really fast, a lot. And this can also, for example, stagger bosses, and you can also trigger stuff such as Frostbitten Aspect, which then can freeze enemies in turn, so you can actually get some extra synergies there. Or you trigger something like Godslayer Crown even. Godslayer Crown seems unnerved, and it seems to be a relatively easy way to trigger that, for example. You just kind of run through the packs, and there you go. And then we have Impossible Escape. This is the third upgrade here, that is shadow damage, and then moving through an enemy automatically attacks that enemy with Blade Shift. So kind of neat as well. That will probably mean that you get all of the extra effects again, so that it refreshes the 4-second timer, and then you get this like res buff here, or you get the energy depending on what you choose. And here you get either the Resolve or the Overpower, and that kind of just like passively happens. And this is exactly what I meant earlier at the start when I said, we're gonna have builds that use the same abilities as like their carry, but have completely different skill bars. So I think we're gonna see a lot of this, of the traditional, for example, for the rogues, Caltrops, Smoke Grenade, Poison Trap combo might just not really be a thing on every build anymore, right? We have stuff like this here, and there are compelling reasons to use even a basic attack as a support tool, right? You don't have to deal with the cooldown, you don't have to deal with the cost. So there is an upside just inherently built into this. And the same might happen with even core skills, or whatever else is later on the tree, for example. So it's gonna be quite exciting. Here's a note on the Forceful Arrow. So fast force arrow, we don't see the skills, like all of it now, but he does this here. It pierces for the first enemy, has a 30% chance to execute, so that is also relatively decent. He can kill enemies at 15% health and 5% for elites. Usually not such a strong effect, but in sort of like a push scenario, for example, if you want to go high in the tower, that can be kind of good on its own. He has a Cloud Burst. Force arrows propel no longer knocks back close enemies, and instead creates an arrow storm every 3 arrows, and it deals X damage and slows them. So this again is kind of like a typical, like a kind of combo point synergy, I guess. Every 3 shots you can do this, and that kind of goes well with like the rogue theme. And I guess the arrow storm might help you a little bit, but we'll have to see. There is a new unique for arrow storms that really boosts them, but we don't really know about their sources. I expect the aspects are gone. And if that was like one of the main sources of arrow storms, yeah, maybe not. But if there's more stuff down the line, then there could be something here. Arrow storms, way back at least in vanilla, used to be extremely good. Like basically the best leveling setups for some season. So we'll see. Yeah, it gets interesting. Twisting Blades, beloved. So that theme is kind of exciting, to be honest. I'm definitely pumped for this one. It's been a while since we really blasted with Twisting Blades, and just as a general note here, I do believe that abilities like Twisting Blades, like Double Swing, like these like small AoE, like basic attacks and so on, I think they might be just much upgraded in the game now because of stuff like a Gold Slayer Crown. So you can actually now pull enemies to you pretty reliably on any build, on any class basically. And that alone helps something like Twisting Blades quite a lot. But there's also some other synergies that go with this for Rogue specifically. Like the Call of the Nameless was updated, and it now has like some AoE damage proc if you attack with imbuements. And that kind of echoes the damage you deal. So that could be kind of crazy for some scenario like this, where you pull everything in, and then you have this gigantic, like high damage output from your Twisting Blades, and the entire pack just gets blasted. So that's kind of how I expect that to go for like late game builds. Now, let's look at some of the upgrades here. There's damage increase and execute, kind of neat. So just a really good package. We have energy cost reduction. This might be useful more early on when you don't have the energy like figured out just yet. But I think in the late game, there will be solutions. We have Starless Skies and so on. So I think that will be fine. And the Lucky Hit is relatively decent on Twisting Blades to produce like a hit resource. Here's a resolve generation, makes it more tanky, and here is extra damage against crowd controlled or weakened targets. Weakened is also a pretty nice debuff. That's probably going to be sprinkled in here in some form or another, and this means it also works on bosses, for example. Here's Blade Dancer, so this is like one of the expected changes. They moved this into the tree. This is like the spinny Twisting Blades aspect. So we have that here. Here's Sleight of Hand. So enemies are dazed, and it has this cooldown effect. This is like one of the current effects, basically, kind of baked into one. And Twisting Blades also deals 75% increased damage, but no more spinny. So that is something that gets me excited a lot. I really like Twisting Blades, especially when it's all about the returning blades and like the mobility and the positioning. You know, you shadow step around, you dash to this guy. You can use the invigorating strike as a mobility skill now to like let the blades follow after you, and then you hit them. I love that stuff. So I'm really excited to try this in particular. It has a really good utility baked in with a juicy damage buff. So this is like the super, high action, like a super fast-paced gameplay that I'm looking for here. So let's see how this will play out. And then we have lastly the Twisted Twin. So this one says impaling enemy also summons a shade to strike a nearby target and dealing X damage, and then on returning as well. So that's kind of interesting. So I have like a little buddy that comes out and attacks them as well. So this is kind of if you don't want to do the spin, but you also don't want to do like this super crazy, like jumping around kind of play style, then you just do this, I guess. This is like the third option. And one note about the shades is that we have plenty of builds actually, or plenty of options to spec into this. So it's like all over the tree as well on the rogue. These shade skills is kind of like a new category now, a bit similar to what we have seen on Barb. There are these ancient skills, and some skills just like summon an ancient that attacks with you. So there's like an entire theme basically that you can find across the board here. And it's going to be kind of fun to see what this will produce. Then we have Flurry, pretty basic core skill here. Attacks a few times and stabby. It still seems like a pretty solid option. And unfortunately, we don't really have like the upgrades here. But yeah, the helm is still there. Like the Flurry helm with the like drain life to deal more damage and get more attack speed. And I do expect there's going to be probably like one upgrade that's like the 360 degrees, and then there's going to be like another upgrade that, you know, I don't know, makes it like a, you know, a more damage instead with like just a cone attack. So it might be, you have the choice between like the bigger coverage versus, you know, maybe more narrow, higher damage, for example. And then I guess we'll see. Unfortunately, we don't have more. But here's Barrage, and that is actually exciting. So this is kind of like one of the big things that we have been waiting for a long time for the Rogue. We finally got multi-shot. So it's not called multi-shot. Well, it's almost called multi-shot. There's actually an upgrade with that name, but they didn't rename Barrage. But it's actually multi-shot. So before we used to fire these individual arrows one by one, and they would like a shotgun when you're close to the target, or they would just kind of like, you know, spray and pray into a pack. To be honest, I did find that kind of cool. And I was expecting we would see like one variant being the multi-shot, which is actually true. But they also reworked the entire skill into basically multi-shot from Diablo 3. So on one hand, I'm very happy about this. On the other hand, a little bit sad because I did like the original as well. And I would have liked to have both. But okay. So now it says you shoot 5 arrows and expand outwards in like basically like a cone. And then it deals X damage and pierces up to 2 times. Arrows cannot hit the same target more than once. So no more shotgunning. The arrows will just like pass through, I guess. And it means it's going to be kind of like the 3 where it's like just one cone attack. You hit everything and that's it. Now 2 pierces is not that crazy, but for most intents and purposes, kind of enough. And you can upgrade that as well with the variants here. I'm just going to go through that first. So here's multi-shot, and that gives you more arrows and more pierces. So now you pierce through 4 targets. And that will kind of do it for almost all scenarios, I would say, when it comes to like hitting the entire screen. This is basically what that does. Here's the broadside. Now it says Barrage no longer pierces and fires 2 less arrows, and it drops a stun grenade that deals 25% damage. I'm not really sure about this, to be honest. 25%, you have got like 3 arrows and 3 grenades basically. It doesn't pierce. Doesn't seem that crazy, unless there's some pretty strong synergies. To be fair, on the live server at least, we have very strong aspects that synergize with stun grenades. You know, if this gets like the stun grenade tag, then this is a grenade skill, and then you can use those aspects like tricksters, and there's like 3 other aspects that all buff grenade stuff. That could be a thing, and it gives you like more of this kind of like, yeah, like, you know, shotgunning sort of feel, I guess, that the old Barrage used to do. And then we have Succession. So this is a kind of interesting one. It becomes like a you know, shoot up in the air, and it rains down. Like it's like a mini rain of arrows kind of. Rain of arrows is still a thing, but we also have this now, and it creates an arrow storm. And this is still an ability that will allow you to multi-hit. So it says 7 arrows, and each arrow causes the enemy to take 50% increased damage for the next 4 seconds, up to 75. So it kind of ramps up a lot. It's effectively 35% per arrow times 7. So that's 245. Yeah, not a bad. Yeah, so not bad at all. 235, and that is like per click if hit with all of the arrows, plus the arrow storms also doing some damage. So there could definitely be something here. But yeah, we'll see which one of those is really gonna be the best, or you know, how it's gonna feel. But there's 3 very distinct playstyles in one skill, and I really like that. Let's talk about the side upgrades real quick. So here we have the increased damage against vuln or weakened enemies. I guess most of the time you're gonna try to have both, at the very minimum vulnerable, and Rogue is a class that has plenty of access to vulnerable, so I think that's gonna be fine. Here's the spammy version if you wanna just like, you know, fire away basically. Here's overpower. So casting Barrage consumes a stack of overpower to fire 2 additional arrows, and all arrows deal 20% increased damage. So that's kind of interesting. I think most of the time you will want to choose this upgrade for the broadside here in particular, because this one has only 3 baseline, and then you get 5. So that's a 66% increase in arrows and stun grenades. So that seems relatively useful. And then also 20% upgrade is also nice, but you have to produce the overpower somehow. So we did talk about this earlier. You know, there's like these buffs that you want to, you know, generate and consume in one way or another. And here's an example of that. And there is cast speed. Just a note about cast speed. This seems to be the new cap 2 attack speed. So in the past, that was like all over the place. And now it seems to be pretty clearly labeled attack speed cap 1, cast speed cap 2. And let's just hope that this is actually correctly labeled and does exactly that. But yeah, TLDR of that is it's much more restricted in how we get cap 2 attack speed. I haven't really seen all those sources here outside of just upgrades on the skill tree itself, actually. So I think that on the higher end, for some builds that used to have a lot of cap 2 attack speed, that might be a little bit slower now. But yeah, we'll see. All right, here comes Shadow Step. So Shadow Step is kind of like the same old. They just nerfed the movement speed a little bit, but gave it a longer duration. That used to be 50%, 2 seconds. But okay, that's fine. Most of the time you're just kind of overcapped anyway. Then we had the upgrades here. So vulnerable. So you damage enemies with Shadow Step applies vulnerable for 4 seconds. That's kind of nice. So you engage them and have the buff, but it's only on a single target. However, that can be fixed with the other upgrade here with Cleave. So you can combine those two, cleave the entire pack, have vulnerable and everything. Kind of neat, but it does barely any damage to the other guys. The other upgrade on the top here is cooldown reduction, -3 seconds. So the baseline is 9 seconds. And the way this works on life is actually that this is after the cooldown reduction formula, basically. So first you have all the cooldown reduction kicking in. So if you have, for example, 50% CDR, then this 9 seconds will be 4.5. And then you cast it, and then you get -3. So you have almost no cooldown at all, basically. And I think this is unchanged from the wording from the live server. So it might still work the same way and actually allow you to kind of just like Shadow Step, Shadow Step, Shadow Step, like crazy once you have a bit of cooldown stacked. And then the other upgrade here on the side is the Unstoppable. I do have to say, Unstoppable seems to be pretty premium these days. That is not present in as many different sources anymore and in like such a large quantity of like uptime even. Here's a 2 seconds Unstoppable buff, which is kind of neat. I think Unstoppable from Shadow Step actually was just like instantaneous, like a CC break. So you do have like a very short window here, but across the board, I've not seen that many Unstoppable sources for the classes. So this might be a reason of its own to actually run this. And then we have the variants. Sight Unseen. So here you get basically the old Ravagers aspect that used to be a mobility aspect on the boots. And that is really nice. So it's an extra charge and then some damage. Most of the time you don't really care about the damage portion here, but maybe early game that can be nice. The charge though is kind of the real kicker, because especially when you combine this with a bunch of cooldown reduction and this mod here, you can like, you know, Shadow Step 2 times in a row, and then that already refills the next charge. So you do like a third Shadow Step, and that already brings back almost the next one. So it kind of like cycles way better and way more fluidly than without those extra charges. So this is kind of the high mobility option here. And then we have the Safe Arrival. So you daze the primary target and leave 4 stun grenades at the feet, dealing X damage. So that's kind of neat. So you get like stun grenades, so you get a daze, you get a vulnerable, a lot of stuff here, to be honest. And you can do this every few seconds. And that allows you to, for example, stagger bosses extremely fast with just spamming some Shadow Step here and there. So for that purpose alone, I think this is kind of nice. And also the stun grenades, just kind of like stunning everything, is neat. This can also be combined with stuff like Godslayer Crown, for example, to just like Shadow Step in, you are safe from the stun, and then everything gets pulled in. So you have like a really nice combo there. It's going to be pretty good, I think. And there's Artifice, which is also pretty cool. So Shadow Step no longer requires a target, and it leaves a decoy at your starting location that taunts nearby enemies and explodes after 2 seconds. And its cooldown is increased to 12 seconds. So it's basically a teleport. That's basically what it is. Kind of crazy, especially if you have a lot of cooldown. And then especially when you use this thing here, where you get the 3 seconds of cooldown reduced after the fact. And if you have, you know, like super high values, like a Shaco equipped, cooldown everywhere, yeah, you basically have like a perma teleport. So that could be kind of wild. and it also allows you to, go over cliffs and all this kind of stuff. So very juicy. Here's caltrops. Well, we have not really seen all of the upgrades here, but the one thing you can see is that at least here we don't have this like big damage buff. Usually in the past, caltrops was used for its big damage buff. You throw it down and you have to like try to dance around the caltrops and keep the enemies inside and try to keep the boss inside. But if it moved out, then you felt really bad. That was really not great, to be honest. So one of the things I didn't like about Rogue, really. And it looks like, at least here, it's not present, but we don't have the other upgrades, unfortunately. But yeah, for now, we'll have to wait and see. We can tell, though, there is a cold upgrade. It seems to be kind of the same as what we used to know. There's like a chill version. There's a shadow one. That seems to be like the aspect for it that might actually make this some sort of like damage ability, like a carry skill. There is also a pair of unique boots that massively boost caltrops. So maybe you can make some funny build out of this by having the caltrops like shoot out these knives. And then the third one, who knows. All right, here's some stuff for imbuements. And I'm just going to skip ahead to Shadow Imbuement real quick because I need to talk about the basics here. And that is, we see it here, 20 seconds cooldown, 6 seconds duration, full stop. No more charges, no more, you have to temper like plus 12 charges to like even really use this stuff. Now you just click it, you get the buff, everything is imbued, it just works. So we finally have the technology. And I suppose that is the baseline for all of the imbuements here. They will all have the duration and it's just gonna work that way. So we're finally there. And then it just comes down to, okay, reducing the cooldown enough so that they actually have the uptime all the time. We don't know about any other sort of like broader changes to imbuements, but that alone is pretty huge. And I do expect imbuements to play a pretty big part in any rogue build, especially now that there's more utility in there as well. Here's an example for cold imbuement. When you freeze an enemy, you get 1 stack of all power. That is a lot of all power generation, at least in like an AoE scenario. You can potentially get, a dozen stack on a single shot or something. You can like, giga stack your all powers like this. And we saw like an example on Barrage consuming all power to do more arrows and stuff like that. You can probably just kind of infinitely cycle this kind of stuff with cold imbuement, for example. Then we have Resolve. So kind of the same story. You get Resolve here, so one or the other. I guess the overpower one is generally the more desirable one, but maybe you don't care that much about it and you go this. And you have some variants here. Cold imbuement causes enemies to become vulnerable, so pretty nice utility baked in. And duration increased by 50%. So if you assume 20 seconds cooldown, 6 seconds duration, this will make it 20 and 9. So already half uptime basically, just without any cooldown almost. And there will be ways to reduce that. Then we have a buffered battery, kind of interesting. It gives you a lucky hit for your cold imbue skills to get a barrier up to 30% and 20% reduced energy costs. Kind of nice, to be honest. So if you just kind of want to like spam a certain thing quite fast and be a bit tanky while doing so, this could be nice. And maybe you don't care about the vulnerable that much and maybe you have enough cooldown anyway, then this is a very comfy choice. And lastly, we have Crystal Distillation. So this one says, when cold is cast, it now also creates a frigid emanation around you for X cold damage and chills enemies for 15% every 0.5 seconds. So you'll need 7 ticks of this, so 3.5 seconds to completely freeze enemies around you, just by existing basically after pressing a button. Kind of interesting. So this is if you kind of like want to have the imbuement, but not actually use like a core skill, for example. So I guess this would be like a caltrops build that we discussed, or like a poison trap build. So there might be these kind of things, or even like a death trap build, right? You can't imbue death trap, and you can still run cold imbuement and still get some of those effects like the overpower and all this other stuff. So kind of interesting to think about at least. Okay, Shadow Imbuement. So I did talk about the base skill a little bit. Just one note here. I think the glory days of Shadow Imbuement exploding entire packs and also on just kind of carrying your AoE clear by itself, that might still happen in leveling, but in late game I don't really see it just yet. We have seen the Assassin's Stride unique boots, for example, relatively unchanged before. meaning that, you know, most of the power of the Shadow Imbuement will kind of just like develop over time as it's infecting enemies. It's not going to be like this huge big boom anymore. I don't think that is necessarily coming back, but I guess we'll see. Either way though, I think Shadow Imbuement is going to be kind of good as a utility tool, as a leveling tool for sure, and even late game, having like a multi-element build might be a thing. Here's one of the upgrades, Vulnerable, so you just get that, pretty easy peasy. It does that on live server, and that's, you know, still here. We have extra duration, so it says every time Shadow Imbuement's infection expires, the duration is increased up to 5 seconds, so we have 20 seconds cooldown, 11 seconds duration, pretty good. And you just have to kill like 10 targets on the way. I assume that expire here means you have to kill them, or you just wait until it's over. But since Shadow Imbuement is based around, you know, you infect them and then they go boom on death, this has to work with a kill, I think. Then we have overpower generation here as well, but only on cast. So compared to Cold Imbuement, this is a pretty stark contrast here. But there might be ways to like actually like turbo cast Shadow Imbuement all the time. At least there used to be in the past with the Night Stalker glyph, for example. So this might be a pretty good sword to this. And here's Ferocity. Again, it says when it expires, so I think that's going to be also on kill. And you get a ton of Ferocity that way. Here's an upgrade, Endemic, that says passive, reduce the cooldown by 0.5 each time you kill an enemy. Noteworthy, you don't actually have to have Shadow Imbuement up for this effect, so it just has to happen. So even when you don't get enough kills in time, you just kill a few more and then you get the Shadow Imbuement back. Kind of neat. I think it's going to be very nice for like early game experience especially. And then you also infect them and they take damage until the infection ceases. So since you generally kind of go fast while leveling, this is not going to be such a huge deal, but it will help a little bit on bosses and stuff. Here's a Dark Dance that says invading through an enemy infected by Shadow Imbuement grants stealth for 4 seconds. Yeah, it also explodes the infection for 50% increased damage, which means you can kind of cancel it early, which allows you to, for example, get all these like expire effects like here and here. And you get like a bit of a boom here and this stealth effect. Stealth on its own can be kind of valuable. We've actually seen some uniques there as well that kind of play into this. For example, there's like a really nice pair of pants that gives you damage reduction and some stuff for entering stealth. So that could be nice, but it's a bit more of an involved playstyle. And here is Shadowply, which makes it a lucky hit effect. So this says you have up to a 50% chance to spawn a shade that explodes after 1 second, dealing X damage. And it's going to happen every so often. Kind of interesting. I'm not sure if that's going to be that great, but for certain setups, it might be kind of nice. Like especially if you have like a relatively high like a hit chance and you shoot into like a pack, like a pen shot, for example. There could be something here, but it seems kind of like a wild card, to be honest. And let's talk about some of the ultimates here. So we have a few interesting things. Shadow Clone, let's start with this. We have, casting Shadow Clone makes all enemies weakened and vulnerable for 6 seconds. Pretty long, pretty good debuff. It just kind of comes down to casting a Shadow Clone often enough. On the other hand, for example, if you go very fast, this will only be like around the area that you are actually kind of present when you cast it. So you you can't carry it forward. So you need to reset your Shadow Clone really fast for this to be really good, I think. Here's an Unstoppable for 4 seconds. Also nice, but really hard to keep permanently up. Then on the other side, we have Resolve. You get 4 stacks of Resolve and 1 per second while active. So again, this might be really nice if you have a skill that wants to consume Resolve. Not sure if that's really going to be a thing on a Rogue, but at the very least it gives you like the defensive upside of Resolve, which is 25% armor. I expect somewhere in the range of like 8 to 10% damage reduction, roughly. And here's a cooldown reduction, so this might help you to get the other effects rolling a little bit better. Now for the variants, we have minimum ferocity increased by 4 as long as Shadow Clone is present. Shadow Clone's duration increased by 5 and deals 25% increased damage. Now that is a very interesting one. So this is basically having your clone out as just like your body doing stuff and doing damage on its own. And the minimum ferocity is actually a relatively big deal. So depending on what we can do with ferocity, this might be insane, because minimum means you cannot go below that number, which means you can infinitely consume it. At the very least, that is how it used to work on the Spiritborn. For example, with Rushing Claw, we have exactly this. you can consume 4 ferocity to reset the Rushing Claw, and then you can actually boost your minimum ferocity to enough that you actually just never lose ferocity and you have infinite Rushing Claw. So that's how it works on Spiritborn. And I expect it's going to be the same here. So if there's any skill that says, okay, consume ferocity to get this or that really powerful effect, well, as long as your Shadow Clone is going, that's going to be nuts. So let's see. Then we have the Awakening. That gives you a passive effect. After spending 100 energy, your next core skill becomes a Shade skill, and as a sponsor Shade that deals 40% of its damage. And Shadow Clone is also a Shade skill, and its duration is reduced by 50%. So kind of interesting. It's kind of like, yeah, if you don't have any cooldown whatsoever, but you have a lot of resources, then you can do this basically. And you can get a Shade tag on your skill potentially that normally doesn't have it. So that opens up a bunch of extra synergies. And kind of interestingly, it is possible to like raise the cost of your skills quite a lot with stuff like Crown of Lucian, for example. I think it will get to the point where you can probably spend 100 energy basically per shot on something like Pen Shot if you really want to, and then get this extra Shade that also does the damage. But yeah, the big question is really, how do you generate so much energy to really get that going? But there could be some pretty 5-head, like 200 IQ setups here that really make great use of this. And then we have a really cool one. The last variant is Sentry. So if you're like a Marauder Demon Hunter enjoyer, then this is for you. So Shadow Clone becomes a marksman skill and summons a stationary shadow that fires 3 piercing arrows every second, and each arrow deals 20% damage. And you gain 2 additional charges. Cooldown is reduced by 20 seconds. I'm not sure what's the base now. I don't think you have it. But yeah, it's going to be something like probably 20-30 seconds or so before cooldown reduction. And then you can have up to 3 clones at a time. So 3 charges, 3 clones, and they last, I guess, 10 or 15 seconds. So you put them down and it's just gonna keep firing. And it says 3 arrows for 20% damage per second. So that is 60% per second. In 10 seconds, that will be 600% base damage. In 15 seconds, if it lasts that long, it's gonna be 900%. So that's a lot of damage, honestly. And especially like in the leveling experience without crazy synergies and stuff, I think it's gonna be an extremely good skill to just like murder bosses and stuff like that. You're gonna walk into the room, you press, you know, sentry, 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 and you're gonna destroy the boss. So I'm definitely excited for that. And that might actually be like, you know, stuff you can do with this with like an actual like full Shadow Clone sentry build. Or maybe you're gonna do this as like a combo, like for example Barrage, multi-shot blasting down the entire pack, and then whenever there's like a big elite, you pop one of these. Whenever there's a boss, you pop 3 of these, and they're just gonna like take care of the single target. So I really hope we can make something like that work, and I'm excited to check this out. Now, another thing, Death Trap, that has been a very popular build for a long time, and I believe it's still a thing. It's gonna be a little different in the future, but it's gonna be a thing. Death Trap is still there, not as mindlessly, like it's just Giga face roll spamming everything as we used to do, but yeah, it does have enough support, it seems, to be a thing, and I believe a pretty good one, to be fair. There's some uniques that go with this that make it really powerful in the late game, I think. Now, let's talk about the upgrades here. Cooldown, killing an enemy or dealing damage to an elite for the first time reduces the cooldown by 1 second. Not that crazy, I think, since, yeah, okay, like you can cast it a bit more often, but it has a 60-second base cooldown. So only if you have a lot of cooldown reduction, you can really rely on this. And I think there's better ways to fix this. I think something much more interesting is this one here. 50% dodge for 4 seconds. That is kind of nutty, to be honest. Then we have a weaken here for 6 seconds. Then you have the double defense combo, basically, very good. And you have the resolve that gives you extra damage when you have resolve. So as long as you generate that somehow, this will probably be like for the actual like Death Trap kind of carry option. But maybe you just can't really find a good way to get a resolve, and the weaken is nice to have anyway. Now, as for the variants, here we have becomes a grenade skill, opens up like all the like grenade synergies that I talked about earlier. But it also drops 16 stun grenades that do 20% damage. I don't really expect much of this, to be honest, and something that looks way more promising is the Death Pit. So here we have pull in, vulnerable, knockdown, additional charge, and minus 15 seconds cooldown. So this is like everything you ever want, basically. In particular, the +1 charge is actually kind of the interesting part here, because it looks like if you want to play a death trap build, it will most likely be more based around the old exposure key passive that had the lucky hit chance to reduce trap skill cooldowns. And this is probably what we'll be using to actually make a death trap build work in the future. Now, there might still be some combo there with preparation and the beast wall boots and, you know, getting a lot of energy, spending a lot of energy, and then resetting it that way. But I did talk about at length, resources might be more of a struggle. Beast wall boots lost their maximum resource. You know, there's a bunch of stuff kind of working against this sort of scenario. And I think the second charge here will just be kind of like the thing that actually makes this more fluid and, you know, actually consistent. So as long as you have enough lucky hits and you have kind of this buffer now where, you know, you can go down to 0 charges, but since you have 2 maximum, you can get 2 back. So you don't have to like very consistently hit the lucky hits in order to actually get all of your charges back. So I think this is probably how Death Trap is going to be played in the future. And lastly, there's sudden death that says arm time reduced, and it deals more damage. And then it consumes 4 Exile power to reduce arm time by 100% and increase damage again. I don't really expect much of this, like 280% damage, even if you buff it a little bit. It's not really crazy, to be honest, on such a long cooldown. So this is kind of whatever. So I think both these other upgrades here are not really great, but the Death Pit in particular, that has all the utility and is also kind of the carry option, I think. So this is what's going on here. Yeah, and lastly, we have Rain of Arrows. So we don't really know what's going on with Rain of Arrows right now. I saw the list of all of the rogue uniques, and I've also made a video on this already. And there was no Word of Hakan in there. However, I did see a Word of Hakan in one of the, I think it was in the Campfire chat even. But they didn't show the stats on it. But there was an amulet that looked like Word of Hakan at least. So that is maybe still there, but we haven't seen it yet. Either way though, I do expect greatness from Rain of Arrows. There's some pretty crazy like marksman synergies out there. And I think we can still do like the typical, like, you know, at least a 1-to-1 rotation with like, you know, triggering Beast Wall boots and preparation to reset a cooldown. Rain of Arrows has a relatively short base cooldown with enough cooldown reduction and enough energy generation. We can get to the point where this works, I believe. But it remains to be seen exactly how this will go. But yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the variants here. Okay, and that was it for the Rogue. We have one more class to go through, which is the Spiritborn. But before I do this, just kind of like my verdict here on the Rogue. Yeah, I guess you already heard a bunch of me being excited about various things. So the Sentry stuff, for sure, the Tracing Blade stuff, the Barrage. So I'll be cooking some stuff there. We also saw, for example, Dance of Knives is now a core skill. So that is huge. You can now get all of your core skill synergies. You can spend energy instead of this weird charge system. But you haven't seen the tooltips, unfortunately. But yeah, there's going to be something like a Gold DH on the Rogue. Lots of really cool stuff is coming, I think. So it's going to be exciting. Now, let's talk about Spiritborn. So we have a bunch of stuff here. To be honest, though, Spiritborn, we have kind of like the least info on. It seems like people didn't really do much on it. And we do have some stuff here for the skill tree and so on. And there's a few things you can kind of expect. But yeah, let's just go into it and see what happens. Starting with Rock Splitter. So Rock Splitter, we actually had a guide for this basically the entire time since Spiritborn was out. The Rock Splitter Fawns build. So that's mostly what it was doing here with like this effect. One of the variants that also exists in the game right now. You basically punch them a bunch, you create this AoE around you with Sabazontic. There's like this triple hit, and you just do like Fawns explosions all the time. So that was like kind of like a easy, solid build, basically. I imagine that is still a thing. Like the Fawns archetype is certainly still present on the Spiritborn. So there will be some Fawns builds, and there's one of them here. And there's actually some side upgrades that could make this relatively crazy. Let's look at this. So here's block and vigor, extra block chance, and then you get 15 vigor every time you block. So with Armored Hide giving you 100% block chance, and you have like a bunch of enemies hitting you, you're gonna get ridiculous amount of resources. So that can be kind of nice, especially in the face of, you know, nerfs to resource generation in some ways. And here we can get extra damage when hitting a slowed or knocked down enemy. So that is kind of tough because it doesn't work on bosses most of the time until they're staggered. And Rock Splitter was already kind of like a not very good single target ability. However, there's going to be more to talk about. in a second. Here we have Resolve. And here we have an interesting one where it says every 5 times you block, you automatically cast a third attack. So here, I guess you specifically want to like not crowd control enemies so that they hit you and you can block them, and then you can unleash this thing. So, you know, in a scenario where you have like really fast hitting, lots of like enemies around you, this could actually be kind of crazy because, you know, you suddenly, you know, get like tons of these false explosions and you have like some gigantic AoE damage scaling, in theory at least. However, again, it kind of comes down to how can you solve the boss. So you will need something else that can actually synergize with all this fawn stuff, for example, and then also deal damage to the boss. So we'll see. Then we have the other variant here, Unbreakable. So this gives you a barrier and generates Resolve. So kind of interesting because you already get Resolve here, and then you get even more Resolve, I guess. Nice. It definitely makes sure that you have enough of it, I guess. And maybe you can use that to consume stuff for like some gorilla builds, for example. And here is a Jaguar version. So yeah, it looks kind of like for these Zorks, where every skill has like a third variant that converts the element. For example, there's a cold chain lightning, and there's like a cold like firebolt and stuff like that. There's like a lightning incinerate. So it's going to be something like that here on the Spiritborn as well, with you know, every skill kind of converts with the last variant into like something else. And here we have a Jaguar variant where instead of the fawn stuff, now you get ferocity instead of the Resolve. You don't have the fawns anymore, you just have like a double hit or even a triple hit when you have ferocity. So that could actually be kind of nice. So it's going to get like some triple explosion around here, and then that can be tripled again with the Saber-Sonntag. So it sounds kind of cool, to be honest. Maybe it's going to be some really cool basic attack build here. Then we have Thunderspike. And before I go into that, I guess we want to talk about Evade a little bit. So Evade is probably still a thing, to be honest, but not the way that it used to work. So Thunderspike was like a very prominent feature of that, and Evade is like basically the most successful build of all time in Diablo 4 across all of the seasons, like since season 6 at least. That was like consistently like basically in the top 3 of all builds. And well, now it seems like at least you're not gonna just like load it up at level 15 and start blasting anymore. Because with Thunderspike there is a change, and you don't have this evade reduction in cooldown anymore. So this was kind of one of the key components. You automatically cast the Thunderspike while evading, which is this one here. So this is what we use on a live server. But in a live server, it also says that when you cast evades, third attack, you get -5 seconds cooldown on your evade. And that is gone. That's not here, that's not present on the other side upgrades. So you will have to reset the evade in other ways now, with attacks reduce evade cooldown, or just having enough cooldown reduction and just kind of like evading around. But there is also something on Rushing Claw later that I will show you there. So I think the build still exists one way or another, either through Evade or through Rushing Claw, but it's not going to be something from level 15. It's going to be probably more later on. But I imagine it's probably going to be really fast, potentially even faster than it used to be fair. Anyway, let's talk about Thunderspike a little bit more. So here's Vigor Generation, kind of nice. You can like refill really fast. Here is after 15 crits, it will be the guaranteed third attack and always crit. Kind of whatever, to be honest. Then we have Exile movement speed. That's neat, I guess. You know, you can just like do it, and you know, at least early game, lots of resources, lots of speed. Gonna be nice for leveling for sure. And extra damage to sparking enemies. Sparking is the lightning version of dot damage in this game. So just kind of as a little background info. And there seems to be quite some of that present here in the Spiritborn tree. Okay, the other upgrades we have here for Thunderspike, Lightning's Grip. So every third attack strikes back again, pulling in enemies and making them vulnerable. That is already on the tree in the live game. It does sound kind of good, but it has to have very limited like sort of AoE coverage. So it's mostly like a very narrow like a band basically that is shoot out, and it doesn't really help that much, I think. And then we have Infected Ground here again, like a spirit conversion into Centipede. And now Thunderspike leaves a trail of poison that deals damage. 40% over 6 seconds is kind of weak, to be honest, so I don't expect much here. So yeah, overall, this is more of an early game skill. I don't think it has a lot of like crazy potential or something like that. Anyway, core skills. Here's Crushing Hand. Crushing Hand, really good, like throughout various seasons. We have seen Kapaleka is still there, Midnight Sun is still there. However, there are definitely some stonks going down as well for this combo, such as it's going to be kind of hard to include a lot of resource cost reduction in your build now to really make such a combo work. So all the Kapaleka stuff is like kind of indirectly nerfed, I would say. Elixirs are gone, so there's no resource elixir anymore. That was really powerful for this stuff, for example. You can't really get that much maximum resources and so on. So we'll see. But considering how all the other builds in the game will also struggle a little more with getting resources, maybe it's not that bad. And, you know, we can still make the whole engine work, I think. So it's going to be fine with Kapaleka builds. Now, for the upgrades for Crushing Hand, there is a blocking increases the damage. Here is a barrier, so both kind of need, to be honest. And, well, the barrier is pretty helpful, to be honest. Every time you cast, 5% barrier, up to 30%. It's not super fast barrier generation, but if you spend this all the time, it is kind of good enough. There's Resolve, and there is, it costs 100% more, but deals 50% more. That is pretty much exclusively something for the Kapaleka combo, I think, because you won't care about the cost, assuming that there's no like weird calculations going on, and you're just gonna get the free 50% upgrade. But I don't really see a scenario where you will generate enough resources to use this without something like Kapaleka. But we'll see. Here's Unrelenting Assault. This is the current aspect for it. You get 12 additional hits every third cast. So basically 4 extra on average, 420% extra of damage per attack. Not bad, honestly, considering you have 75 times 2 as a baseline. So this nearly doubles your average output. And I think they all have like a hit as well. So if you care about that, then this can help you out a lot. Then we have Heavy Hitter. This is kind of the opposite. You have one big smash, and it also deals 300% damage and 150% of your thorns. So that's double the damage, like just baseline, and then 150 thorns. So here, this is kind of interesting. So if this thorns then scales with all of the other core skills, synergies, and all that kind of stuff, then you know, you can actually make some Kapaleka thorns build now, for example. That could be kind of wild and potentially very strong. And here's 100 Crushing Hands. That becomes a centipede skill that deals poison damage, and then it sends the centipedes around and they poison enemies for 300% over 6 seconds, and they become weakened from that. So that's kind of interesting. It's a pretty solid poison value. And one thing that we noticed is that, well, dot builds in general are looking relatively hot, to be honest, for the expansion. And I think this is part of the reason why Spiritborn is probably going to be quite strong as a class across various builds, because dots stonks are super up. And on top of this, Noxious Resonance actually survived. There's a neck now that does what the old Noxious Resonance key passive did. And that means you can convert this poison dot into an instantaneous explosion, giving you ridiculous AoE damage and just in general boosting the total output of that dot. So 300% is a baseline, spammable is pretty good output, and then you can get all these other synergies. So I do expect this is actually going to be kind of strong. Unfortunately, we don't have the other core skills here, and we have to move on here with the Vortex. So Vortex got quite an upgrade, I think. So it's like pretty good as like a, you know, pull-in tool or so. It remains to be seen if that's really going to be something you want to put too much on your bar, because there's more competition for it now. With, you know, what I discussed, you know, basic skills might be more impactful. Some of the other like support tools might be more impactful. And we have stuff like Godslayer Crown. We even have stuff like the Cry Rune. So you can actually just spec into a Vortex now and trigger it automatically. And there's actually some pretty nice stuff here. There's a cooldown reduction effect. Here's a generation of like plus 20 vigor, kind of nice as well. So if you imagine, for example, Cry Rune, you proc it like maybe every 1 or 2 seconds. You just kind of get that passively, pretty good. You can do more damage of it or knock down. I think realistically, Vortex is going to be more of a support tool, but there is actually one of the variants that can do some damage here. First one is Overcharged, makes enemies vulnerable as well, and sparks them for 200% over 2 damage. So 200 is not that little, but nothing crazy. I don't think this is enough to really like carry anything, but the vulnerable is neat. We have the 1000 year storm, so it deals 200% increased damage and affects a larger area. And it also grants 20% damage reduction for 2 seconds. So that is a pretty big package here. And especially like speaking of the Cry rune, where you can trigger this, I think as a Spiritborn might actually be a pretty good option here. So, you know, you have a lot of stuff all at once. There's the generation for resources, here's the knockdown, and here's 20% damage reduction. And damage reduction, to be honest, is kind of tough to come by on this class. So any and all damage reduction is kind of appreciated to kind of help you survive. And yeah, this will be good for that reason alone. And here's Insect Swarm. And that is going to be maybe a bit of like a damage option, but I don't really believe much in it. It has a centipede tag, gives you this wave of insect that swarms around you, and it slows enemies for 90%, and then it does like a poison nova, dealing 175% damage over 5 seconds. So 175% is not really a high value. The biggest thing really is the slow here. So 90% slow is one of the biggest slows you can really see in this game. And that would then, for example, go well with stuff like Scourge, where you fear them away as well. So if you want to do that without really like scattering the pack, for example, that can be useful as a combo. But outside that, yeah, not really crazy, I think. Here's Zor. I think Zor is going to get a bit of an upgrade, just because Vulnerable is a bit more important now. So we have that kind of built in here. There's a larger impact. There is a like a -3 seconds cooldown. So the baseline is 15, it becomes 12. So you can use it relatively frequently. There's extra damage. I don't believe in that at all, to be honest. And there's extra movement speed. So that is kind of nice. You just soar around, go over a cliff, rushing clone to the next pack. So Spiritborn is pretty mobile in various ways, and there's nothing really new here, but we don't really see the upgrades, unfortunately. On the live server, there is one where you carry this cloud around you that makes everything vulnerable as you move. So if that is still there, this can be kind of good for that reason, but it's not really that much utility in here. However, I think the boots still exist, like the Soar boots that make you evade into a Soar. So that can be kind of nice. Personally, I don't really like the feel of Soar, to be honest. But I think they also now have the effect baked in where they auto-cast the Vortex. So instead of going for the rune, you could also go for the boots, use Soar on your bar, and for example, cast the Vortex that way. So that's a relatively nice package. And then we have some stuff down here. Oh no, actually we do have the variants here, turns out. Look at this. So yeah, Soar, free bird. There's Unstoppable for 3 seconds. Probably not that crazy, unless Unstoppable from like Armored Hide is just kind of dead or something. But okay, it allows you to get that. And we don't have the other variants, unfortunately. Okay, so there was like this one other screenshot that threw me off a little bit, unfortunately. But here we are. Now let's talk about counterattack. Unfortunately, we don't see the most important thing about the skill, which is the base skill. So in a live server, at least, counterattack gives you 100% dodge chance for 3 seconds. You can cast it twice to extend the timer to 6 and then kind of just keep it rolling. So the way that Spiritborn works, actually, is you permanently have 100% dodge chance. That's just how the class works, which is very cheesy and very stupid design, I think. So I've been giving feedback since Spiritborn launched, to be honest, to change that. We don't have the tooltip here now to see it, but I do expect that this was addressed, especially looking at some of the other skills here, like Vortex, giving you just 20% damage reduction like that. It definitely hints a little bit at the fact that there is a change here, because I think that mechanic just kind of needs to go like permanently. 100% dodge is just, you know, not it, to be honest. And then some things just, you know, can't be dodged and they insta-kill you, which, you know, ironically makes Spiritborn a very squishy class. Even though you have 100% dodge, you think, oh yeah, I'm just gonna survive everything. No, it's exactly the opposite, because this is kind of like your primary defensive layer, and that has been kind of like the biggest problem of the class ever since it launched, I think. So yeah, I seriously expect that this is changed. But yeah, anyway, just looking at this now, like we have a few of the upgrades here that says counterattack reflects car controls to close enemies, kind of whatever, to be honest. Here is a centipede version where you weaken enemies and you send out 3 swarms each second for 3 seconds, dealing 150%. That is actually quite a lot of damage, to be honest. So if you can somewhat spam this, you can maybe make some sort of Pestilence Swarm build out of this. Funny enough. At the very least, I could imagine this is going to be kind of good to just walk into a boss room, you press counterattack twice, because you usually have 2 charges, and yeah, you get a gigantic damage value here. So 3 times 3 times 150, that's like over 1000% here. Pretty good. And do we have the last one? Yeah, this one. It also retaliates against close enemies for a little damage when you dodge. So it still seems to have some sort of dodge synergy here, but yeah, hopefully not this 100% stuff that I was talking about. And here's Scourge. So there's a bunch of like really cool upgrades as well. I think Scourge is massively upgraded compared to the past. Number one, it now has a 70% slow. I think that used to be 50%. So for fear effects, we have seen this kind of in the past a few times. They kind of like coupled fear effects with slows. But for Scourge specifically, it was too little of a slow. 50% just made sure that everything just kind of scattered out. And if you didn't vortex them back in or something, then your entire pool was ruined basically. So I didn't really want to press Scourge most of the time. But at 70%, I think that is not such a problem anymore. And you get a pretty good package of extra utility. Here's Weaken. Here is 50 Vigor over 6 seconds. So these are already kind of like old effects, I guess. Or this one at least. That is quite a lot. And the cooldown of this is not really big. 12 seconds. So just out of the box, you have like 50% uptime of this. You just get Vigor all the time. Kind of neat. Then we have its healing effect here. So that's also present already. You have a chance to heal you for 5%. Pretty good. Or you make enemies vulnerable. So you can have vulnerable, weaken, heal, resources. Very nice stuff. And then you can also get 50% damage reduction. And it also continuously affects enemies around you for 4.5 seconds. Kind of wild. So you just press this and run around. Everything's get feared, slowed, DR, weakened, vuln. There's everything. So that is really good, I think. I think Scourge is going to be a pretty permanent feature, especially if you have a way to group enemies pretty easily. And if you combine this potentially with something like a Godslayer Crown, it's kind of tough to do this on a Spirit Bond, to be fair, with, you know, like having really good helms on a class and so on, but maybe. And yeah, then you're gonna have like a really good like setup there. Here's another variant, Scourge Commander. It appears at the target location and it does extra damage against vulnerable, kind of whatever, to be honest. And then we have the Beast Within. It becomes a Gorilla skill, and you gain Thorns for each surrounding enemy, and triggering a Thorns attack, dealing 200% against them. And you repeat this damage every 0.25 seconds for 1.5 seconds, so twice basically. Kind of interesting. So we did talk about Rocksplitter being like potentially like a pretty big AoE powerhouse, and then you have this that kind of like builds further into that, for example, with, you know, gaining more flat Thorns. This just sets 1 because of the level 1 character. So this will scale up and potentially give you a lot of Thorns that, you know, gives like maybe a few % damage per nearby enemy, and that kind of just keeps ramping when you make a big pull. Could be something there. And here's Touch of Death. Touch of Death is relatively unchanged, so it still spawns the Swarm, but there is more utility baked in. So here there's a lot of healing. Here there is it deals extra damage against weakened, so you have to get that somehow. Here's an extra charge, so you can do 2 at once. And here is vulnerable. Now the vulnerable part is kind of interesting. I wonder if that works with the swarm that pops out and then just kind of like applies vulnerable to everything around it, and it actually follows you around as well. So that is kind of neat, and this could make this like kind of like a nice, you know, healing plus vulnerable sort of like, you know, tool here, but we'll see. Then we have the old upgrade here of the poison damage. Every second, 90% every second over 6 seconds is quite a lot here. But there is one big downside, which is it's not really a spammable skill. 15 seconds cooldown is just kind of rough, to be honest. Even when you have those swarms out, it's going to be tough to really make them do damage that is like really relevant here. We still have the old core skill upgrade. It costs 70 vigor, has no cooldown, and it also has the aspect baked into the skill now. That there's like the Touch of Death aspect on live server. The number is a bit reduced. So when the swarm is replaced early, it bursts to 150% of the damage. So the typical cap is free swarms. So if you just kind of keep spamming away at the target, then at some point it will spawn free swarms. And if you keep attacking, it will keep spawning swarms and they will all just kind of pop, 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 pop. So there's basically a bit of a ramp up time. And then you get the explosions all the time. And yeah, 70 vigor is a lot of resources. So this is effectively just like a Kaepernick build. And I think that will kind of still be there and be potentially pretty solid. So yeah, we'll see. The one thing about it is that it has this like giga poisoning damage here. So you might be able to do like some combo with Noxious Resonance there. And we'll see how this will go. And lastly, there's a lightning conversion to Eagle. So it becomes Touch of Lightning, creating a Spirit Storm, which is like a new key tag or new keyword here that sparks enemies. So this is lightning damage over time for 375%. If the enemy dies before the Spirit Spawn disappears, conjure a second moving one. And it also reduces the Touch of Death cooldown by 1 second. Yeah, honestly, not sure what to expect here. That comes down to how else can you spawn Spirit Storms, because this thing can only produce 2 of them. And then you get like -2 seconds on your cooldown, so that's not really enough. But if you have like another thing that you spam in between and then do like another Touch of Death, and then another thing again to reduce the cooldown, maybe. Yeah, here's Rushing Claw. So that kind of gets interesting with what I talked about with Evade earlier. So Rushing Claw is kind of this nauseating mobility skill, and finally they fixed it, to be honest. I really never really liked Rushing Claw, to be honest, because when you do this very fast, it's just, you know, too much. It's like too fast of an animation, really. Even for myself, I must say, and it was just like, never really feeling good to play. But we have a solution now, and that is Evasive Swipe. So this makes it an Eagle skill, deal lightning damage. It has 2 charges with a 25-second charge cooldown, and it now counts as an evade, and you're no longer need to target to cast Rushing Claw. So now it's basically just a dash, like a rogue's dash or something like that. So you do dash around, you know where you're going, and I think this will feel a lot better to use than the typical Rushing Claw that requires a target, and it also has like, you know, different range, like how far you can actually go with it, which was always just like not really feeling good. So yeah, I think it's gonna be nice, and it's gonna be the key to make an evade build work now. It's gonna be like kind of like a Rushing Claw build, I guess. Kind of like a Rushing Claw around really fast, and that shoots out the Storm Feathers from an Eagle Hall, and that is most likely how that evade build is going to look in the future. We still have the upgrade here where it says using Rushing Claw's last charge will refill 4 charges by consuming 4 stacks of ferocity. So ferocity can be generated, for example, through the secondary Jaguar Spirit Hall when you hit bosses or kill enemies. So as long as you go fast, you will generate a lot of ferocity, so there's really no problem. But you only have 2 maximum charges, at least baseline. There used to be a mobility temper, I believe, to give more charges to the skill. So that might be something here. Otherwise, you would have to generate a lot of ferocity every 2 times you cast this. So we'll have to wait and see how exactly this will play out. If you can make this very smooth, I think one of the big strengths of Evade Spiritborn is that it's just, you know, it just works, right? You just face roll, and at some point you have the cooldown and everything just kind of works out and you never have to think. And I think if at the very least we can get to that point, that would be ideal. But we'll have to wait and see. The other upgrades here are all not really that interesting. There's a bunch of extra damage. We don't really care about that on the skill. There is the extend your active incarnate skills. That is kind of neat. So this means something like Ravager, Armored Hide. Yeah, there's maybe more now that maybe can convert as well to incarnate. So if you do this naturally as a mobility skill, you just have longer durations, pretty good. And here's also more damage for Rushing Claw. Yeah, Rushing Claw is a damage build. It's just not really it. So I think forget about that. And yeah, here's the upgrades. This used to be the old aspect. Pretty terrible, to be honest, because you don't get all of these effects at once. You only get them one at a time when you have that singular condition met, basically. So kind of bad. You have the Colossal Claw with the more maximum charges, and it consumes all of them at once and does more damage. Yeah, again, it's kind of same story. Making a damage skill out of this is just not really it. So honestly, this is really the only thing that we really care about. But I think maybe early game, a bit of Rushing Claw with like Evolving Claws is not that terrible. It gives you a bit of dodge, which is nice. It gives you a bit of healing, which is nice. Maybe does a bit of damage, you know, like in the early game for like leveling setup. Maybe I would throw it in there, but later I would probably choose this every single time. And maybe one last thing about the ferocity, actually, before I forget this. So it's not just that you want to generate a lot of ferocity in order to get this working, but if there's a way to get 4 minimum ferocity, similar to what I talked about earlier with the rogue, you can actually infinitely consume that minimum ferocity and have infinite amount of rushing claw. And that might actually be the real kicker to get this whole like evade build going in the future. So in the past, for example, you could just invest enough ranks into Ravager, and if that is still a thing, and Ravager still gives you this like, you know, giga minimum ferocity, and then you will just solve that problem by itself, or maybe there's gonna be some other ways to get that. All right, here's Razor Wings. Unfortunately, we don't really see anything about it, so this is actually the last skill that we have here. This goes back to the Sork now. So yeah, this is the final skill that we have on the Spiritborn. So Razor Wings has been traditionally kind of just like left out. There was like a season when it was really good in the Chaos Armor season. It did have some supporting like aspects and stuff that helped it, but it was just never really like a big meta thing or so. So I do hope that it's gonna come back in a big way. And Razor Wings is really fun. It gives like some real kind of ranged playstyle on the Spiritborn, and most of the other stuff is just like all, you know, melee attacks. So it'll be cool to see maybe some Razor Wing action here. But yeah, we don't really have the upgrades here. We can't really say much. The one last note I can give is that we have seen examples of the ultimates as well in the Spiritborn. So for example, there is an upgrade for the Eagle ult, the Seeker, that actually makes it a hybrid between Eagle and Jaguar. And you actually have both of them at once. So it's kind of cool. And there's also something similar for the Gorilla. So they have the Gorilla ult with the Centipede coming out as well. So there seems to be like this like kind of combo ult variant, at least from some of them. But for everything else, I guess it's kind of like wait and see. I do have to say though that Blizzard has done a pretty good job at making the different ultimates viable on the Spiritborn. So, you know, Jaguar has like a pretty good defined purpose as like sort of like a speed farming thing. Gorilla is kind of like the opposite. It's like really good at making you tanky and more powerful in like slow content. And then you had the Eagle that was also used in some setups, such as Evade, Spiritborn, for example. So at least those 3 ults had their own purposes, and the Centipede one was always just left out, such as the rest of the Centipede kit, to be honest. Like Centipede builds, you know, Stinger, Touch of Death, the Centipede ult, you know, Scourge was also kind of whatever. There was Toxic Skin, which was kind of powerful, but no one enjoyed playing it. Pretty terrible playstyle. So all this stuff was terrible, and I do expect that in particular the whole Centipede kit and everything you can convert into Centipede and the Devourer, all of that is massively upgraded in this expansion. Not just because of, you know, the neglect it had in the past, so that kind of needed some fixing basically, but also because most of the time it's dot based, and that means huge stonks in this expansion because we get a lot of dot help. We have Noxious Resonance, so we'll see. But yeah, overall, everything that's green, I imagine, has really high potential on the Spiritborn this time around, and maybe even including Withering Fist. So yeah, that's kind of like my summary here for the Rogues and the Spiritborn. I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff to dive into. I'm definitely excited for both the classes. I've been playing a lot of Spiritborn since they came out. And maybe I'm not gonna like jump into it right away, but obviously it's still like kind of like quite up my alley with like this fast-paced playstyle, you know, this monk style. I like that. It's just like how I like the fast-paced rogue, so I'm definitely gonna be on those 2 classes at some point later on, and we'll see what you can cook. So for now, hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know your thoughts. Let me know where you think I was off, or if there's something I missed, or maybe what you're cooking with some of those ideas. And see you guys next time. Alert, the drops ended almost 7 hours ago. Oh no. How did that happen? Okay, cue outro first of all. There we go. They made runes suck eggs. Okay. Does anyone know where to find Noxious Resonance? It's unique now. What did I miss, guys? Blah. Oh man. I was gone for 2 hours. How long was this video actually? I kind of felt like I was talking a lot about just those 2 classes. And here I thought earlier when I started this first skill tree video for Sork and Necro, I was like, okay, I'm gonna do like 4 classes in one go. Send it. Shit man, this was 75 minutes recording. Oof. You missed me cheering for rogue ranged options. That's a good thing to cheer on. So much stuff here. Let's put this on here for a second. We had so much fun in the pre-season 38 with the Age again. I really want to have that in the 4. Yeah, let's see how the like God the Age will turn out, I guess, in the 4. And like Dance and Ice in general, I think might be like much better now. You have to do the new campaign to level or what? Yes. I think I will keep the 5 ranks of Ravager, 1 minimum ferocity, so we have +4 minimum by default. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, most of the utility stuff that we have seen doesn't really seem like to change with skill ranks and so on. So I guess it kind of comes down to what I've done there. Yeah, if you don't have the 4 minimum ferocity from Ravager, it might be kind of tough to do this whole like evade and rushing claw stuff. But I can't imagine that they just completely nuked evade just like that. Like, I definitely, you know, would have liked to see it getting tuned down. I think, you know, it was like too strong in the late game. And for like how like brain dead and fast it is and so on. But just like nuking the build entirely would be probably a mistake. You still progress your drops, you're sure it ended? Yeah, did it end or not? What now? Brain dead and fast, that was my name in high school. If you get +3 minimum and on 5 charms, you get 15 ferocity perma. Ah yeah, true. If there's like the minimum ferocity. Yeah, there's some charms that has some stuff like that, actually. They might be right. Is that like for a specific set though, Sanitizer? I guess that might be like kind of the main thing you're looking for then. Okay, it seems like drops are still there after all, so fuck it. I mean, I'm not that much longer here anyway, so... Do I own a website? Well, kind of, I guess. But, besides that, I mean, I'm the director on maxwell.gg for everything Diablo, but I don't own the website. The drops link says it was supposed to end 24 hours after it started. Okay, so maybe it just keeps going anyway. I guess maybe this is outdated or they extended it or something. Maybe the thing on Twitch is like set up for a different date. So will I be releasing tier lists for season 30 on Maxroll? There will be a tier list, but not before launch. Like everything is currently archived. All the tier lists are completely empty. And you know, we're gonna kind of build up build by build, you know, one by one. Because we have nothing. there is nothing. So there is no build. There is nothing to rank. There's nothing. So where's the ultimate Shadow Blaster? He's lurking, man. Snatching that world first T12 hardcore soul self-found Mephisto right under our noses. Will Warlock be OP? Yes. The analyzing every comment I've done in the past hour. Wait, what? It's maximum ferocity, not minimum. Uh-oh. Yeah, if you don't get the minimum ferocity... the Shadow Blasters there, yeah. Yeah, Shadow Blasters are sitting there, watching, listening, making notes. They have like, you know, this like board on the wall connecting all the dots for the ultimate build when the game launches. Fuck. Caught. Oh, there's actually one thing I just realized. I want to see Sorg skills again real quick. What about enchantments? Because you can actually see enchantment effects on the base skill tooltip, right? No, he can't. It doesn't show them. I guess because he's level 1, he doesn't have enchantments unlocked. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. F. All these unfortunate reveals didn't even equip a weapon to show effect damage ranges. Feels bad. Can you tell me the rewards on Torrent 12? A lot of shit. Cast speed seems very rare, like some classes don't even have any. Season of 30 frame attack speed. Yeah, honestly, I think it's kind of good that we slow down the attack rate a little bit. Cast speed is, I think, capped to attack speed now. Ava in despair. All for nothing. It might not be for nothing. I mean, it's likely they might have changed some animations, or like some skills have completely new animations now that have different breakpoints, right? Because they have different variants that do something else. Like Barrage, now with the shoot up in the air kind of thing, is probably like it's a whole own breakpoint thing, right? So we'll see. I'm going to need an Excel spreadsheet for everything now. Well, if you want to be Giga Brain and make the best build possible, it wouldn't hurt. If you just want to blast, I have a nice website for you. Set charms can be used in endgame content. Yes, they are only endgame content, in fact. You were living blissfully for a second. Double attack speed is still in the game in season 13. Yeah, but cast speed, if that is like the new attack speed cap now, attack speed cap 2, it's it almost doesn't exist anymore. Almost everything is just attack speed cap 1 now, and then there's cast speed cap 2, I think. And that's basically only just on the skill tree. I haven't really seen any example of cast speed anywhere else on like items. The sets will be good. Wow, yes. They are very strong. From what I've seen so far, most was related by resource consumption. Yeah, resources are definitely a bit more of a struggle. No Lumrune. Lucky hit resource nerfed. I mean, you know, Stardust is still there. Stardust stonks are pretty strong. And honestly, I mean, maybe it's gonna throw in like a resource aspect, worst case. And you might actually see people using resource aspect. Incredible. But it might happen. I mean, if a resource aspect allows you to spam a skill, you know, twice as often, that is better than the typical offensive aspect. So that might actually be a thing. Or like on the Druid, we have Cataclysm and Mjolnir Ring, giving you unlimited resource. We have stuff like Inner Sight on Rogue. We have stuff like Combo Points on a Rogue. The Spiritborn stacks are currently capped 2, but I think in the expansion they will be capped 1. I would assume everything that says attack speed is 1 cap, and everything that says cast speed is another cap. So cap 2, cap is cope. I don't think that's even gonna happen for anything. Otherwise, poor Ava. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if that's actually true, right? Maybe the tooltip says one thing, but it's not actually doing that. But maybe they finally cleaned up that whole mess of the attack speed caps. And I was hoping they would just like unify everything into 1 cap. Either make that 1 cap like 100% or 150% or something and just call it a day. But I'm not unhappy about this cast speed thing that they've done. So if that is actually how it works, and there's like very scarce sources of this cap 2 thing, and that allows you to extend it a bit, I'm okay with that. Yes, you can, wow. What's my opinion about the game leaning more towards D3? That's okay. D3 had many great things, and to take some of it and put it into this game and then, you know, adjust it for what D4 is. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know. There's just an evolution of the genre, and you kind of have to follow along. And if something worked well and it's still gonna work well, then I don't see why not. And obviously D3 was many years ago now, and it's a very different game, right? D4 is quite different from D3 in many ways. So you can't just take a thing 1-to-1. But for example, Echoing Nightmare, I mean, I don't see why not, you know? It's like a fun little thing to do. And they take it from D3, put it in D4, they twist it a bit. You know, they make it like giga rare in D4 and much more rewarding compared to D3. And, you know, why not? I think that's fine. Pint has become Rift at level 1, GG. It's gonna be kind of interesting. How, like, are we gonna do that? Are we gonna like load up an alt and just like send Pit? Maybe. I'll have that video most likely on Sunday, Watch Wolf. Ferocity is now cap 1 for attack speed. It seems so. Everything is now cap 1, I think, besides something that says cast speed. So that is my expectation. When do the patch notes come out? I don't think they will. Why cast speed, not action speed? If they want some call some skill spells and not attacks, and cast speed is confusing. I agree. I don't like the naming of cast speed, but they do have. I guess the reason why they did this is because they have kind of the terminology. Cast is like a term in this game, so that means if you self-cast it, it's like not triggered or anything like that. So maybe this is why they called it cast speed and not something else. And I guess it is fine once you get used to it. Guild back from WoW would be nice. Would be alone in the guild. Easy, yeah. Can I talk a little bit on the Paladin, which will be OP? Pretty much everything, I guess. I mean, it's Paladin. Paladin is just OP across the board. I do expect stuff like Ordin to be extremely strong again. And anything that can kind of go fast, I guess, like Wing Strikes is probably still good. I think the Zeal builds and like the Zealot builds in general are catching up a little bit. In 3 days from now we are blasting. Oh man, so much to do. I think they intentionally start the season half an hour after launch, well. The skill points that have the same value will be reduced. It seems we have, I think, 83 skill points. But the thing is that unlocking them from the season rank is just kind of whatever now, right? Like at some point you don't really care about the points anymore. Like it's not even going to be like a priority to unlock them because it's just going to throw them into skills you don't even care about at some point, I think. Did it bring like boss stacks back up? Red stacks on buff bar? Wait. Okay, that is actually kind of sus. Maybe? Do you know when Max will be updated? I know, yes. And that is a continuous process. So there will be no guides and no tier lists on Maxwell outside of Warlock leveling. And everything else will be, within hours, within the first days, we're gonna start like publishing builds one by one whenever they get ready. So, I mean, there's no direct like release date, Our guys are instructed, just kind of get it out as soon as possible and prepare as much as possible. But the thing is, we have varying amounts of information depending on the class. And then, we have to log in, see everything, cook, wait for the data mine, cook more, write it up, test it, and then send it, right? So That's quite a process here, and all of this has to be done while we all blasting. So what would I recommend to get back into the game? Is it planning on playing the new expansion? I don't know. Make a Paladin, stop blasting a bit, you know, see some of the new content that has been introduced. There's a bunch of like, in-game activities you'll be doing a lot after the expansion. Infernal Hordes you have never seen. Pit you have never seen. So, you know, it's gonna like see how the game works basically. That gives you a bit of an idea if you just like spend maybe 5 to 10 hours or so this weekend. It will be easy to play. I mean, it will be ridiculously overpowered. So I guess that kind of makes it easy. But it is probably the most complicated class in general. Will I make how to prepare for the expansion video? I have a video on Warlock already, you can check that out. I'm planning to do like a returning player guide. And I have a lot of other stuff on, you know, how war plans work, how items work, and you know, all this kind of stuff. XP was only like 25% extra XP. It's not like crazy, I think. I think Paladin will be OP again. I think Paladin will be very strong. I'm not sure about OP. I think the true OP class is probably Warlock. But we'll see. It does look like they cut back on support classes quite a lot though. So Barb lost its Fields of Crimson thing. And I guess we'll see what happened with the Druids. They had the Stoneburst aspect and all the skill specific aspects are gone. So it's kind of doubtful that support Druid is the thing. So maybe just Paladin support. We don't have PoE 2 plus skills ranked, sounds like going on. No, we don't. I think Rogue will be pretty good, yes. I think Rogue will be strong. What was the APM for Warlock? You can do some slow paced playstyles, I think. There's like a minion build we're gonna make. There's also the so-called Death Ball build. That will be relatively chill. Thanks, by the way. Ardoc. Is the removal of so many aspects? Are there really going to be more builds? Many more builds, actually. And it's not just more builds, but it's also just a way better balance of builds, and also builds that are kind of the same thing, but don't look the same anyway. So there's just like a lot more variety in, you know, kind of the smaller pieces that make a build as well. I think as a returning player, you can do the new campaign right away. You don't have to do the West of Hell campaign when the Lord of Hate had launched. Or Arden's stonks going down? I don't think so. I think Arden will remain pretty good. We've seen Sun at Night, and it did lose the aura ranks, but now you get much more ranks in the skill itself. So that was kind of like one of the big downsides that it used to have, and now I think it will kind of lose similar value to other builds, basically. It's gonna be fine, I think. I'll make a video on that topic, Turtle 1v9. But there is no, you know, clearly known info about anything. So this is still a lot of speculation. A question of morality. You have some funny questions. Wow, you know that? I'll let chat answer. No Iron Forged. You don't have skill trees, you just have like little fragments. So you can't really make the trees. I'm just checking the info dump channel to see if there's anything else that we haven't seen yet. But I think basically all the reviews are out, all the screenshots are there, everything is collected. So I don't expect anything to come out anymore really, besides maybe like some last minute video from somewhere. That will probably not be show much new stuff anyway. So I think we kind of collected all the info, and I have made my skill tree videos. I still have to make, I think, 1 or 2 of the unique videos, and then much other stuff. It's kind of it's cool to see so much action and so much excitement and discussion in like the Discord as well. So many people. I actually wonder how many like new joins we've had on Discord. Let me see the welcome channel. Definitely more people coming in than usual. Damn. Look at that, man. So this is just yesterday here. And this is the day before. That's a lot of people. That was the day before that, okay. Fresh meat into the grinder. It's gonna be cool to see some action again. It's gonna be really exciting to see, like, you know, also like what people will be cooking and discussing and which builds are gonna be popular and so on. You can get this right now, lean variant. It's like a seasonal thing in season 12. If the expansion is good, would I do a D4 good tattoo? No. I like this game a lot, but not enough to get a tattoo, I think. In general, I just don't really want to have a tattoo. So that's mostly it. Okay guys, I think I'm gonna go off. I have a bunch of stuff to do. And then batch. And I check it up at noon. So can be fun tomorrow as well. We have another day of, I don't know, analyzing, making videos and so on. And then I guess 1 day of rest before the blast. they did some crazy stuff there, excuse me. Yes, lean variant. Okay, guys, let's wait someone. To do raid, actually. Yo, people are blasting PD2, man. Holy. Should I raid Alk or something? I can do it. Some actual gaming. Rob. I actually did raid Rob like yesterday or like the day before, but I think he just went offline like right after or something, so I've... Anyway, have a good one, guys. We outstreamed a 1d4 category. Basically, yeah. I'm gonna write Arc, so enjoy.